The first thing I did after being reborn was frantically skip classes to train my body. Even facing a failing grade warning from my teachers and a breakup with my girlfriend Man, I remained unmoved. This was because, having lived once before, I knew that in just 1 month, various devil fruits would appear globally. At that time, anyone who obtained a devil fruit would gain extraordinary powers. In my previous life, even with extraordinary abilities, I still met a tragic end in a zombie horde due to the low-tier nature of my fruit's power and my poor physical condition. Now that I've been reborn, I must, of course, leverage my foresight and seize every available opportunity. As far as I knew, in my previous life, a devil fruit appeared near the school at a place called Good Life Fruit Store, but I wasn't sure of the exact time of its appearance. Therefore, after being reborn, I came to this fruit store every day to buy some fruit and check if that devil fruit had appeared yet. Walking into the store, I routinely browsed every aisle, inspecting every fruit. When I reached the peach section, 2 short purple twigs suddenly caught my attention. Pushing aside the pile of peaches covering them, the main body of these purple twigs was clearly exposed. That's right, it was identical to the fruit in my memory. This was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, devil fruit from the world of One Piece, reported in later years as the strongest devil fruit with a known explicit location. Excellent! My heart swelled with joy. After checking out, I had just walked out of the store with a bag of fruit when I encountered a rather burly middle-aged man. Soon, a face from my previous life's memory overlapped with the man in front of me. It was none other than the user of the azure dragon fruit in my past life. I secretly thought how lucky I was if I had arrived a moment later. The azure dragon fruit would have been bought by this person. Back in the dormitory, I no longer hesitated. I picked up the fruit and took a bite. It was as if a dry wooden barrel was mixed with a septic tank, then scrubbed a few times with a foul-smelling rag before being shoved into my mouth. The nausea almost made me vomit, but I forced myself to swallow the pulp. With renewed determination, I simply swallowed the remaining peel, core, leaves, and even the short purple twigs. After a long while, I took a deep breath. The seed of a miracle had been planted. Now I just waited for the miracle to unfold. Afterward, I took out my phone and started browsing short videos in Tieba. On various short video platforms in Tieba, I entered an ID and searched, then clicked on the first video. It was indeed identical to what I had seen in my previous life. In the video, a scruffy young man with bright yellow hair proudly held up a strange fruit. Brothers, do you see this rumble fruit? I'm auctioning it in the comments section. Highest bid wins. My heart was stirred when I saw it. Although I had already eaten the azure dragon fruit and couldn't eat a second one, everyone would know the value of devil fruits once the apocalypse arrived. Each fruit would be incredibly difficult to obtain, making it the most crucial resource for exchange. Even if I didn't use it for trade, I could give it to my parents or sister. Of course, there wasn't absolutely no way to eat it myself, but that would require strength, luck, and serendipity. Instead of leaving a comment, I directly messaged the blonde guy named Noble Mr. Mao. Bro, this fruit is really well made, just like the real thing. I'll take it. I'm sure you know those people in the comments are just stirring things up. Name your price directly, and if it's reasonable, I'll buy it immediately. In a small county town next to the provincial capital of Jizhou, a blonde guy was strolling down the street. My private message filled him with joy. Bro, this is a real devil fruit. $1 million wouldn't be too much, would it? I was instantly speechless. Real? Why don't you eat it? If you're sincere about selling it, give a normal price. Otherwise, I'll block you. The blonde guy scratched his head and tentatively asked, how about 100,000? That's a 90% reduction, but I know myself that a devil fruit figurine isn't worth that much. But what if the other person is rich and foolish? I'm certainly not foolish. I feigned impatience and replied, final offer, 1,000. For a figurine of this quality, that price is already the absolute maximum. The blonde guy sighed. He had wanted to scam a bit more money, but 1,000 was already beyond his expectation, enough for him to live comfortably for a while. He immediately replied, all right, you pay, and I'll mail it to you. But I wasn't happy. You're not a merchant. What if I pay, and you don't send the goods? Give me an address, and I'll meet you in person for the transaction. The blonde guy didn't care, in person it is. What's he going to do, rob me? Once I had the address, I sped off. 2.5 hours later, I arrived at the county town's train station, as mentioned by the blonde guy. The blonde guy looked up and tentatively asked, "Are you the one buying the devil fruit?" I didn't waste words, simply nodded. "Give me your payment code. I'll check if the fruit is real, then scan to pay." The blonde guy was still a bit reluctant, wanting me to pay first. I chuckled. "What's wrong? Afraid I'll default on the payment? This is your territory, after all." The blonde guy thought about it and realized I was right. He had a bit of a reputation among the local hoodlums. If this person dared not to pay, he could make one call and summon a group of good brothers. Taking the bag from his hand, I pulled out the fruit inside, my heart unconsciously quickening. This one was definitely a real devil fruit. I immediately scanned 1,000 to the blonde guy, took the fruit, and turned to head back to my school. If this small county town had a train station, I would have just boarded a train home from here. On the way back, I opened my phone and scrolled through short videos when suddenly one caught my attention. Many patients have suddenly fallen into a coma today, and many have also developed strange spots on their bodies. Experts say this is very likely a new type of flu and urge everyone to wear masks and take protective measures. Seeing this news, my heart skipped a beat. Coma, many people with spots. These were all precursors to the apocalypse. The outbreak of the apocalypse might be even worse than in my previous life. Back in my dorm, I grabbed the luggage I had already packed, ready to leave. Just then, a scream suddenly came from behind me. Many people had collapsed to the ground, and spots began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, an inexplicable and terrifying pressure descended, and everyone felt their hearts sink. Then, all these unconscious people underwent astonishing mutations. Their eyeballs burst, and their fingernails became sharp and long like those of beasts. They burst out of their dorms like zombies, one after another. Countless students cried out for their parents as they ran outside. At this moment, I also felt a power awaken from the depths of my bloodline. That power was violent and strong, the power of the devil fruit I had eaten earlier. The strength of the young dragon emerged within my body, and I looked up and roared, letting out a resounding bellow. Blue dragon scales appeared on my skin, dragon horns on my head, and my hands and feet transformed into dragon claws. My entire body began to deform. This roar immediately startled the students in the corridor, who thought I had also become a monster like those zombies. After transforming into my hybrid form, my physique greatly increased, and my strength, defense, speed, and recovery abilities all improved significantly. Just then, 2 zombies roared and pounced at me. I extended my dragon claws, gripped their throats, and with a slight squeeze, tore them apart. At this point, another zombie rushed out from an adjacent dorm room in front of me. I directly spewed scorching flames, charring the zombie before me. But after this one breath of flame, I immediately felt a significant drop in stamina. The power of the devil fruit relies on stamina. Even with hockey later on, it still consumes stamina. The period of the first divine gift is a stage of physical exhaustion. I am not an Oni like Kaido, nor do I have Kaido's monstrous physique. Therefore, even with the azure dragon fruit, the power I can unleash is far less than Kaido's. No longer spewing flames, I pulled a baseball bat from my backpack. This baseball bat was a custom-made thickened and weighted version, perfect for headshots. While bladed weapons could be bought as handicrafts and sharpen oneself, such items dull too easily and become useless after a few cuts, far less effective than a baseball bat. I picked up the baseball bat, and wisps of electricity coiled around it. The azure dragon fruit allows manipulation of 3 natural elements: wind, fire, and electricity. Although its power is not as great as a Logia type, it is sufficient to enhance attack power. A baseball bat wrapped in lightning struck down on a zombie's head, and with a loud clank, even though the zombie's defense far surpassed that of humans, its skull was smashed open with a single blow. This was the formidable physique granted by the azure dragon fruit. I rampaged through the corridor, quickly attracting the attention of other students. It was precisely because I was constantly killing zombies that these students got a moment to catch their breath. My baseball bat, wreathed in electricity, was truly as mighty as thunder. Zombies were basically one-hit wonders against me. But I didn't get lost in the thrill of the kill. Instead, I fought while rapidly heading downstairs. There were two urgent matters at hand: first, to find a way home, and second, to ensure my parents and sister wouldn't be bullied again. The other thing was to kill zombies as quickly as possible. Because once a single person kills 100 zombies, the God-granted space will open. At that time, I'll be able to exchange for the cultivation methods of the 3 haki, accelerating my strength improvement. The Azure Dragon Fruit allows me to fly, but with my current stamina, I definitely couldn't fly all the way home. Along the way, I swung my iron bat like an Azure Dragon God of War, sweeping everything before me. A large crowd of students gathered behind me, wanting to follow me out of the corridor. But what they didn't know was that there were no safe places left in the apocalypse. Hiding in a dorm and locking the door might allow them to survive a little longer. But I didn't care about them, they were all just disposable NPCs. After rushing out of the corridor, my eyes instantly narrowed. The situation downstairs was simply hair-raising. This school was once a mass grave, where many people died during the anti-Japanese war. Campus rumors said the place had a strong negative energy in Shachi, and building residential buildings here caused many people to fall ill. Later, a feng shui master suggested building a school to use the youthful, vigorous yang energy of young people to dispel the negative energy of this place. Now, those bodies that had already turned into bones, infected by the zombie virus, had all crawled out from underground, attacking every living person they saw. Someone save me! The campus was in chaos, everyone was fleeing frantically, stumbling over each other in their haste. But I ignored them, fixed my gaze on the school gate, and strode forward. Whether they were zombies or skeletons along the way, they were all blown apart by my single swing. Finally, as I fought my way to the school gate, my body suddenly froze. Not just me, everyone, including the zombies, stopped in place, as if the entire world had hit a time pause button. A majestic and grand voice echoed in everyone's ears: "First divine grant, devil fruits descend, God-granted space opens." Then, I felt a blackout, and when I woke up again, I was in a strange space. There was no space, no time, only 2 light bottles, one large and one small. The large light bottle had God-given shop written on it in big characters, and the small one had personal panel. I was already familiar with these in my previous life. They were opportunities bestowed by an unknown entity, through which one could exchange points for corresponding items, including cultivation techniques, combat achievements, equipment, potions, and more. Just as I was about to go into exchange, that majestic voice reappeared in my ears: "Because you are the first to hunt zombies and reach 100 points, you will receive a God-given reward. And because you reached 100 points within 10 minutes of the apocalypse's arrival, the grade of the God-given reward has been elevated. You may choose one from the following 3 rewards." This was something I had not experienced in my previous life. Reward 1: Perfect Fruit. Makes your current Azure Dragon Fruit reach a perfect state, completely eliminating its side effects. After elimination, you can not only ignore the restraint of sea stone and seawater but also eat another devil fruit without your body exploding. Reward 2: Haki Genius. No need for point exchange, no need for cultivation, directly awaken all 3 types of haki. And even if you don't actively train, your 3 types of haki will automatically grow slowly. If you actively train, your haki cultivation speed will double. Reward 3: Divine Artifact Display. You can obtain a custom-type weapon. This weapon is of the supreme grade great sword level, and the damage it deals to zombies is doubled. Haki, fruit, or weapon, choose one of 3. 1 and 3 can immediately boost combat power, while 2 can slowly increase combat power, but with a higher ceiling. Based on my experience of obtaining the second God-given reward in my previous life, at least by that time, haki was not yet obsolete. As I hesitated, I suddenly remembered Teacher Kaido's golden words of wisdom: "Haki is the foundation." Roger, Shanks, and Garp didn't have devil fruit abilities, yet they still became peerless powerhouses, didn't they? Even Teacher Kaido, in pursuit of haki improvement, didn't properly develop his fruit much. He didn't even awaken it when fighting Luffy. I choose 2, Haki Genius. I no longer hesitated. Ability lies in refinement, not quantity. How strong the Azure Dragon Fruit is depends on how strong one's physique is. It's already difficult to develop one fruit to its limit. The next moment, I directly awakened all three types of hockey. A black and thin hockey covered my fist. This was armament hockey. Immediately afterward, I exchanged 10 points for 5 pieces of watery meat. This is food that can quickly replenish stamina, allowing me to last longer in battle. And the personal panel not only provides personal attributes but also serves as a communication tool. When human civilization is destroyed in the apocalypse, everyone relies on the personal panel's communication function to stay in touch. Moreover, it is very user-friendly, with many channels. By now, quite a few people had already started chatting with each other. Soon, the majestic and grand voice from before resounded again: space stasis is about to end. You can now enter the God-given space at will by thought. My vision went black, and when I awoke again, my consciousness had returned to my body. All around me were endless zombies, and panicking, bewildered classmates and teachers. I stuffed a piece of shuashura water meat into my mouth, wolfing it down as I continued to charge towards the school gate. Suddenly, a feeling came over me, and I immediately stopped. Right where I had just been standing, a skeletal arm reached out. This was observation hockey. I smashed it with my club, and simultaneously smashed the head of a zombie. My stamina was completely restored by the shuashura, and the baseball bat wrapped in electricity quickly dispatched the few rushing zombies. Then I transformed back into human form, directly got into the car, and sped off towards outside the city. On the road, there was an endless stream of fleeing vehicles. They thought that since the zombies broke out in the city, they could escape to sparsely populated areas to eke out an existence. But in this world, there was no longer an inch of safe ground. The car radio was still playing, broadcasting an urgent national announcement for everyone not to panic, to stay home and keep doors and windows shut. Our troops had been deployed, and our biological laboratories were developing an antidote. Everyone was asked to maintain order and not cause chaos. The first wave of the zombie virus spread through the air, infecting those with weaker constitutions. Therefore, hospitals and nursing homes were high incidence areas for infection. When the apocalypse came, the main transmission methods of the zombie virus became bites and blood. In such circumstances, soldiers in the military, who possessed the best physiques, had an extremely low chance of being infected. So, when the apocalypse arrived, the army could still play a certain role. But I knew this wouldn't last. If the army wanted to quickly clear out the zombies, they would need to use firearms and other hot weapons. However, doing so would prevent them from earning points. Without points, they couldn't grow stronger. As zombies constantly grew stronger and eventually became immune to conventional hot weapons, the army would become increasingly ineffective, and the collapse of social order would accelerate. So, the only way out now was for everyone to become a soldier and fight the zombies. This was a survival competition where only the fittest would survive. The car sped rapidly, and even if zombies blocked the way ahead, I chose to forcefully crash through them. Suddenly, my phone rang, and as soon as I answered, my sister's anxious and terrified voice came through. "Brother, where are you? There are so many zombies outside, it's terrifying." "I'm fine, how are you? Are Mom and Dad okay?" Hearing my robust voice, which didn't sound like I was in trouble, my sister finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom listened to you and took leave early to pick me up and bring me home. Dad is still at the hospital. He said he locked his office and is safe for now." "Brother, you're amazing. If you hadn't insisted Mom take leave, we might have died outside by now." My sister has been very puzzled this past month. Every day, my brother buys large quantities of daily necessities and sends them home. They ask, but he doesn't say, and they have no idea where he gets so much money from. I, of course, don't have any money, and a month isn't enough time to earn it. But since the apocalypse is coming, what do I have to fear? I borrowed from every illegal dark online loan available. If I didn't have to explain it to my parents, I'd probably even mortgage the house. However, with the God-granted space, there's actually no need to store too many supplies. These are just for emergencies. As we were chatting, a luxury car ahead lost control while trying to avoid a sudden lunging zombie, directly causing a chain collision. Many vehicles crashed into each other, resulting in destroyed cars and fatalities. I had long anticipated this scene, and by this point, it was too late to stop. I grabbed my backpack and baseball bat, directly transformed into my azure dragon form, broke through the car roof, and flew into the sky. This scene stunned everyone on the road and made the already intense car accident even more chaotic. I had no time to mind the noisy accident scene below. I soared into the clouds and flew straight in my chosen direction. Occasionally, I'd pull out a piece of water meat from my backpack to replenish my energy. I can't fly for too long right now. When all the water meat was exhausted, I had no choice but to descend from the sky and transform back into human form. I quickly scanned the surroundings and saw no zombies. I immediately entered the God-granted space, exchanged another 5 pieces of water meat, and stuffed them all into my backpack. Now, my backpack only contained these 5 pieces of water meat and 1 rumble fruit. Eating a piece of water meat, I didn't linger again and continued on my journey. Although water meat can replenish physical strength, if I continuously rely on it to recover, the consumption of physical strength will become faster and faster, and mental fatigue cannot be replenished. I opened the map and saw that I needed to find a highway and hijack a car. After finding the right direction, I transformed into the Azure Dragon again. This time, after flying for only 10 minutes, I spotted a highway below with countless cars speeding along it. What I was looking for was a sturdy SUV. Just as I was about to descend to hitch a ride, suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a faint light flickering on a large tree beside the highway. Curious, I descended towards the large tree. As I got closer, my dragon eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Heaven helps me. At the very top of that large tree, nestled within its dense branches and leaves, hung a fruit. This was a poplar tree, growing exceptionally tall. This type of tree does not bear fruit, but now, something defying common sense had appeared. Because this was a devil fruit. This fruit was shaped like corn, entirely golden, with white swirling patterns. It was another fruit I had never seen before. However, this was normal. There were far more devil fruits in the apocalypse than in the manga. In the manga, there were only dozens, but according to statistics from my previous life, there were tens of thousands of identified fruits. Of course, most of them were zoan types. Mythical zoan fruits weren't that rare after all, as the myths of various peoples around the world were countless, and every mythical beast or magical creature in them could become a new mythical zoan fruit. However, even if mythical zoan fruits were commonplace, they still deserved the title of strongest. He extended his dragon claw to pluck the fruit and placed it in the large backpack behind him. Once his points reached 1,000, he could unlock a new privilege in the God-given space. Devil fruit identification. This would prevent him from eating some undesirable fruits. Of course, identification was expensive. Each appraisal cost a full 1,000 points. Plus, most people were already incredibly lucky to get one devil fruit, so how could they be in a position to pick and choose? Just as he was about to catch up with the off-road vehicle again, a large truck in front suddenly overturned. 3 zombies crawled out of the truck and began to block and attack the surrounding vehicles. But at this moment, which car dared to stop? They all floored the accelerator and drove right over the zombies. One zombie was lodged against the front of a car, its rotting legs rubbing at high speed against the ground, quickly grinding down to bare bone. But the zombie felt no pain. It raised its fist and furiously smashed the car window, terrifying the man and woman inside, who shrieked repeatedly. Soon, the glass was shattered by the zombie. After being infected, these creatures' strength greatly increased. After smashing the glass, they began to climb into the car. The driver's face turned pale. At this moment, he could only drive madly, swerving left and right, trying to shake off the zombie. However, the zombie wasn't shaken off yet, and his actions triggered a multi-car pileup. Aoxin glanced over but ignored it. Instead, he landed next to the overturned large truck, transformed into his half-beast form, braced one of its overturned sides, and forcibly flipped it back over. The power provided by the Azure Dragon Fruit was terrifying. He disengaged his dragon transformation, got into the truck, and drove straight ahead. Upon arriving at the scene of the pileup, he transformed into the divine dragon again and moved all the vehicle wreckage blocking his path. Some seriously injured survivors, not yet dead, saw him clearing the road and opened their weak mouths to call for help. "Sir! Please save me!" He tried to raise his voice, but unfortunately, his ribs were fractured, and his lungs were also traumatized, leaving him so weak he could die at any moment. But he didn't want to die, so even with intense pain throughout his body, he clung to this sole straw of hope. Aoxin didn't even look at him. After clearing the road, he got back into the large truck and drove away with a flourish. Behind him, thanks to his efforts, those vehicles passed through the path he had cleared, and unconsciously, they began to follow closely behind the large truck. Perhaps, following this powerful figure was their only chance to survive in the apocalypse. Aoxin saw this scene in his rearview mirror but didn't care. If these people wanted to follow, they could, as long as it didn't affect his actions. With the large truck, his journey home was much easier. Such a big truck wasn't afraid of being hit at all. Along the way, zombies occasionally crawled out of the speeding vehicles. Some were sickly, and the zombie virus, after resisting until now, finally erupted. Some were accidentally injured by zombies during their escape, and because the wound was too small, they didn't pay attention, but still couldn't resist the viral infection. Car accidents happened frequently, and he would occasionally get out of the car to deal with zombies and clear the road. Behind him, a convoy followed closely, attempting to talk to him. "Brother, can you take me with you? I can pay." A corpulent, middle-aged greasy man with a bulging belly smiled ingratiatingly at him while smoking a cigarette. He was a big businessman, with assets worth billions. But now, he was no different from these ordinary people. However, he only received a single word: scram. The middle-aged man's face changed, but in an instant, he resumed his smiling demeanor. Having navigated the business world for many years, being slapped in the face was nothing. As long as he could achieve his goal, let alone a slap in the face, he'd even kneel if it meant success. "Brother, don't be so distant. How much do you want? 100,000? A million? 10 million? As long as you're willing to protect me, I can give you more money than you can ever spend." A pair of dragon eyes, filled with majesty, glanced at him, releasing a faint pressure outwards. Aoxin said coldly, "One more step forward, and you die." The middle-aged man was terrified, and he involuntarily knelt down. It was as if this draconic young man before him was the supreme being of this world. A faint burst of conqueror's haki scared away a group of people who were about to approach him. However, under the threat of life and death, some still wanted to fight for themselves. A beautiful, attractive older woman bravely stepped forward. Even in the apocalypse, she was still dressed so beautifully. Her elegant and luxurious cheongsam highlighted her figure perfectly, and her long, slender legs were accentuated by a pair of high heels, complemented by an extremely seductive face. Such a beauty, no matter where she was, could capture the attention of men. "Handsome, can you take me with you? You can do anything to me." She was a master at seducing men. In this bloody apocalypse, her intoxicating voice ignited a fire in the bellies of the surrounding men. However, Aoxin's response to her was still a cold scram. The woman's face turned pale. Her usually unfailing charm had failed at this moment. She saw the lecherous gazes of the men around her. If she couldn't attach herself to a strong individual, once this dragon man left, she would likely become someone else's meal instantly. "Handsome, She wanted to plead for herself again, but Aoxin had already finished clearing the road and was preparing to leave. Just as he was about to disengage his ability and get into the car, another burly man approached from behind. "Sir, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Seeing that Aoxin showed no signs of stopping, he quickly marketed himself. "Sir, I've read many apocalypse novels. Although you are powerful, don't you need people to build a base? I, Mengkue, may not have other skills, but I certainly have strength." Saying this, he also flexed his muscular biceps. "Sir, I am a fighting instructor, I can definitely help you." Aoxin stopped and looked back at him. Indeed, his body was extremely muscular and robust. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. This person made a good point. Civilization and order were about to be completely destroyed. To survive in the apocalypse, he needed to build his own safe base to fight against the zombies. These zombies grew extremely fast, and relying solely on himself, it would be difficult to protect his family at all times. Menkue saw Aoxan stop and turned to look at him, and immediately showcased his muscles in a 360 display. "Alright, get in." Seeing Aoxan agree, Menkue was overjoyed. He didn't care about his own packages, luggage, or car anymore. As long as he could follow this big shot, why would he lack living supplies? Fearing that Aoxin would abandon him if he was even a step late, he didn't dare to get in the passenger seat. Instead, he used his physical prowess to climb into the back of the truck. Menkue's success gave others hope. This big shot wasn't completely unapproachable. The greasy middle-aged man spoke again, "I." But he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. "Get lost." Even if Aoxin wanted to recruit people himself, he couldn't recruit too many directly here. One Menkue was enough for the early stage, and moreover, this person's loyalty was still a question mark, needing gradual testing. "Sir." The cheapao beauty saw him about to leave and quickly spoke again. "I can also work for you. Although I don't have strength, I can do cleaning for you. Housework, cooking, I'm also very good at." She knew that since this young man didn't take her with him because of her beauty, she needed to show her other value. She even added, "Sir. In the apocalypse, beautiful women are also a kind of resource. I think, with my looks, if you sell me, you could get a lot of benefits. And, I'm still a virgin." She knew deeply that men cared about this. Even though she had men wrapped around her finger, she had never truly let a man touch her. Because this was one of her greatest assets. Holy crap! Aoxin was astonished. Someone actually promoted themselves like this? This woman was truly ruthless. But it was precisely such people who often achieved great things. He looked deeply at the woman. "Get in the car." The woman was overjoyed. Without Aoxin's permission, she didn't dare to enter the passenger seat. Instead, she disregarded her image and struggled to climb into the back of the truck. Aoxin watched this scene, nodding secretly. This woman might not just be a pretty face. Others behind also wanted to do as these two did, but Aoxin's conqueror's haki shook again, startling everyone and knocking them to the ground. An experienced anime fan recognized this King Zora, it's Conqueror's haki. The boss has awakened Conqueror's haki. My god! How is that possible? Didn't the apocalypse just begin? The boss is too strong. After all, his Conqueror's haki was not of a high grade. Moreover, since Conqueror's haki could be cultivated independently in the apocalypse, it would definitely have to be practiced step by step from low to high grade. He couldn't directly knock out others yet. He got back in the car, started it, and continued driving forward. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. The big truck was running low on fuel and needed a gas station to refuel. Given that it was only the first day of the apocalypse, there should still be plenty of fuel at the gas stations. After driving for another 2 hours, he finally found a roadside service area. However, it was already overrun by zombies. Passers-by, who had intended to stop there for fuel and food, had to abandon the idea when they saw the large number of zombies entrenched there. But Aoxin had no such concerns. As soon as the big truck stopped, a group of zombies swarmed around it. Unable to get into the cab, they tried to climb onto the truck bed to attack Menkue and the beautiful woman. The two huddled in fear inside the truck bed, not daring to show their heads, praying that Aoxin would quickly kill these zombies. Aoxin opened the door, transformed into his beast form, and with a casual swing of his baseball bat, smashed several zombies climbing onto the truck to death. Just then, the convoy that had been following him also arrived at the service area. They had originally intended to resupply after Aoxin cleared out the zombies, but their appearance caused the zombies to turn and rush towards them as well. Helplessly, the convoy had no choice but to leave. Get down! Aoxin told the two in the truck bed to get down, then took a crowbar from the cab and handed it to Menkue. Go kill this zombie. Menkue took the crowbar. It was sturdy and felt good in his hand, making it a good tool for killing zombies in the apocalypse. After killing all but one zombie with a single blow each, he left one zombie for Meng Kuei to fight. He, meanwhile, began to refuel the big truck. At the same time, he also took the fire axe and fire shovel from the gas station and threw them into the cab, as they were also good weapons. Meng Kuei lived up to his reputation as a combat instructor. His strength, speed, and combat reflexes were all excellent. Furthermore, he had killed 2 zombies before escaping the city, so he was quite experienced in dealing with such creatures. If it weren't for his fear of the zombie virus, he could have launched an even fiercer attack. By the time Aoxian finished refueling, Meng Kuei had also successfully killed the zombie. Not bad. Aoxian nodded in approval, then told them, "Go find a few fuel barrels inside. We need to fill up more fuel to take back." The 2 immediately went to search. But soon, they ran back in a panic because there were several more zombies at the back of the service area, now chasing them wildly. After dealing with these zombies, Aoxian filled the fuel into barrels and placed them in the back of the truck. It was then that he finally asked the Chonsam-clad beauty, "What's your name?" Although the woman looked delicate and seemed useless, she had behaved well since getting into his car. She hadn't screamed even when zombies climbed onto the truck. This raised her score in Aoxian's mind. "My name is Lu Xiao." The woman quickly replied, seeing that Aoxian had finally asked for her name. "Sit in the passenger seat. You don't need to climb into the truck bed anymore." Aoxian's words surprised Lu Xiao. Did this mean the young man had acknowledged her? "Yes, master." Her address astonished Aoxian once again. She didn't even ask his name, instead directly addressing him as master. Only those who can set aside their pride and status can better survive in the apocalypse. After Meng Kuei climbed back into the carriage, he also returned to the driver's cab. He started the large truck and drove towards home. On the way, he received another call from his sister, Ao-chen. "Brother! Where are you? Dad is trapped in the hospital office, and I heard there are the most zombies in hospitals. Dad also has no food or water. I'm so scared something will happen to him." Ao-chen's voice was tearful, and his mother's voice could be heard nearby. "Xiao, how is your school? Take good care of yourself. Mom and Dad will find a way to save you." Ao quickly said. "Mom, don't worry. I gained devil fruit abilities. I'm super powerful now. Just wait for me a bit longer. I'll be home soon, and once I'm back, I can rescue Dad." Hearing him say he had devil fruit abilities, Ao-chen immediately turned from sadness to excitement. "Really? Brother? What fruit did you get? Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia? It would be great if you got a Logia." Influenced by Aoxian, Ao-chen also enjoyed watching One Piece and was very familiar with various devil fruits. Aoxian smiled. "It's Kaido-sensei's Azure Dragon Fruit, a mythical Zoan. It's even stronger than a Logia." "Wow!" Ao-chen immediately thought of the video someone uploaded in the God-given space communication channel. "Brother, is the Azure Dragon in the video you? You're so cool. Are you now able to destroy heaven and earth like Kaido-sensei?" Aoxian chuckled. "Whether it's fruit abilities or hockey, they all consume stamina. How can I have that kind of power now?" Speaking of devil fruits, Ao-chen immediately lost her fear, and the siblings chatted for a full hour on the phone. After ending the call, Aoxian called his father again, telling him that he was now an ability user and would soon be back to save him, advising him to hide well and not venture out. Sitting in his office, anxious and helpless, Ao-kong finally relaxed. After instructing him to be careful, he quietly awaited his son's rescue. When Aoxian drove the large truck into Biancheng, it was already late at night. The streets were currently filled with aimlessly wandering zombies. People outside had either found a safe place, or had already left the city. Or, they had already become part of the zombie army. In the silent night, the rumbling sound of the large truck was incredibly jarring. People who were still terrified and unable to sleep for a long time opened their windows one after another to check the situation outside. Aoxian did not go home, but instead headed directly to the central hospital. Here, hundreds of zombies were gathered. Aoxian took out a piece of juicy meat from his backpack and chewed it heartily, recovering his heavily depleted stamina. He got out of the car with Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, entered his human beast form, electricity wrapped around his baseball bat, and he began to slaughter the zombies wantonly. Under his immense power, with every swing of the bat, a zombie's head burst open. Entering the hospital, there was not a single living soul to be seen. In the outpatient hall, he randomly pushed open a door, killed the zombie inside, and said to Meng Kuei and the other person, "You two wait for me here first. I'll pick up my dad, and then we'll leave." "Yes, master." "Okay, boss." Although Meng Kuei was loyal, calling him master felt awkward for him, so after much thought, he decided to call Aoxan boss. Aoxan didn't particularly care about these titles, and instead found Lu Xiao's master somewhat uncomfortable. If his parents and sister heard her calling him that, they would definitely get the wrong idea. That Aoxan, who was about to leave the room, still decided to say to Lu Xiao, "Don't call me master, it's weird. My parents might misunderstand if they hear it." He scratched his head, which finally made the two feel that this decisive and powerful young man was also a normal student. Lu Xiao said, "Master, the sheer number of zombies in God-given spaces already indicate that this crisis is extraordinary. With your strength, you are destined to become a king in the apocalypse, and many people will certainly address you as we do. Your parents should get used to all of this sooner rather than later." Listening to her words, Aoxin couldn't help but glance at her. This woman's intuition is so sharp. One must know that many people still harbored illusions, thinking that the state could resolve this crisis. However, this woman already understood that this was the true apocalypse. All civilized order would collapse, and a new world order would be established by the strong. This woman herself possessed immense value. And she was gradually demonstrating her worth. "All right." Aoxan nodded, no longer arguing with her about this. After exiting, Meng Kuei and the other person immediately blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, waiting for Aoxan to return. Aoxan killed zombies while talking to his father on his phone. "Hello, Dad. I'm at your hospital. Which office are you in?" Ao Kong was hungry and thirsty, and his spirits were tormented by the zombies constantly banging on the door outside. In the middle of the night, he was half asleep and groggy when he was suddenly startled by his phone. Seeing it was his son's call, he immediately perked up. "Be careful, there are many zombies in the hospital." He didn't state his location, but rather warned Aoxin to be careful first. It wasn't until Aoxin made a video call to him, and he saw Aoxin's heroic appearance as a dragon man slaughtering everything, that Ao Kong finally relaxed. After his father pointed him in the right direction, Aoxin soon arrived at the door of an office in a corner. 12 zombies were gathered there, continuously banging on the office door, which already had many holes. If Ao Kong hadn't blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, they would have already rushed in and torn him to shreds. Aoxin swung his iron rod, exploding the heads of all these zombies, then violently kicked open the door. Although his father in the room was not in good condition, his body was intact, which was the best news. He took out a piece of juicy meat from his backpack behind him to replenish his father's strength. Ao Kong ate heartily while observing the mighty dragon man before him. "Is this the devil fruit ability you and Xiaochen talked about?" Ao Kong, trapped in his office, had also used the time to watch many videos and comments on the God-given Spaces communication channels. He had a general idea of some of the peculiar things from One Piece. "Ha ha!" Aoxin chuckled foolishly, casually swung his staff, killing another zombie that had stumbled in, and bragged to his father. "How about it, isn't your son handsome?" "Yeah. My boy is super handsome." Ao Kong also smiled and responded to him. With the apocalypse descending, he had witnessed countless people killed by zombies in the short time he was escaping. Now, his family was safe and sound, which was already the best news in the apocalypse. Leading his father out of the hospital, he could still see people observing from broken doorways of some houses along the way. When they saw Ao Kong following a dragon man, and that dragon man was incredibly ferocious, someone immediately shouted, "Old Ao! Save me!" They were Ao Kang's colleagues from the hospital and some family members who had come to visit patients, and they had also been trapped here when the apocalypse struck. As for the patients, their weakened physiques made it almost impossible to resist the zombie virus infection, and most of them had already turned into zombies at the first instance. Seeing his colleagues calling for help, Ao Kang hesitated and said to Aoxan, Xiaoxan, let's save them too, my colleagues are quite pitiful. But Aoxan shook his head, what good would it do to save them? The city is full of zombies, am I supposed to escort them home one by one again? Even if they get home, will they be able to survive? Ignoring the shouts of the group, he quickly pulled his father away. Passing by Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's room, after clearing out the zombies knocking on the door, he smashed the door open with his staff and brought the two out. My lord! Master! Seeing Aoxin return, the two immediately spoke respectfully. Ao Kang, however, was stunned. He looked at Aoxin in disbelief. Who are they? A brawny man and a stunningly beautiful woman. Why would such people be so respectful of his son? Moreover, he heard it clearly, that beautiful woman called his son master. Oh my goodness! He wasn't some old-fashioned fossil. Was his son having so much fun behind his back? Even with Aoxan's thick skin from 2 lifetimes, he felt a little hot at this moment, but still pretended to be calm and replied, 2 little brothers I picked up on the road. But Ao Kang's eyes clearly showed disbelief, an expression that said, you're definitely not telling the truth. Aoxan was speechless and had no intention of continuing to explain. He led them back to the large truck, had his father sit in the passenger seat, and then sent Lu Xiao to the back compartment. After once again clearing out the zombies in circle around the truck, he drove home. At home. Ao Chen looked at Lu Xiao in astonishment. What a beautiful woman. And what did this woman call his brother just now? Master? Oh, what has Big Brother been doing outside? He even dared to bring this woman home. And that muscular man, even if he claimed to be a special forces soldier, he'd believe him. He actually called his elder brother boss? At this moment, Lu Xiao, like a competent maid, stood quietly behind Aoxin, her hands clasped together over her abdomen. Meng Kuei was clearly a little at a loss. Although he was outgoing, this was the family of the boss he pledged allegiance to, and he didn't know how to interact with them. In the end, it was Aoxin's mother, Zheng Hong, who proactively said, you must all be hungry, come eat. After learning that her son was coming home, she didn't sleep and cooked all night, just so her son and husband could have a hot meal. She just didn't expect her son to bring 2 more people back, which meant there wasn't quite enough food. But fortunately, Aoxin had prepared plenty of canned goods in advance, and opening some of them made for a large table spread. Seeing Meng Kuei and the other person's restraint, Aoxin said, come eat with us. Meng Kuei was about to step forward when Lu Xiao said, no need, just some canned food will do. I cannot eat at the same table as my master. Ao Chen. Shen Hong? Ao Kang. Ao Chen's suspicious gaze darted between the 2 faces, and she suddenly exclaimed, I know. This is called Ao. Before she could finish her sentence, Aoxin flicked her forehead, making tears well up in her eyes. She grabbed Aoxin's arm and bit him. After some playful teasing, Aoxin said to Lu Xiao, eat with us, there's no need to be so particular. With his permission, the Cheongsam-clad beauty finally sat gracefully at the dining table. Ao Chen sat on her other side and quietly asked, Sister Lu Xiao, what exactly is your relationship with my brother? Lu Xiao frankly replied, the relationship between a master and a servant. Ao Chen. After dinner, Lu Xiao and Ao Chen stayed in one room, while Meng Kuei was arranged in the guest room. The next day, when they woke up, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After breakfast, Aoxin took out 2 devil fruits from his backpack and said to his parents and sister, I still have 2 devil fruits here. One is the rumble fruit, and I don't know what the other one is yet. You too should eat them. Having seen Aoxin's fierce azure dragon form and numerous invincible scenes of ability users from the videos, they now understood the value of these 2 fruits. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were both shocked, not expecting Aoxin to still have 2 more. A deep longing was evident in their eyes. Who wouldn't envy a devil fruit user? But they also knew that they were not worthy of possessing them now. However, Aoxan's strength was so great that he might be able to find more devil fruits in the future. At that time, as long as they performed well, there was a great hope of being granted one. At this moment, the two became even more resolute in their decision to pledge their loyalty. Ao Chen curiously picked up the two fruits and played with them, showing them to her parents. After seeing them, Ao Kong returned them to Aoxan. Give one to Xiao Chen. We are old. Even if we ate it, it would be a waste. Zhang Hong also said, That's right, Xiao, we're very content with you protecting us. Such a valuable item, you'll surely put it to greater use if you keep it. We won't eat it. Aoxan said, I already have the azure dragon fruit. My strength will definitely improve quickly from now on. If you too eat the fruits, you can also quickly kill zombies and then exchange for hockey cultivation methods. These are the real capital for survival in the apocalypse. However, after much discussion, Ao Kong and his wife still refused. No, if you have more later, you can give them to us then. Now, it's too wasteful for us to eat this. Aoxan, helpless, said to Ao Chen, You pick one. Ao Chen had been looking on eagerly for a long time. Seeing that it was finally her turn, she immediately became excited. She held the two fruits, looking left and right. The rumble fruit has a great reputation. If she ate this one, it would naturally be the safest choice. She didn't even know the name of the other one. If it was just a common Zoan type, it would be a huge loss. But after thinking for a long time, she still handed the rumble fruit back to Aoxan. I'll eat this one. Aoxan was surprised. You're not eating the rumble? The elementalization ability of a Logia type is invincible in the early stages. And who knows what ability that one will be. Ao Chen shook her head. In the divine bestowed space, there's a vial of demonization potion that can eliminate the side effects of devil fruits and allow someone to eat another fruit. Go, you're so strong now, you'll definitely be able to get the demonization potion, and this rumble fruit is very suitable for you. I'll just eat this one. Aoxan thought for a moment and said, Alright then, I'll appraise it first. If the ability is good, then you can eat it. Appraise? Ao Chen was puzzled. Fruit appraisal is a privilege that can only be unlocked after reaching 1,000 points. Ao Chen currently has 0 points, so of course she wouldn't know. He had killed his way home from school and then massacred zombies at the entrance of the central hospital. The number of zombies killed had already exceeded 1,000, which was just enough to unlock one appraisal. But upon hearing that appraisal required 1,000 points, Ao Chen immediately objected, No. 1,000 points, that's too expensive. 1,000 points can already be exchanged for one of the Navy 6 styles or a sharp sword. It's too wasteful to appraise one fruit. After speaking, she didn't wait for Aoxan's rebuttal, directly grabbed the fruit, which resembled golden corn, and shoved it into her mouth. After biting off a piece of flesh, she didn't even taste it but swallowed it with a gulp. Devil fruits taste bad, she knew that. Xiao Chen. Aoxan was shocked, not expecting Ao Chen to just eat it directly. If this fruit was very weak, there'd be no room for regret. But Ao Chen had already swallowed a piece of the fruit flesh. What's done is done. He can only pray that the fruit's ability was strong enough. The entire family, along with Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, all stared intently at Ao Chen, who had swallowed the fruit, constantly observing her changes. Ao Chen herself was also nervously feeling the magical energy within her body. Soon, this energy covered her entire body, and her body began to undergo unusual changes. Her cheeks elongated, ears grew larger and stood erect, and white fur, adorned with dark golden stripes, appeared on her body. Then, her entire body rapidly shrunk, transforming into a palm-sized white-furred, golden-striped little mouse. It's a Zoan type. Everyone immediately understood the category of this fruit, but this little mouse looked extraordinary, very likely not a common species. The little mouse spoke in a human voice, Brother. You guys are so big. Aoxan and others squatted down, curiously asking her, What type is it? Common species? Ancient species? Or mythical zoan? Ao-chan giggled, it's a mythical zoan. Hearing the words mythical zoan, Aoxin was overjoyed. It seemed her sister hadn't gambled poorly. Mythical zoans all have special abilities, what's yours? Ao-chan said, watch this. Saying that, she drilled down, disappearing directly into the earth. And this wasn't just earth, but the interlayer between buildings. Moreover, there were no bulges or damage on the ground, as if the little mouse had simply merged with the ground. Soon, the little mouse emerged from behind Aoxin and transformed into her human-beast hybrid form. Her human-beast form was extremely cute based on her original body. She grew large white ears with golden stripes, her hands transformed into sharp claws, and a slender white tail appeared behind her rear. Completely different from the vulgarity of the mole fruit. Knowing that everyone was curious about her abilities, Ao-chan didn't keep them guessing and introduced herself. Ahem. Young lady solemnly introduces my devil fruit abilities to everyone. Puffing out her proud little chest, Ao-chan happily announced. This young lady's fruit is called zoan. Mouse fruit. Mythical zoan. Treasure mouse form. It has 3 abilities. The first is to pass through all earth and rock obstacles, like burrowing through walls, which for me is like passing through a curtain of water. Everyone had just witnessed this, but hearing her describe it herself still felt very peculiar. Secondly, I possess an independent treasure storage space where I can store inanimate objects. Saying that, Ao-chan picked up a mop from the corner and stuffed it into her chest. Everyone's eyes widened, watching that long, thick thing enter her chest and completely disappear. Holy crap? Aoxin was astonished. 4-dimensional cleavage? The key was that this girl wasn't even that big. Her mother, Zhang Hong, even leaned her head into her daughter's chest and reached in to feel around. It's gone? Then, Ao-chan reached into her chest again and pulled out the long, thick mop. How big is this space of yours? Aoxin focused on this crucial question. As far as she knew, there was no storage equipment during the first period of divine bestowal. As for whether there would be any in the future, he wasn't sure. But if Ao-chan's ability had enough space, she could carry many things without fear of losing them. Ao-chan felt it for a moment and said, it's only 10 cubic meters right now, but as the fruit develops, this space will gradually get larger. Then, she continued to introduce her abilities. It's not over yet. I have another ability. Aoxin was even more surprised. Tunneling through walls, combined with a personal spatial dimension, was already god tier. She actually had other abilities? Ao-chan proudly stated, my third ability is treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? Everyone was puzzled. Ao-chan explained, I can sense the aura of treasures and pinpoint their location based on that aura. Right now, my sensing range can cover half of Biancheng. Holy crap! Aoxin almost cursed out loud. Tunneling, space, plus treasure hunting. He felt that his Azure Dragon wasn't so great anymore. But then he thought, the Azure Dragon also has many abilities. First, the ability to simultaneously control 3 natural elements, wind, fire, and lightning. Second, the ability to fly by riding the flame cloud. Finally, the enhancement of strength, defense, speed, and recovery, far superior to other animal-type devil fruits. Comparing the two, the Azure Dragon is more adept at combat, while the multitasking rat focuses on auxiliary abilities outside of combat. But there are also drawbacks. Ao-chan's voice was a little frustrated. The emergence of 3 superpowers meant that with gain there must be loss. Unlike other animal-type devil fruits, when I enter my beast form, my strength and defense are almost 0. I have no combat power whatsoever. When I enter my human-beast hybrid form, I also gain almost no boost in strength and defense, remaining exactly the same as when I'm a normal human, but I'm very fast. I estimate that my speed boost is at least twice that of other animal-type mythical beast fruits. By the end, Ao-chan was still very proud. This was indeed not a devil fruit skilled in combat, but its utility was even greater than that of the Azure Dragon. Treasure hunting in this era, what counts as treasure? There was almost no need to think. The only answer was devil fruits. Of course, it wasn't entirely so. Aoxin knew that secret realms would open in the future, and Ao-chan's ability would allow them to gain more benefits in those realms. By the way, put this rumble fruit in your treasure space, only there is it safe. After seeing Ao-chan's fruit abilities, Aoxian handed the rumble fruit to Ao-chan and transferred 30 points to each of them, so they could exchange for the cultivation methods of the 3 types of haki. Even without a devil fruit, as long as haki is trained to its peak, one can still become strong. In fact, even with a devil fruit, if haki is insufficient, one will gradually be eliminated by the apocalypse. After exchanging a common military knife for each of them from the God-given space, he let everyone out of the house. Downstairs, there were still countless zombies wandering endlessly. Aoxian transformed into a dragon human, smashed a zombie's spine with a club, and crippled its arms. He said to his father, "Dad, use this knife to cut off its head." Ao Kong hesitated. Although the other party was a zombie, it had been human in life. Asking him to cut off its head was like killing a person. He couldn't bring himself to do it. However, how could one not bring themselves to act in the apocalypse? Seeing that his father dared not act, Ao-chan volunteered, "Brother, let me do it. I'll show Dad how." After saying that, he drew the long knife from his hand and chopped off the zombie's neck with one strike. Thick zombie blood flowed out, and the pungent smell filled the air. Ao Kong frowned, but as a doctor, he didn't feel scared. Aoxian once again disabled a zombie in the same way, and this time, Lu Xiao proactively chopped off its head. After the 2 girls' demonstration, Ao Kong was finally able to do it himself. Then, his mother Zhang Hong also chopped off a zombie's head. As for Meng Kuei, he was capable of killing a zombie on his own. As a fighting coach, his combat ability was much stronger than his family's. Now they already possessed the haki training method. And the training for Busashoku haki relied on extreme physical conditioning and endless combat. Tempering the body in combat was the fundamental way to become stronger. "Dad, you guys train near home first. I'll go hunt zombies further away." Fighting zombies, besides cultivating the body, was also about gaining points. This was the currency in the apocalypse. Not only could items be exchanged from the God-given space, but they could also be used to trade with other people. The original monetary system had collapsed. "Brother, I'll go with you." Seeing him about to leave, Ao-chan quickly hugged his arm and pleaded. Aoxian frowned, "No, I'll clear out a batch of zombies near home, so you can go home to rest when you're tired. It's too dangerous to go far with me, and your devil fruit combat ability isn't strong." Ao-chan said, "I feel there's treasure in the southwest direction, I can take you treasure hunting." "Treasure?" Ao-chan's words startled Aoxian. What could be treasure now, besides devil fruits? "Alright then, stick close to me, don't run off on your own." MHM. Ao-chan nodded like a pecking chick. He instructed Meng Kuei, "Protect my parents well." Meng Kuei nodded solemnly, "No problem. I guarantee that boss's family won't suffer any harm." Aoxian took Ao-chan and headed southeast. Both were in their human beast forms, and the speed of the multi-treasure rat surprised Aoxian. With their speed and miraculous burrowing ability, those zombies couldn't even touch Ao-chan's clothes. Although Ao-chan's own attack power wasn't great, he could still wear down zombies through guerrilla tactics. Put. As Aoxian smashed another zombie to death with his stick, Ao-chan also successfully decapitated a zombie. However, frequent use of her ability left her breathless and exhausted. But she still happily showed off to Aoxian, saying, "Brother, I killed another zombie." Looking at the girl's expression that screamed praise me, Aoxian chuckled, "My Shaochen is truly strong." Yay! Hearing Aoxian's praise, the girl's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, and a pair of small dimples appeared on her cheeks. However, how could one be so complacent in battle? A zombie lunged from behind, biting at Ao-chan's neck. Ao-chan was startled and quickly tried to burrow away, but the massive expenditure of stamina prevented her from burrowing. The zombie got closer and closer. In the nick of time, Aoxian smashed the zombie's head to pieces with a single blow. "Brother, I can't fight anymore." Ao-chan panted heavily. She hadn't trained tirelessly for a month like Aoxin. Nor did she possess a talent like the hockey genius. With Aoxin's points, she had only gained the qualification to practice hockey, but hadn't awakened it yet. The multi-bow mouse also offered no significant physical boost. Her ability to fight until now was already the result of her regular exercise. Aoxin said, "Point me in a direction, and I'll take you." Ao-chen tucked her long saber into her treasure hoarding space, transformed into her beast form, and hopped onto Aoxin's shoulder. The palm-sized little mouse rubbed against Aoxin's scale-less cheek, and her sister's familiar voice rang in his ear. "There!" Aoxin immediately dragonized, letting out a roar that shook the 4 fields, startling countless people hiding in residential buildings. They poked their heads out one after another, only to see a green dragon, treading on fiery clouds, soaring straight up and into the clouds. Green Dragon! It's the Green Dragon boss from the movie. The Green Dragon boss actually came to our Bien City? Can he clean up the zombies in Bien City? Maybe the Green Dragon boss is one of us, from Bien City. Someone else filmed the soaring green dragon and uploaded it to the communication channel of the Godsend space. They dared not fight the zombies, only hiding in their houses, communicating with people all over the world through the Godsend space. Soon, a video titled Green Dragon Boss suspected to be from Bien City was trending. The comments under the video quickly exceeded 100,000. The Green Dragon Boss is one of the strongest people alive. Can he completely eradicate the zombies and restore order to the world? Currently, there are already over 100 people worldwide who have eaten devil fruits. But few have the combat power of the Green Dragon Boss, who can beat up zombies. I think the Green Dragon Boss is the strongest. Bar none. It looks like the Green Dragon Boss is leaving Bien City. He might just be passing through Bien City, otherwise, he would definitely be hunting zombies for points in Bien City. Above Bien City, Aoxin, following the direction Ao-chen pointed, quickly arrived at the place she said had treasure. Brother! Over there, in that patch of woods. Ao-chen, in her multi-bow mouse form, sniffed vigorously with her little nose. The closer they got to the treasure, the stronger her senses became. Aoxin descended from the sky, and upon landing, transformed back into his human beast form. Ao-chen, on his shoulder, also jumped down and transformed into her human beast form. The two quickly ran into the woods. There were few people here, and even fewer zombies. Only a scattered 2 or 3 zombies, whose heads he easily smashed. Stop it! Suddenly, Ao-chen screamed. Under a large pine tree, a shifty-looking man was holding a red heart-shaped fruit. At this moment, he was incredibly excited. After fleeing the city, he had intended to hide in the deserted suburbs, but who knew he would find this devil fruit in this patch of woods? He wasn't a fan of One Piece and didn't recognize what kind of fruit this was. But from the forums of the God-given space, he knew that no matter what it was a supreme treasure. Ha ha! This overwhelming fortune is finally coming to Wang Defa. He opened his mouth, full of yellow teeth, and was about to take a bite. Aoxin and Ao-chen's expressions both changed. It was too late. A burst of hot breath spewed out, instantly engulfing the man. He didn't even let out a scream before the hot breath burned him to ashes. Aoxin and Ao-chen quickly ran over. Seeing the devil fruit unharmed in the ashes, they quickly picked it up. Aoxin, who had already experienced the apocalypse once, no longer had any so-called compassion. He was not a good person. Killing people and seizing treasures was completely normal in the apocalypse. Ao-chen, however, felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Killing a living human for a fruit did not align with the education she had always received. Aoxin said, in the apocalypse, it's only the law of the jungle. Power is reason, weakness is original sin. If I didn't have this strength, and the devil fruit I obtained was discovered by a stronger person, I would suffer the same fate as this man. Ao-chen nodded lightly. Although it was only the second day of the apocalypse, she had also seen the ugliness of human nature from the forums of the God-given space. At least killing people and seizing treasures had a reason. In the apocalypse, it was more about the senseless release of evil within human nature. I understand, brother. Although she understood this principle, she still felt a little sad in her heart. She hugged Aoxian's arm tightly and looked at the fruit with him. A red, heart-shaped fruit with black spiral patterns. As seasoned One Piece fans, they recognized this fruit. This was the most expensive fruit in the world of pirates. Like the Nika fruit, it was worth 5 billion berries. This was the Opop no Mi Opop fruit. Aoxian looked at the charred remains on the ground again. The ability of the Opop no Mi was very powerful. In his previous life, the person who obtained the Opop no Mi was a famous strong individual. But this lecherous man bore no resemblance to the strong individual he remembered. He thought that this lecherous man must have died soon after eating the fruit, and then the Opop no Mi respawned elsewhere in the world and was eaten by a true strong individual. In the apocalypse, devil fruits, just like in the comics, would respawn randomly as long as the user died. Therefore, in the later stages, some strong martial artists would hunt down weaker users, attempting to acquire the respawned fruits themselves. But the success rate was extremely low because no one could predict the respawn location. Brother, the Opop no Mi can be given to Dad. He will definitely love this fruit. Aoxian immediately thought of the best destination for the Opop no Mi. His father, Ao Kong, was a surgeon. He would certainly be interested in it. Just what I was thinking. Put it in your treasure space. With Ao Chen accompanying him, Aoxian didn't carry his large backpack. This little girl was the best backpack. Safe, effective, and very convenient. Ao Chen giggled and tucked the Opop no Mi into her chest. She had discovered it with her own ability. It was her contribution to the family. She was very happy. Returning to the city, he once again transformed into an azure dragon, letting Ao Chen sit on his back, and quickly returned home. His parents, due to insufficient stamina, had already gone home to rest. Lu Xiao was diligently serving the two elders, which made them quite uncomfortable. Meng Kuei, however, continued to fight alone downstairs. He knew that merely pledging allegiance to Aoxian was not enough. If he wanted to be entrusted with important tasks in the future, he himself must possess sufficient strength. Downstairs, at this moment, many people were also attempting to kill zombies. After all, the exchange items in the Divine Grant space were far too alluring. However, even the cheapest tricolor hockey cultivation method required 10 points each, meaning they had to kill a full 10 zombies. They took out kitchen knives, shovels, wooden sticks, and all other weapons they could find at home, attempting to fight the zombies. But the zombies' strength, speed, and defense far surpassed theirs. From time to time, someone would be disemboweled by a zombie, or bitten and infected, becoming a new zombie. Meng Kuei saw Aoxian return and immediately reported to him on the situation after his departure. You've worked hard. If you're tired, go back and rest. Aoxian was very satisfied with Meng Kuei's performance. This spirit of enduring hardship and fighting desperately was a guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. No, I want to keep fighting. After Aoxian gifted him points to purchase the tricolor hockey cultivation method, although he still hadn't awakened hockey, Meng Kuei could clearly feel that every battle he engaged in brought a slight improvement to his physique. As a boxing coach, his physical condition was almost developed to its peak. He hadn't experienced this thrill of improving his strength in a long time. Therefore, he especially cherished this opportunity granted to him by Aoxian. Without Aoxian, although he was confident he could kill 10 zombies, he estimated it would take at least 5 days. Alright, but pace yourself, don't push yourself too hard. Aoxian took Ao-chan upstairs. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Xiao massaging his mother Zhang Han's legs. Although the two elders were in good health, they were, after all, old. After such intense fighting, their bodies were incredibly sore. Even though Lu Xiao's technique wasn't professional, having someone massage them still made them feel much more comfortable. Master. Seeing Aoxian enter, Lu Xiao immediately obediently called out Master. This woman was indeed sensible. Aoxian felt his judgment was good. Both Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao had potential for cultivation. After entering the room, Ao-chan immediately let go of his arm and jumped to her father's side. "Dad, we brought you something good." Saying this, she proudly took out the op fruit from her chest and placed it before Ao-kan. "It's the paramecia type op fruit. Dad, you're a doctor, you'll definitely love its abilities." The moment she saw the op fruit appear, Lu Xiao's heart trembled. But she immediately composed herself and continued to diligently massage Zhang Han's legs. However, her heart was greatly shaken, and she was even more glad about her choice. Another devil fruit. And the precious op fruit at that. If I perform well, will he bestow one upon me later? Ao-kan, however, wasn't particularly excited, as he hadn't watched One Piece. He took the op fruit from his daughter's hand, curiously examining it. The op fruit? Can I perform surgeries after eating it? He naturally deduced this from the fruit's name, but I can already perform surgeries. Does this mean it will allow me to do them even more precisely? Ao-kan was puzzled, so Ao-chan immediately explained to him. Dad, the op fruit can create a room, a space field, within which you can cut anything. And you can instantly teleport inside it. When you perform surgery, you cause damage to the patient's body. But within the room, cutting an object doesn't cause any damage to it. After removing harmful substances, it can even put it back together directly, with no scars and no pain. Isn't that amazing? Ao-chan's explanation was a bit disorganized. Seeing that her father still didn't quite understand, she found a video about the op fruit and showed him Law's abilities one by one. Ao-kan became even more astonished. Devil fruits were indeed miraculous. How about it, Dad, isn't it perfect for you? I found it. The little girl was looking for praise. Ao-kan also lovingly stroked her hair. Shinshin is so amazing. It's just that Dad is getting old. This fruit, you and your brother should keep it. Ao-xan said, Dad, I still have a rumble fruit. You should eat this one. Shinshin and I are giving it to you together. Besides, if you and Mom become stronger, I can also focus on my own things. Otherwise, I'd constantly worry about home. Ao-xan said this intentionally, and as expected, Ao-kan was persuaded. As parents, they didn't want to be a burden to their children. Indeed, as his son said, this world was too dangerous now. If he was too weak, his son would always be tied down, taking care of the two of them. How could he develop himself then? All right. Dad will eat it. He took a bite, and an awful taste filled his mouth. Ao-chan saw him frown and quickly explained, all devil fruits taste terrible. Don't spit it out. Don't chew, just swallow it directly. Just one bite is enough. Ao-kan listened to his daughter and swallowed the pulp in his mouth directly. Looking at the fruit with a bite taken out, he asked, what about the rest? Ao-chan said, just throw it away. The rest is useless. Dad, quickly feel the power of the devil fruit inside you, see if you can use it. Ao-kan followed suit. Guided by the power within him, he gently raised his hand and pressed, and a transparent dome appeared around him. He glanced at a mop not far away. With a thought, he swapped places with the mop. Dad! You succeeded! Ao-xan and Ao-chan were both very happy. Now try the ability to cut through anything. Ao-kan drew the army knife he kept nearby for cutting zombies and brought it down on the table. The table immediately split in half as if it were made of paper. Dad! Cut me! Try cutting me! Ao-chan excitedly jumped in front of her father, asking him to cut her. Ao-kan was speechless. Although his daughter had already told him about the abilities of the op no mi, hearing the request to be cut still felt strange. It was as if he had given birth to a mentally disabled daughter. Isn't that a bad idea? Dad's movements aren't very smooth yet. What if I hurt you? Ao-chan didn't listen, but no matter how much she begged, Ao-kan refused to cut her. Physical exhaustion gradually set in. Using any devil fruit ability consumes a lot of stamina. The op no mi's consumption was particularly high. Ao-kan, who had just fought a great battle with zombies, hadn't fully recovered his stamina. After experimenting a few times, he immediately couldn't take it anymore. He removed the room space barrier and sat on the sofa to rest. Ao Chen, on the other hand, obediently ran behind Ao Kong to massage his shoulders. While massaging, she suggested to Ao Xin, "Brother, I think we should try other places. My ability can find devil fruits. There are only a limited number of devil fruits in one place, but as long as we go to enough places, we'll definitely find more devil fruits. Then, we can give one to Mom, Sister Xiao, and Brother Meng Kuei too. We'll be able to dominate Biancheng." Ao Chen's suggestion made Ao Xian's heart flutter. Lu Xiao was also touched that Ao Chen was thinking of her. She was very good at dealing with people, and in this short time, she had already gained the goodwill of Ao Xian's entire family. Ao Xian sat aside, contemplating. His sister was right. With her ability, developing only in Biancheng would be a huge waste. Many devil fruits hadn't been discovered yet. Or, after an ability user died, their fruit would regenerate and hadn't been acquired by others. If he seized this opportunity and utilized Ao Chen's devil fruit talent, he could collect more devil fruits. This would not only enhance his family's strength but also be an extremely valuable resource. In the future, when people became familiar with this collapsed world and gained a foothold in the apocalypse, major forces would emerge one after another. Although he was powerful, he didn't have the strength to sweep across the entire world. These fruits could be used for trade to obtain the things he needed most. Or they could be used to win over strong individuals and make them his subordinates. However, he was always worried about his family's safety. "Xiao Xian, don't worry. Now Dad also has devil fruit abilities, and with the help of Miss Lu and young Meng, we'll be fine." Seeing his worries, his father said, "And you prepared food in advance, which will last us a long time. Even if it runs out, we can buy it from the Divine Blessing space, right? We can also kill zombies and earn points, so don't worry too much about us. Dad will protect your mom." His mother also chimed in, "Your dad is right. We don't understand this world anymore. You two go ahead and do what you need to do. With what you've helped us with, we can already survive in the apocalypse." Even Lu Xiao pledged her loyalty to him. "Master, I will definitely take good care of the two old masters. As long as I'm alive, they won't suffer even the slightest harm." Just at this moment, Meng Kuei, exhausted, returned to his room to rest. Hearing them discussing the matter, he also promised, "Brother, don't worry, I'll take good care of our parents." Ao Xian was quite touched. It was a good decision to take these two in. "Alright, then I'll leave my parents to you too. I'll transfer another 400 points to each of you. You can use them to exchange for potions and various foods, which will also help you improve your strength faster." His firm tone did not allow anyone to refuse. After transferring 400 points to his parents, Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei respectively, his points were basically all depleted. But killing zombies was easy for him now, and he didn't care about these points. Since his sister had suggested it and it had been approved, they needed to implement it quickly. Afterward, he used the God-given space to consume 10 points to establish a communication group and added his parents, sister, Meng Kuei, and Lu Xiao to it. This way, even if he left, he could still communicate with his family at any time and understand their situation. After finishing all this, he left home with Ao Chen, got into the large truck parked at the door, and the two headed out of the city. Where to? Ao Xian left the question of direction to Ao Chen. "You're a treasure hunting rat. Even if you can't sense treasures, your intuition should still be useful." Ao Chen thought it made sense. "Let's go west, to the provincial capital. There are more people there, the city is bigger, and the chance of a devil fruit appearing might be higher." Following the intuition of the treasure hunting rat, Ao Xian drove west towards the city. On the way, they occasionally got out of the car for a big battle. After exhausting their energy, they returned to the truck to rest while continuing their journey. However, the large truck was ultimately inconvenient, and Ao Xian felt he still needed an off-road vehicle. After entering the provincial capital, they continued along a straight line westward. The number of zombies here was indeed 100 times more than in Biancheng. Moreover, there were organized military forces here clearing out the zombies. Guns and cannons roared, blasting zombie limbs into the air. However, unless their heads were blown off, they still retained their ability to move. Aoxin's large truck was intercepted by the military. Military operation ahead. No passage beyond this point. But the soldier who intercepted them didn't just tell them to leave, he registered them and pointed them in a specific direction. Go in that direction, there's a shelter set up overnight, with our army stationed around it. It's absolutely safe, and there's food and water provided regularly. The country was indeed trying its best to stop this disaster, but unfortunately, this disaster was not something human civilization could contend with. Aoxin did not go to the shelter in the direction indicated by the soldier. They weren't here to seek refuge. After turning the car around, they decided to bypass this area. A military officer saw the large truck leave and did not step forward to dissuade them further. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a damned fool. They had said all they could, but if these people still wanted to leave, there was nothing they could do. Even if they were forcibly kept, if they were determined to leave, it would only lead to more trouble. Moreover, they were currently unable to deal with so many matters. For those willing to accept military protection, they would risk their lives to protect them. But for those who thought themselves clever and unwilling to stay, they could only be left to their own fate. Returning to the highway they had come from, at a fork in the road, Ao Chen told him to drive north, and Aoxin followed her direction. After driving north for about 7 or 8 kilometers, Ao Chen suddenly told him to continue west. This area was not surrounded by the military, and zombies were still rampant. Occasionally, people could be seen fighting zombies from buildings. They would use various methods to kill zombies and immediately retreat into their homes, then come out again after resting to find opportunities to kill more zombies. Everyone was trying every possible way to survive in the apocalypse. Suddenly, Aoxin's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't found a devil fruit, he had found something even better. In front of a luxurious villa, a Dongfeng Mencher was parked. This vehicle, described as an off-road vehicle, was actually equivalent to a civilian armored car. Apart from lacking a positioning system and weapon system, it was incredibly sturdy. It was Aoxin's ideal vehicle type. A young man, using the Mencher as cover, had opened a hole in the car door. He then climbed into the car and extended a spear to stab at the incoming zombies. Although it was difficult to hit their heads directly, grinding them down slowly allowed him to kill a few zombies. Aoxin parked the large truck next to this Dongfeng Mencher and jumped down with Ao Chen. With his dragon human form activated, a reinforced and weighted baseball bat was invincible. This bat was very effective. Even though he had enough points to exchange for a fast blade, he still used this bat. The young man, who was slowly grinding down zombies from inside his car, saw a large truck suddenly stop beside him and his heart sank. At this time, it was not uncommon for a rich man like him to be robbed. His father, whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol, tobacco, and women, was directly infected by the zombie virus and turned into a zombie, killing his entire family. Only he managed to escape by hiding in this Dongfeng Mencher in time. Since then, he had relied on this car to contend with the zombies. Just as he was feeling uneasy, wondering about their intentions, a dragon human and a cute girl with white fur and large ears jumped down from the large truck and killed all the zombies surrounding him. Holy crap! Big Boss Qinglong? He immediately recognized Aoxin's classic Qinglong appearance. How is Big Boss Qinglong here? Why did he save me? Is he going to rob me too? While he was lost in thought, Aoxin had already cleared all the zombies in the area and tapped on the car window. The young man inside the armored car cautiously opened the door. He knew that if Big Boss Qinglong wanted to, he could easily destroy his car. So, it was better to cooperate obediently. The other party was sensible, so Aoxin didn't make things difficult for him. A truck, half a truckload of diesel. I want your vehicle. He stated his purpose bluntly. Anyway, the truck wouldn't be able to drive after he swapped cars, so it might as well be used for trade. As for the diesel, he couldn't take all of it with him, so now was a good time to trade it. The young man's mouth twitched. He wasn't a fool and quickly understood Aoxin's intention. This was a scheme to get something for nothing. Big boss. I don't want anything. Please take me with you, and I'll give you the car. After nearly 2 days of surviving the apocalypse, he had deeply come to understand how terrifying it was, completely different from what he had imagined. Now that there was a strong person available, when else would he cling to them? Xin was speechless. This guy was really thick-skinned. After a moment's thought, he said, I have other matters to attend to, so I can't take you. How about this, 30 points, enough for you to exchange for the hockey cultivation method, in exchange for your car. But the young man still wanted to cling to him. Big boss, take me with you. I've studied wilderness survival. I can do many things. He was an apocalypse enthusiast, who once fantasized about how he would survive if the end of the world came. Therefore, he specially customized this reinforced civilian armored vehicle, modified the car door with a small viewing window, and also commissioned a boar hunting spear, which was divided into 2 sections for easy disassembly and assembly. He imagined that when the time came, he would hide inside the armored vehicle, extend the spear through the car door's viewing window, and be able to kill zombies. For this purpose, he also prepared a complete set of wilderness survival gear and a large amount of dry food, canned goods, and other daily necessities. In addition, he also raised 2 Kangal dogs, 1 Caucasian shepherd, and had persistently practiced archery for over 3 years. He thought that if the apocalypse truly came, he would definitely live a carefree life. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. His wealthy father, whose body had been hollowed out by wine and women, couldn't withstand the first wave of zombie virus infection and instantly turned into a zombie. As a result, his entire family was wiped out, and even the 3 dogs were infected and became zombies. He narrowly escaped into his car, but the survival gear and supplies he had prepared were mostly in the warehouse, and he didn't dare to get out of the car to retrieve them. After hearing about the young man's ordeal, Xin was speechless. How could the apocalypse be so simple? Taking you with me is impossible, I have other things to do. But I can help you clear out the zombies in your villa. With 30 points to exchange for the hockey cultivation method, you can also gradually become stronger on your own. Xin insisted on not taking him, which disheartened the young man, but having 30 points to exchange for the hockey cultivation method was still good. While he was trapped in the car, he had looked through all the items in the God-given shop. He knew that the world had completely changed. Points were the most important thing from now on. Xin and Chin took the young man into his villa and killed all of his zombified family members and beloved dogs. After trading him 30 points, they transferred a third of the diesel from the truck into the armored car. Train your hockey well, and you can also become a strong person in the apocalypse. As he left, Xin also encouraged the young man with these words. Boss. I'm Lin Tian. Can you tell me your name? If I want to find you, where should I go? Xin, who had just gotten into his car and was about to leave, was startled when he heard the young man's words. So persistent about him? But telling him wouldn't hurt, and if this person truly had talent, he could be taken under his wing in the future. My name is Xin. My home is in Biancheng. If you can walk to Biancheng, I'll consider taking you in. Leaving behind these words, he started his car and sped off, leaving nothing but dust. Left behind, Lin Tian murmured to himself, Xin? Just walk to Biancheng? I can definitely do it. Looking up and seeing the zombies wandering in the distance starting to approach, he quickly returned to his villa and closed the gate securely. With points, he could train hockey. After changing cars, Xin's speed increased. The sounds of gunfire and explosions roared in his ears, and he headed in the opposite direction of the noise. Killing zombies was useless. Even if a zombie's head was chopped off, these dead zombies would be devoured by other zombies, triggering evolution. To completely eliminate zombies, they needed to be burned, their bodies utterly incinerated. However, when zombie bodies were burned, the accumulated corpse gas within them would spread into the air, increasing the concentration of the zombie virus in the atmosphere and further infecting humans with weaker physiques. Moreover, the zombie virus would be catalyzed by high temperatures, becoming even more potent. This was a dilemma. The only solution was to cultivate hockey. Hockey was a body tempering process by training the body to its peak, one would fear neither the zombie virus nor the zombies. Other methods were merely temporary fixes. If only your treasure space were bigger. On the road, Aoxin complained to Ao Chen, then we could take all the diesel fuel. Now with limited fuel, the range we can search is also limited. Ao Chen sprawled in the passenger seat, slowly eating a bag of chips. Hearing Aoxin's complaint, she rolled her eyes. Humph. You think I don't want to? Developing fruit abilities isn't that simple. Aoxin, while driving, lectured her, eat less of this junk food. If you're tired, go to the God-given shop in exchange for some watery meat. It's great for replenishing energy. Ao Chen loudly refused, no. As the siblings bickered, Ao Chen suddenly sensed something. She quickly put down her chips and sat up straight, her large ears perked up, and her small nose sniffed hard. After sensing carefully for a moment, she said to Aoxin, "Brother, to the southwest. I feel a treasure." Aoxin's spirits lifted. Hearing about a treasure, he immediately became excited. He no longer bothered to get out and kill zombies, instead trying to bypass them, heading at full speed in the direction Ao Chen pointed. When they finally arrived near their destination, they found that things were not simple. This was a factory, and the outside was fenced with barbed wire. Many small machines and discarded tables and chairs were piled at the entrance to block zombie invasion. Behind the barricade, people had modified some long-handled knives with tools from the factory, using them to kill zombies attempting to breach the obstacles. Inside the factory, many people were still moving around, checking for leaks and gaps to prevent zombies from climbing in. If a zombie was spotted climbing the barbed wire, someone would immediately thrust it down with a long pole, to which a sharp, spear-like blade was welded. This place had clearly become a preliminary safe base. Being able to achieve this demonstrated that the organizers here were far from simple. You wait for me in the car. There were too many zombies outside, and this wasn't a suitable place for Ao Chen to cultivate. Aoxin picked up the baseball bat, opened the car door, and got out. Without even activating his dragon form, one swing split a zombie's skull. Another swing, and the zombie's head completely exploded. This scene utterly astonished the workers guarding the barricade at the factory entrance. Is this kid crazy? He dares to get out of the car with so many zombies around? When the workers first saw Aoxin get out alone to fight the zombies, they all thought he was looking for death. But the next second, when they saw zombies easily headshot, their eyes widened. Holy crap! Did I see that right? This kid is strong. 2 swings to kill 1 zombie? Is he even human? Even the so-called devil fruit users couldn't do better than this. The workers discussed animatedly, and all the zombies that had been trying to break through the barricade at the entrance were drawn to Aoxin. He still hadn't activated his dragon form, because he had now reached the bronze skin realm. His already decent physique, combined with a month of hard training, had given him a robust foundation. As a hockey genius, he directly awakened hockey, benefiting from both passive enhancement and a doubled active cultivation speed. His hockey progression was incredibly fast. He reached the bronze skin realm on the second day of the apocalypse. The so-called bronze skin, of course, didn't literally mean skin like bronze and iron. Body tempering progresses from the outside in. The skin is the body's first barrier. Training the skin to be tough significantly reduces the impact received by the body and the recoil force endured during attacks. This is the first transformation of the body during training. Strength, defense, speed, and recovery capabilities also improve comprehensively. Even without activating his dragon form, the Azure Dragon Fruit provided a certain physical attribute bonus to his human-like normal state. This allowed him to easily kill zombies even when not using his abilities. Furthermore, not using abilities and increasing the difficulty of killing zombies would accelerate his hockey progression. The workers behind the barricade at the factory entrance stared dumbfounded as Aoxin cut a swathe through the zombies. Soon, someone noticed a crucial detail. I know that car of his, it's a Dongfeng Mengsher. It's a civilian armored vehicle. He could have driven out of this zombie horde with it, but he deliberately stopped at our entrance. He must have an idea about our base. Exactly. Go tell the boss. Immediately, a worker left to inform their leader about Aoxin. Outside the factory, Aoxin fought his way back towards the car. At the car window, he said to Ao Chen, "Give me a block of watery meat." The massive consumption of hockey left him extremely fatigued, so Ao Chen immediately exchanged for a piece of water meat and handed it to him. He ate the water meat with his left hand, while his right hand held up the baseball bat, continuing to smash the zombies' heads. The combat skills honed in his previous life were gradually integrating into his current body. Although he didn't use an iron rod as a weapon in his previous life, the principles of martial arts are interconnected. He only felt the baseball bat in his hand becoming smoother and more natural to use. This is also why he hadn't exchanged for a sharp blade. On one hand, he looked down on the quality of the sharp blades available. On the other hand, early stage blades were not as effective as blunt weapons. Many zombies had gathered in front of the factory, and his attacks never ceased. Meanwhile, inside the factory, a burly man with a darker complexion, appearing to be around 30 years old, was led by a worker to this gate. He truly is a master. His expression was solemn. Ao Chen's effortless killing of zombies put immense pressure on him. If this man harbored ill intentions towards their base, could they possibly stand against him? Before coming, based on the worker's description, he had even entertained the idea of recruiting this master. But now, it seemed unlikely he could suppress him. Moreover, this master was young, at an age where one is full of vigor and pride. How could he easily submit to another? He immediately transmitted a message through the divine gift space. "Old Wang, Old Wei, Old Lu, the three of you come over, and each bring 2 more people." In the comms channel, Old Wang asked doubtfully, "Boss, what happened? We're about to kill this zombie." Old Lu also asked, "Yeah, Old Zhang, did something happen over there?" Only Old Wei, without asking too many questions, saw the message and immediately took the 2 people with him towards the north gate. Old Zhang said, "A master has arrived here, and he might have ideas about our base. I'm afraid we can't handle him ourselves. I need you to bring a few people to support us." "A master?" These people were even more surprised. "Boss, you have nearly 20 people there, and you can't handle one master? Is he a devil fruit user?" Old Zhang said, "No, he uses a baseball bat and can one-shot a zombie with 2 hits. He's very strong. He might have already awakened hockey." "It's only been a few days, and he's already awakened hockey?" Old Wang and Old Lu were astonished and understood the gravity of the situation. They told the workers around them to prioritize defense and wait for their return. Then they led 2 strong workers towards the north gate. These few were the ones in the factory who had already exchanged for the armament hockey cultivation method. Although they hadn't awakened hockey yet, with the cultivation method, their physical constitution already surpassed everyone else's, making them among the strongest few here. After everyone gathered at the north gate, they were also shocked by Ao Chen's combat power. Holy crap! Is he even human? He has definitely awakened armament hockey. More than that, I suspect he's reached that copper skin stage. He's no longer an ordinary person like us. The few of them gripped their weapons tightly. Fortunately, they were inside a factory and had turned out many handy weapons using lathes, which allowed them to easily fend off the zombies. Old Zhang even suggested bringing everyone's families to the factory, using it as a base to defend against zombie invasions. Not only did he propose it, but he also took the lead in doing so, driving large vehicles with Old Wang and others to bring back the families of their co-workers. On the way, many people, of course, died. However, even more were safely brought back. Therefore, he became the undisputed leader recognized by everyone and managed the factory's defenses impressively. Now, seeing Aoxin's strength, he couldn't help but feel nervous. "Boss, this young man is so strong, why don't we let him join us? Our lives would be much easier then." One worker suggested this. "No, what if he tries to take your position, boss? We absolutely cannot let him in. Besides, we don't know him. Who knows what kind of person he is? This is the apocalypse. What if he does something to your wives and daughters?" Before this person could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Shut up, you idiot. But some still felt it would be good to have another expert around. Boss, don't worry, we'll always only recognize you. No matter how strong that person is, if he really provokes us, doesn't he sleep? We have plenty of ways to deal with him. The chattering of the crowd left old Zhang feeling somewhat flustered. He stared intently at Aoxian's movements, growing more and more alarmed the more he watched. This young man was like a seasoned warrior. Every move and every stance was made for killing, without any unnecessary flourish. Furthermore, he could always predict the zombie's next attack and react in advance. He was certain this was definitely observation haki. Only after demonic transformation did Aoxian realize that to quickly improve his haki level, he couldn't rely too much on his devil fruit ability. In this battle, he could clearly feel that both his armament and observation haki had significantly improved. When tired, he'd return to the armored vehicle, where Aochin would hand him a water meat. He'd recover his stamina with the water meat and continue fighting. After a full hour, the zombies in front of the factory's north gate were finally cleared out by him. Shaking his sore arms, he strode to the factory gate. I need to go in and get something. He stated his purpose directly. But how could old Zhang easily trust him? What do you need to get? Xian couldn't very well say he needed to get a devil fruit. It seemed the devil fruit here was hidden in an inconspicuous spot, otherwise, it would have been eaten by these people long ago. Some vegetables, he said. As soon as he said this, old Zhang became even more convinced that Aoxian was after his base and intended to trick him into opening the gate to occupy it. What was that stratagem in military tactics? Faking a detour to destroy Gua. Although he was just an ordinary worker, he usually read military strategy books. This person wouldn't fool him. We don't even have enough for ourselves, you should look elsewhere. Old Zhang refused. Xian narrowed his eyes, knowing these people wouldn't let him pass easily. What if I insist on taking it? The threat in his tone was incredibly strong. Although he wasn't a good person, he wouldn't casually kill people under normal circumstances. He hoped these people would know what was good for them. Clearly, these people did not know what was good for them. After being threatened, it even sparked collective outrage. What's this punk trying to be arrogant about? Does he think he's invincible just because he can chop down a few zombies? Damn it, there are so many of us, why would we be afraid of you? If you've got the guts, come on in. The workers bickered and clamored, while old Zhang remained silent. He wanted to test how Aoxian would handle it. If he were to back down now, that would certainly be for the best. If a conflict were to arise, with so many people on their side, would he really dare to kill them all? After provoking public outrage, even if he took over this factory, wouldn't he still need people to manage and build it? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Aoxian wasn't interested in this factory. He also knew others wouldn't believe it. An invisible aura spread out. The workers felt as if they were facing the might of a magnificent king. Their hearts trembled with fear, and some even dropped to their knees with a thud. The most timid few were even scared unconscious. Only old Zhang and a few others who had begun cultivating could still look him directly in the eye, but their hearts were also wildly shaken. Haushiko haki. It's definitely Haushiko haki. One worker, still kneeling, said, "Boss, let him in. Even if he becomes the boss, it's not shameful." That's right. The workers who had just been cursing Aoxian, after being shaken by the Haushiko haki, surprisingly turned their allegiance one after another, wanting to welcome the new king. You guys? Old Zhang and the others had complex expressions. Even though they had sacrificed so much for them, at the critical moment, they would still sell them out without hesitation. After Aoxian unleashed his Haushiko haki, he no longer intended to negotiate with them. It was simply too much of a waste of time. A layer of black light enveloped the baseball bat in his hand, and with a forceful smash, the painstakingly arranged obstacles set up by the workers were broken through. Old Zhang gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, but ultimately did not dare to make a move. Xian glanced at him. He had naturally noticed those small gestures. You'd better behave. Think about whose head is harder, yours or a zombie's. Then, he beckoned towards the armored vehicle, Xiao Chen. Come. Hey. Coming. Ao Chen, who had been watching the show all along, heard his call, immediately pulled out the keys and jumped out of the car, bouncing towards Aoxan. What a beautiful girl. Only then did they realize there was another person in the car, who was actually a beautiful girl in her mid-teens. This made them start to speculate about Aoxan's identity. Ao Chen ran to Aoxan's side, hugged his left arm as if she were back home, and led him deeper into the factory. The workers watched their receding figures, and some were staring at the car parked at the entrance. A Dongfeng Mangshur, huh? If we could get our hands on that car, we'd have an easier time going into the city to search for supplies. If you're not afraid of that expert, then go ahead and steal it. No matter how strong he is, he's still human. By the time he finds out, I'll have already stolen the car. Haha, if you run off, he'll take his anger out on us. Do you want us to die? Old Zhang irritably interrupted their argument. No one is allowed to touch that vehicle. Otherwise, you're making an enemy of our entire base. A few of you, come with me to see what they're up to. If they really just took a few things and left, that would be fine. I'm just afraid. Aoxin sniffed her delicate little nose as she led Aochen behind the storeroom. Old Zhang and the others, who were following them from a distance, looked puzzled. What are they doing going to the mess hall? Could it really be to get some vegetables? In the mess hall, a group of women were cleaning vegetables, cutting meat, and scrubbing pots. They were the workers' families, and after being brought to the factory, they were in charge of logistics. Seeing Aoxin and Aochen enter at this moment, they all felt very strange. They had never seen these two before. And with Aoxin and Aochen's looks, if they had seen them, even just once, they would remember for a long time. Clearly, these two were not from the factory. Who are you two? A plump middle-aged woman blocked their way, asking rudely. Not to mention strangers, even fellow workers couldn't just enter the kitchen. In the apocalypse, supplies were limited, and every resource had to be allocated rationally. How could people come and go as they pleased? Get out! Aoxin snorted coldly, and the shrew immediately flared up. What did you say, you little bastard? You uncultured brat! Where do you think this is? You dare talk to me like that, I'll hang you by the door and feed you to the zombies later. She then looked at Aochen. Oh. And you're with a pretty little girl too? Which club did you pick her up from? We'll let the bachelors in the factory have some fun with her later. Aoxin looked up, his eyes filled with inviolable dignity. Just as the shrew was filled with dread, the baseball bat in Aoxin's hand slammed down. Xiu Hua. Behind him, old Wang, who had followed them into the mess hall, was instantly enraged. He only saw that the young man had smashed his wife's head with a single blow. Brains splattered all over the floor, and the women in the room immediately let out terrified screams. Murder! Murder! They had seen zombies kill before, but this was the first time they had seen a human kill another human. Old Wang raised the steel knife in his hand. I'll fight you to the death. His forehead veins bulged, and rage filled his chest. Old Wang, calm down. Old Zhang tried to pull him back, but how could an enraged old Wang be easily restrained? His hatred over his wife's death made him lose all reason. There was boundless potential in an angry person. He rushed towards Aoxin with his knife like a raging beast, vowing to avenge his wife. Seeing that he couldn't stop old Wang, old Zhang stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. Brothers, charge together. Our women have been humiliated, we cannot let this villain go. Aoxin was expressionless. Cursing him might not provoke much, but cursing his family? He would definitely make them pay a bloody price. Aochen, in the apocalypse, it's not just zombies that are dangerous, but people too. Often, the evil in human hearts is more terrifying than zombie monsters. You are now brave enough to kill zombies, but do you dare to kill people? Oxin didn't even look back, simply took a step to the side, raised his baseball bat, and shattered old Wang's skull. Order has collapsed. If someone bullies or insults you, you must teach them a bloody lesson. Aoxin turned to face the charging workers, lecturing Ao Chen as he did so. Ao Chen was speechless. She was brave enough to kill zombies, but killing people was still something she couldn't bring herself to do. To survive in the apocalypse, you must abandon all mercy. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, I will eliminate them, no matter how far away. As his voice faded, Aoxin opened his mouth and exhaled a hot breath. A scorching flame shot out more than 10 meters, incinerating all the charging workers into ashes. Ah! He's a devil fruit user. At this point, how could anyone else not understand that Aoxin was a power user? Old Zhang, the leader, retreated in terror, but how could Aoxin give him a chance to escape? He immediately dragonized and swiftly caught up. 2 bursts of hot breath swept across, killing all the workers who had chased into the cafeteria. Returning to Ao Chen's side, the girl was still somewhat at a loss, while the women huddled fearfully in a corner, shrinking back as his gaze fell upon them. Their psychological defenses immediately crumbled. Big brother! Please don't kill me! I'm sorry! Don't kill me! Tears and snot streamed down their faces, their wails echoing through the cafeteria, attracting more people. Xiao Chen, kill them! Aoxin pointed indifferently at the women. The rule of the apocalypse: cut the grass and pull out the roots. Since hatred had been sown, it was best to eliminate future troubles. Many people had brought disaster upon themselves due to a moment of compassion. O Chen clutched his sleeve tightly. I. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl, still unable to shift her mindset from civilized society to the apocalypse. Brother, the person who cursed you is already dead. They are innocent, just let them go. Aoxin let out another hot breath. The ground was covered in charred remains. Xiao Chen, this is the apocalypse. A small disagreement can spark a conflict, and any conflict must end with one side suffering casualties. He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with remembrance. In his previous life, he once thought that killing only those who had conflicts with him was enough. He thought he was cold-blooded enough, but he still died due to being a holy mother at that moment. Someone had advised him that killing the enemy was enough, there was no need to involve their family. However, that person's child, after gaining strength, began to frantically seek revenge on him. Under the scheme of 2 scoundrels, he successfully died at the hands of that young man. In this life, he would rather be called a demon than show any trace of compassion again. They arrived at the location Ao Chen had sensed. This was the factory cafeteria's food storage warehouse. He violently smashed it open with a single blow, and they found the devil fruit, crushed beneath a fruit basket. It was still a type he didn't recognize. He handed it to Ao Chen, who placed it in her treasure space. The two then left the factory. However, just as they reached the factory gate, they saw their car being driven away. Although Ao Chen had removed the key, there are always locksmith masters among the common folk who could open it. Directly transforming into an azure dragon, he carried Ao Chen into the sky and quickly spotted his car. The azure dragon swooped down, and with a single impact, overturned the car. Returning to human form, Ao Chen took out the key and opened the car door. He reached in and pulled out the worker from inside the car. "Boss, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." The man was so terrified he soiled himself, and a foul stench filled the air. Aoxin frowned, then hurled him against a large tree by the roadside. In mere moments, the man's brains burst forth, and he was undeniably dead. Back in the car, the usually playful Ao Chen was very quiet all the way. She was genuinely frightened by Aoxin's decisive and ruthless methods today. It was as if he wasn't her brother at all. After a long while, she cautiously spoke. "Brother, you were so scary just now." Aoxin sighed. "Xiao Chun, remember, it's the apocalypse now. Besides our family, there's no one in this world who can't be killed." Suddenly, Ao Chen blurted out, "Brother, did you? Are you reincarnated? What the heck? Did I show any weaknesses? Why did this girl suddenly say that?" Seeing his surprise, Ao Chen became even more certain of her guess. "Before the apocalypse started, you hoarded food like crazy. I asked you where you got the money, but you wouldn't say. I guess you ripped off some illegal online loans, right? Before, I was puzzled, but after the apocalypse descended, I suspected that you must have known it was coming, which is why you did all that. You also insisted that Mom take leave and bring me home. You were so firm, you must have known. Moreover, ever since you came home, I've felt like you're a stranger, as if you're a different person. You're completely unlike the AOXIN from before. The old AOXIN wouldn't kill people so decisively. I've also read a lot of web novels. I think, for this situation to occur, there are only two reasons: either you were reincarnated, or you were body snatched. By the last sentence, Ao Chen's voice grew lower and lower. She dared not look at AOXIN, fearing that her brother was no longer himself. AOXIN was surprised. He had done so many unreasonable things, and Xiao Chen had always been smart. It wasn't unexpected that she could figure these things out. He chuckled, "What if I was body snatched?" Ao Chen mustered her courage and stared at him, saying, "If you were body snatched, after I knew your secret, you would definitely kill me, right? But I still want to know the truth. Even if you want to kill me, Mom and Dad don't know anything. For the sake of using my brother's body, can you be good to Mom and Dad? Also, if you were body snatched, is my brother dead now? Can I still see him?" AOXIN was touched by her words. The little girl wasn't loved in vain. Even knowing that asking this was risky and could lead to her death, she still wanted to know her brother's safety and constantly worried about their parents. His heart warmed, and his tone unconsciously softened. "Don't worry, your brother is still your brother. I was reincarnated." "Really?" Ao Chen was still a bit skeptical. AOXIN was speechless, and reached out to flick her forehead. "Really? Ouch. You stinky big brother." But after being flicked on the forehead in such a familiar way, she was instead convinced that the person in front of her was indeed her brother, and not someone possessed. Knowing this, the tension and anxiety in her heart disappeared, and she suddenly said excitedly, "Brother, how did you die in your previous life? Was I powerful in your previous life? And what about Mom and Dad, are they safe?" Mentioning his past life, AOXIN's mood became somewhat heavy. "You all died." Ao Chen was silent at the words. What a sad story this was. AOXIN said with a serious expression, "But in this life, I will not let any of you be harmed again. In this world, no matter who it is, if they dare to harm you, I will wipe out their entire clan. Xiao Chun, we will definitely survive until the very end." After leaving the factory, the two continued westward. On the way, after encountering a horde of zombies, they would get out of the car and fight them. To train Haki, AOXIN no longer activated the power of the Azure Dragon. Ao Chen had not yet awakened Haki and was very weak, but with the speed boost from her multipurpose rat, she was able to fight the zombies with ease. The two walked westward for 3 days like this. "Brother, the knife is blunted." After another fierce battle, Ao Chen was panting in the passenger seat. Her knife was an ordinary naval cutlass, and after so many battles, its edge was blunted, and its efficiency in cutting zombies had greatly decreased. AOXIN took the long knife from her hand and looked at it. Besides the nicks, the blade was also curled, and even the interface of the handle was slightly loose. This was also why he didn't exchange for swords. Ordinary swords were very difficult to use. Even good quality swords didn't impress him. To support long battles, at least great-grade swords were needed. Weapons of this caliber, coupled with years of nurturing with armament Haki, could continuously improve their quality, reaching an indestructible state. If it's blunted, just get a new one. AOXIN was indifferent to this, spending 100 points to exchange a new ordinary naval cutlass for Ao Chen. As for her original one, it wasn't actually unusable. With some regrinding and repair, it could still be used. But he had no equipment and no time. Fortunately, the God's Blessing space could recycle items. He directly had the blunted knife recycled by the space, and even got back 50 points. Although it was a rip-off, he had to tolerate it for his sister's strength improvement. For 3 days, they hadn't found any more devil fruits. This made Ao Chen's initial enthusiasm somewhat dampened. She even suspected if there was something wrong with her ability, or if there simply weren't that many devil fruits in the world. But Aoxin told her that this was normal. In his previous life, he lived until the second period of God's blessing. According to statistics from a certain powerful faction, there were over 10,000 different ability users who had appeared. Although much more than the fewer than 100 devil fruits in the comic, when averaged across a global population of nearly 10 billion, they seem incredibly scarce. 1 in a million. It was already remarkable that he could obtain 5 devil fruits in just a few days. Brother, let's head in that direction. Aochin tucked the new sword into his treasure space, pointing to a small path beside a fork in the road as he spoke to Aoxin. There? Aoxin was surprised, looking at the map. That path led deep into the mountains. They were already on the outskirts of the imperial capital, surrounded by mountains. If they headed into the mountains, the number of zombies would decrease. In his previous life, many people indeed fled into the deep mountains, waiting for the apocalypse to end. As a result, the apocalypse quickly destroyed human civilization completely. Although those who escaped into the deep mountains avoided the zombie hordes, they also lost the opportunity to grow stronger. They either starved to death for lack of food, or became infected with the zombie virus as its concentration in the air grew higher and higher. Or they died at the jaws of wild beasts. I have a feeling there will be good stuff there. Aochin herself wasn't entirely sure. After all, intuition was too mystical. The few times she had pointed the way based on intuition before, they hadn't found any treasures. Alright, I'll listen to you. But Aoxin trusted her completely and immediately drove towards the mountains. With no zombies blocking the way, the car sped forward at full throttle. Aochin propped her pair of fair, tender legs up front, swinging them while snacking and browsing videos and posts in the God-given space. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Suddenly, the girl burst into a neurotic laugh. Aoxin was wondering what was going on when she exited the God-given space, still laughing, and shared the gossip she had seen with Aoxin. Brother, I just saw a post where someone is complaining because they didn't get a devil fruit. Aoxin? What's so funny about that? He wondered if his silly sister had really lost her mind. Seeing the look on his face, as if he were staring at an idiot, Aochin immediately became displeased. Hey, what's with that expression? Do you know who this person complaining is? Who is it? Aoxin felt that no matter who it was, no one could be this funny. How many devil fruits are there anyway? Not getting one is normal. It's Oda. Aochin laughed and spoke a name. Aoxin was stunned. What the heck? He also started laughing heartily. It really is funny. Oda, the old scoundrel, must be fuming. Don't you know, this post is going viral in the God-given space right now, and some people even want Oda to teach them hockey techniques. But Oda said, I'm just a crappy painter, what the hell do I know about hockey? Ha 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 ha. Thinking about my previous life, it seems Oda didn't really make a name for himself. Even though the divine bestowed upon him the world he wrote, it no longer has much to do with the original author. Deep in the mountains, in a dilapidated Taoist temple, an old Taoist priest, on the verge of death, was jointly thrown out by 3 burly men. No! You can't do this. The old Taoist priest was really too old, and his legs and feet weren't very agile. If I hadn't practiced chi cultivation and healthy living daily, I would have been infected by the zombie virus in the air long ago. But while his origin was firm, his body was utterly decayed. Stinky Taoist. It's an honor for the Taoist ancestor that I'm using your temple. Keep nagging, and I'll kill you directly. A fierce-looking bald tough guy viciously kicked the old Taoist priest, knocking him down again just as he had managed to sit up from the ground. Brother Joe, I just went to check. There's still some rice behind the temple. If we ration it, it'll last a month. Plus the supplies we brought, surviving the zombie horde shouldn't be a big problem. A thin young man walked out of the Taoist temple and, with a cheeky grin, reported what he had seen to the bald man. The bald man nodded, satisfied. There won't be any zombies in this godforsaken place. We'll just wait for the military to completely eliminate the zombies before going back. Just as they were about to return to the Taoist temple, another burly man came, carrying a 5 or 6-year-old young Taoist priest, and threw him directly onto the old Taoist priest. Damn it, how did you hide another little brat? You dare to steal my food, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he gestured with a dagger at the 2 Taoist priests, then left with a sinister laugh, slamming the temple's main gate shut. Inside the walls, a clattering sound emerged. What is all this junk? Tear down that altar table, we can use it for firewood. Get rid of the statues, they take up too much space. Brother Zhou, the statue in the main hall is too big, we can't move it. Can't move it? Can't smash it? If we smash it, maybe there's some gold. When we go back, we can make a fortune. 2 small statues were thrown out from inside the wall, landing right on the old Taoist priest's thigh, fracturing his already osteoporotic leg. Ouch! The old Taoist priest cried out in pain, but what pained him more was seeing the statues in his temple being discarded like trash. You will suffer retribution. Lord Lei will punish you. On a winding mountain path, an armored vehicle sped along recklessly. As dusk approached, Aoxian planned to park the car by the roadside and rest for the night. Just as he rounded a mountain bend, he suddenly saw some light ahead. Light? Light meant people, but in the apocalypse, others were the least trustworthy. Should he kill the owners there just to have a safe place to stay? Though brutal, he wouldn't harm innocent people. He parked the car by the roadside, intending to spend the night there, using the distant light as a guide. Getting out of the car, Ao Chen took a camping set, a large tent, from the back of the vehicle and unfolded it on the spot. Although the apocalypse was dangerous and zombies were terrifying, under Aoxian's careful protection, Ao Chen wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt a sense of excitement. Sitting on a mat, she looked up at the sky. The zombie virus had clouded the air, making the stars and moon in the sky appear somewhat blurry. Brother, tell me about your past life. Ever since she learned that Aoxian was a reborn person, Ao Chen loved to pester him to tell her stories from his past. To her, the experiences of ordinary people struggling to survive in the apocalypse sounded incredibly captivating. All right. These things, he might only tell his sister. And to have someone who could listen to his past secrets was, in a way, a kind of happiness. Sitting on the mat, he placed his baseball bat within easy reach. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life. No matter when, a weapon must never leave your hand. My past life. His star-like eyes sank into distant memories. Suddenly, a soul-stirring roar erupted, and he sprang to his feet. Brother, what's wrong? Ao Chen tensed up when he saw him suddenly stand up. He quickly took out his long blade from his treasure space and cautiously looked around. It's a zombie roar. Aoxian's expression was serious. He already had the baseball bat in his hand, his gaze fixed on the bright light in the distance. The roar was coming from there. Zombie roar? Ao Chen didn't understand. What was a zombie roar? A zombie roar is the roar of a zombie. Aoxian explained, but when have you ever heard a zombie roar? Ao Chen, reminded by him, then realized that he had killed many zombies, but had never heard a zombie speak, let alone roar like this. Zombies' bodies decay, and their vocal cords rot, so they can't make a sound. However, as zombies evolve, their bodies will gradually be repaired and slowly acquire basic physical functions, such as speaking. But to make a sound, they'd have to be at least a 1-star zombie. 1 star? Ao Chen didn't know about zombie classifications yet. Aoxian said, newly turned zombies are just unranked, the lowest class of zombies. Lower-class zombies are merely walking dead, stumbling forward slowly. They can occasionally perform a few pouncing actions. Apart from being stronger and having harder bones, they are not difficult to deal with. Even ordinary people have a chance to kill them. When they repair their bodies by devouring flesh and blood, and no longer decay, they will complete the first step of evolution. At this point, besides being covered in corpse spots and reeking of decay, they can walk like normal people. By then, they are faster and can perform human-like fighting moves, not just simple grabbing and biting. At this stage, they are 1-star zombies. 1-star zombies are also called flesh zombies. Flesh zombies' bodies have been restored, so they can roar. But to deal with flesh zombies, one must at least reach the copper skin realm. It's no longer safe here. Aoxin said to Ao-chen, "You go back to the car. I'll go check ahead. If it's just flesh zombies, it's fine. But if it's 2-star zombies, we're in danger." He himself was only in the copper skin realm. To deal with 2-star zombies, which are the juncture stiff zombies, he would need to reach the iron bone realm. But the apocalypse had only started 5 or 6 days ago. Zombies shouldn't evolve this quickly. After seeing Ao-chen into the armored car, he transformed into his dragon form, picked up the iron rod, and headed towards the source of the roar. As he approached, he discovered that the place emitting the bright light was a dilapidated Taoist temple. Leizu Temple? Hidden in the mountains, so dilapidated, it certainly wasn't a commercialized Taoist temple. This was where true Taoists would reside. Ah! A man's cry of alarm came, followed by the clatter of pots, pans, and bowls being knocked over, a chaotic noise. The temple gates suddenly opened, and a bald man rushed out in a panic. "Help! Help!" Even though he knew no one would rescue him in the deep mountains, he was still desperately shouting. As he ran out the main gate, he was met by a dragon man wielding an iron club. In the dark of night, under the dim moonlight, he was so scared that he plopped down on the ground. Monster! Monster! Fear spread through his heart. He didn't even consider that this was an ability user in the divine gift space who had been photographed eating a dragon fruit. His mind collapsed at that moment. He defecated and urinated all over himself, then began to giggle. Aoxin had a dark look on his face. Such a big bald man, yet such weak mental fortitude. Just as he was about to step into the audience, he saw the dilapidated wall of the main hall of the Taoist temple collapse with a crash. An elderly man with dark skin, dressed in a Taoist robe, was frantically biting the body of another man. On the ground, there were several other bodies that had been gnawed to pieces. The old Taoist priest heard the noise and looked back. The moment Aoxin's eyes met his, he thought, "This isn't good. Not a flesh corpse, but a zombie." Even while feeding, the old Taoist priest kept his limbs straight. His dried hands were covered in sharp claws, and from his mouth dripped 4 blood-stained fangs. These were clearly the characteristics of a zombie. A zombie is a flesh corpse that has further evolved by strengthening its body with a large amount of zombie virus, resulting in the virus accumulating within the body before being digested. The accumulated virus causes the zombie's body to stiffen, but it also creates a body of copper skin and iron bones, making it extremely difficult to kill. Fortunately, its fatal spot is still the head. As long as the head is cut off or smashed, it can still be killed. Damn it! In such an out-of-the-way place, where did it get so much virus to evolve? Aoxin cursed under his breath. The zombie Taoist had already thrown away the half-eaten corpse in his hand and leaped up, lunging at him. Although the zombie's body was stiff, with that single leap, it was already right in front of him. Aoxin quickly raised his baseball bat to block. The zombie bit down, leaving 4 deep teeth marks on the baseball bat. Heat breath. A blast of hot breath sprayed onto the zombie's face, but it only burned off its hair and clothes. Although its skin was somewhat scorched, it was largely unharmed. Roar! The zombie Taoist roared, waving its claws, and lunged again. Lightning Bagua. Although he couldn't use advanced hockey, the baseball bat imbued with electricity truly possessed some of the might of lightning Bagua. Bang! A loud bang, followed by a slight cracking sound of bone. Damn it! Aoxin cursed silently. This zombie's skull was as hard as steel. This customized, thickened, and weighted baseball bat actually broke. The only achievement was a tiny crack in its skull. Roar! The zombie Taoist roared, its foul-smelling fangs lunging towards Aoxin's neck. Aoxin retreated quickly, simultaneously spewing another breath of hot air and a thunderous roar, temporarily stopping the zombie. Brother! A startled cry came from behind him. It was Ao-chen, who had gotten out of the armored vehicle after hearing the fight.
This was the first time she had seen Aoxin repelled by a monster. Xiao Chen, go underground. Come out after I kill him.
He had thought it was just a flesh corpse, but who knew it was actually a 2-star zombie? These zombies possess immense strength and impenetrable skin and bones. Human civilization's armored vehicles can no longer defend against them. Therefore, for Ao Chen, underground was still safer. Ao Chen knew he couldn't help in such a situation, so he quickly transformed into his beast form, becoming a palm-sized, white-furred, gold-patterned little mouse, and rapidly burrowed underground. Aoxin was a little out of breath. Using his heat breath twice in a row and maximizing his controllable lightning output had quickly drained his physical strength. Moreover, that previous blow had also caused the blood and chi within his body to churn. The old zombie master leaped again, quickly closing the distance, his 10 gray fingernails striking at him like 10 sharp blades. With a roar, his pair of dragon claws seized the zombie's wrists, and the two began to wrestle. Although the zombie had reached 2 stars, theoretically requiring a human with the Iron Bone stage to contend with it. But relying on his Azure Dragon enhanced physique, he managed to stand off against the zombie for a time. As they wrestled, the zombie lunged forward again to bite. Aoxin, in a fit of determination, lowered his head and used the dragon horn on his crown to ram the zombie's forehead. The dragon horn was quite sharp, and with his full force, it poked out one of the zombie's eyes, and even penetrated deep into the zombie's brain. If a normal creature suffered such a blow, it would surely be dead, but the zombie felt no pain. Its head snapped back, pulling its head from the dragon horn, and with a roar, its arms actually bent slightly. Aoxin's eyes twitched. The zombie's rigid limbs were due to the accumulation of the zombie virus in its flesh. Once it fully integrated and absorbed these zombie viruses, its limbs would regain their flexibility. Now, the zombie's arms were bending slightly, indicating that it was accelerating the absorption and integration of the zombie virus. He couldn't remain in this stalemate any longer. The zombie had infinite stamina. He would be exhausted to death. With another roar, he flung off the zombie's arms and transformed into the Azure Dragon, soaring into the sky. His dragon tail whipped down, making the zombie stumble, and a bolt of lightning struck, scorching its body further. Bad wind. Countless wind blades spewed from the dragon's mouth. Even with the zombie's copper skin and iron bones, countless pieces of flesh were peeled off. As the wind and clouds stirred, the Azure Dragon swooped down, its pair of dragon claws seizing the zombie's arms and lifting it. The zombie, unsteady from the bad wind, couldn't exert force and was carried directly into the sky by the Azure Dragon. Roar! The dragon's claws exerted force, intending to tear the zombie directly in half. However, the zombie was also pulling inwards. He actually couldn't tear it apart. His realm was still too low. Although he could suppress the zombie after transforming into the Azure Dragon, killing it was not easy. Moreover, in just this brief moment, he already felt exhausted. Simply flying in dragon form, he could last a bit longer, but fighting could not be sustained for too long. Soaring into the clouds again, he forcefully hurled the zombie held in his dragon claws downwards. Boom! The zombie's body crashed directly onto the tall statue enshrined in the main hall of the Taoist temple. But how could a clay statue withstand the zombie's hard body? The statue was smashed into countless fragments. The zombie rolled on the ground, its indestructible body now pitted and scarred. Some parts were cut off by the wind blades of the evil wind. Some were destroyed by the hot breath and thunder roar. Some were abraded when they fell down. And there were skull fractures on its head caused by a baseball bat. The Azure Dragon also fell to the ground, transforming back into human form. Aoxin panted heavily. This was his first time fighting with the full power of his Azure Dragon form. It was indeed very strong, but still too much for him at his current stage. Kaido's strength came from his ability to single-handedly destroy a nation. The Azure Dragon fruit was merely icing on the cake for him. However, Aoxin relied entirely on the Azure Dragon fruit, so the power he exerted was naturally vastly different. Brother, eat meat. Just as he was panting, Ao Chen suddenly emerged from the ground behind him and handed him a piece of water meat. She had anticipated that her brother's stamina would give out, so she had entered the God-given space in advance to exchange for water meat that could quickly restore stamina for Aoxin.
Taking the water meat, Aoxin chewed heartily. Ao Chen, being sensible, burrowed back into the ground, not wanting to be a burden. With his stamina somewhat restored, the old zombie priest had already gotten back on his feet. Aoxin once again transformed into his half-beast form, covering his dragon claws with armament haki, and began to circle the zombie. The dual protection of armament haki and dragon scales could effectively prevent the invasion of the zombie virus. However, fighting like this would eventually lead to exhaustion and death. He needed a weapon. Bang! After another clash, he quickly retreated. At this point, it was too late to enter the God-given space to exchange for a weapon. And Ao Chen didn't have enough points. Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of an iron rod lying next to the broken mud fragments of the statue. What's that? That's it. He suddenly remembered that this was Lezu Temple, and this bamboo-jointed iron rod was precisely the steel whip held by the statue of Lezu enshrined in the temple. This thing should at least be sturdier than a baseball bat, right? Aoxin pounced towards it and picked up the bamboo-jointed steel whip from the ground. Due to the statue's great height, this steel whip was also thicker and longer. Ordinary whip-like weapons usually don't exceed 80 centimeters in length, but this one was a full 1.2 meters. The whip body was also thicker, and it felt heavier in his hand. With his current strength, it was just right to use. As soon as he picked up this bamboo-jointed steel whip, the old zombie priest had already pounced again. Its body was tattered, but its offensive was still swift and fierce. Aoxin used his last reserves of stamina, unleashing the most furious currents. Lightning and armament haki completely entwined this bamboo-jointed steel whip, and he slammed it down towards the old zombie priest's head. Bang! The immense recoil force shattered the dragon scales on his palm, but the old zombie priest's head was also smashed into pieces by this one whip. Violent currents poured into the zombie's flesh and blood, bringing with it the smell of burnt zombie meat as if being electrically grilled. The zombie virus within its body, catalyzed by the high temperature of the electricity, also spread into the air. Transforming out of his half-beast form, he could no longer hold the heavy bamboo-jointed steel whip, dropping it on the ground. Aoxin felt nothing but soreness, weakness, and exhaustion all over his body. Ao Chen, who had escaped underground, heard the fighting above cease. He cautiously emerged from a distance, and upon seeing Aoxin slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, he quickly ran to him with some meat and fresh water. After a short rest, Aoxin and Ao Chen entered the damaged temple to inspect it. At the entrance, the bald man they had first seen had died in the aftermath of the battle. Inside the temple, there were shattered statues, overturned equipment, and fragmented corpses. These corpses were already severely mangled and could no longer turn into zombies. The back hall, where the old Taoist priest once lived, was the only place that remained intact when the main hall collapsed. The room was filled with various daily necessities and several makeshift beds. It should be safe here. Let's rest here tonight. Aoxin drove the armored vehicle to the entrance, blocking the main gate to prevent others or zombies from entering. In the backyard, there was a well. He tested it, and it was still usable. Guarding outside, he let Ao Chen take a shower with the well water. After days of travel, although food and drink were not a problem, bathing was still a luxury. The water plant had long ceased operations, and the tap water system was no longer running. On the road, they had no place to wash up. Aoxin, with his experience from the previous life's apocalypse, didn't mind, but Ao Chen, a neat and tidy young girl, found it somewhat unbearable. Now that there was finally a well, she was naturally delighted. Ao Chen moved a stool and sat outside the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. Suddenly, her heart stirred, and her consciousness entered the God-given space. As soon as she arrived, she once again heard that grand and majestic voice. As you are the first to kill a star-level zombie, you will receive a reward. Furthermore, because you killed a star-level zombie within 10 days of the apocalypse's onset, the reward grade has been elevated. And because you directly killed a 2-star zombie the juncture, the reward grade has been elevated again. Please choose one from the following 3 titles. Titles? Aoxin's spirit was invigorated.
Just like the talent he chose the first time, titles were also extremely rare and uncommon. At least, in his previous life, despite working so hard for so long, he had never obtained any titles. He quickly looked forward. Sure enough, just like last time, 3 choices appeared directly before his eyes. Title 1 Zombie Slayer, permanently double the damage dealt to zombies. Title 2 Bounty Hunter, permanently double the points gained from killing zombies. Title 3 God-given member, become a distinguished God-given space member. You will receive a one-time 90% discount opportunity, and all items you exchange in the God-given space will enjoy a 20% discount. Oh! My goodness! All 3 titles were still so tempting. Killing faster versus earning more. Comparatively, killing faster was better. Because if you kill faster, you naturally earn more, and there's also the possibility of challenging stronger zombies. However, neither of these compares to Title 3. God-given member. A one-time 90% discount opportunity, and a permanent 20% discount privilege. Both of the unique exchange options, the invisible black bloodline factor and the demonic fruit side effect eliminating potion, each cost 100 million points. At a 90% discount, he could exchange for one for just 10 million points. Furthermore, everything was 20% off, so he could easily use this privilege to act as an intermediary and earn a huge amount of points. There was no need to hesitate. He immediately chose the 3 God-bestowed member option. He checked his personal panel. Name, Aoxin. Talent, Hockey Genius. Title, God-bestowed member. Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, Azure Dragon Form. Realm, Body Forging Copper Skin. Combat Skills, None. Equipment, Ancestor Lay Whip Pseudo. Points, 9,655. Ha! He suddenly noticed something in the equipment section. Ancestor Lay Whip? He looked at the bamboo-jointed steel whip beside him. It was an item held by Ancestor Lay in the Ancestor Lay Temple. But this was, after all, just an ordinary item. How could it be considered equipment? And there was a pseudo-word. His previous baseball bat, which helped him kill so many zombies, wasn't considered equipment either. He placed the bamboo-jointed whip on his lap and observed it carefully. What made this thing so special? The steel whip was covered in rust, indicating it had endured countless years, and perhaps it had once been worshipped by thousands. It had 18 sections, and each section was inscribed with Taoist talismans that he couldn't understand. After a long look, he still couldn't discern anything special about it. However, when he used this thing to hit that zombie Taoist priest earlier, it felt quite handy. That old Taoist priest was probably the abbot of this temple, who became a zombie due to old age, weakness, and infection with the zombie virus. He thought to himself. He just didn't know how that old Taoist priest managed to evolve directly into a 2-star zombie, a jiangshi, in this secluded place. His points were almost at 10,000, even after he had spent a lot of them to buy food, share it with his parents and others, and get a knife for his sister. Otherwise, his current points would have already exceeded 10,000. While many people didn't even have 1 point yet, he had already accumulated over 10,000 points. This was truly a miracle. A miracle that belonged only to the reincarnated. Should I appraise Xiao Chen's fruit? He stroked his chin in thought. Devil Fruit appraisal cost 1,000 points each time, which didn't seem like much to him. But there was no rush. That fruit wasn't needed right now. He could wait until they returned. After a while, Ao Chen's voice came from the courtyard. Brother! I'm done washing, you can come in. In the old Taoist priest's former bedroom, Ao Chen spread out the bedding she had brought with her on the old Taoist's bed and stretched out on it. Being able to take a nice bath and change clothes in the apocalypse was an immense happiness. After Aoxin entered, he also drew water from the well to wash himself. After washing, flames erupted from his body, drying his wet body directly. He then walked into the room and made a simple bed on the floor. Entering the divine space again, he came to the family group he had created in the communication channel this time. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, Xiao Chen and I are both doing very well. After reassuring his parents, he inquired about the latest situation at home.
With the large amount of food and purified water he had prepared in advance, there was no need to worry about his family's living conditions. A major event happened at home today. That was when the Chen family father and son upstairs learned that his family had food stored and came to borrow some. At the time, only his mother and Lu Xiao were at home, while his father and Meng Kuei were fighting zombies downstairs. Originally, his mother kindly offered to give them some, but when the father and son saw the house full of supplies, their eyes turned red with greed. Coupled with coveting Lu Xiao's beauty, these two actually wanted to kill his mother directly to seize the supplies and the beauty. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had kept her guard up, and after training in hockey, although she hadn't awakened yet, her physique had greatly improved. So, when the two attacked, she killed them. His mother was startled at the time. Although she had killed a few zombies, this was her first time witnessing a human being killed. After hearing this, Aoxin was filled with anger, but since the two had already been killed by Lu Xiao, he let it go. "Mom, it's the apocalypse now. You absolutely cannot be as kind as you used to be. We don't know when the apocalypse will end, and we don't even have enough of those things for ourselves, so how can we give them to others? Besides, wealth moves people's hearts. In an apocalypse where order doesn't exist, robbing is the fastest method." Alas, old Chen was quite a good person on weekdays. Who would have thought he would try to kill me? His mother's tone was a little depressed, and she gradually understood that this world was no longer the same as before. "Oh, right, I remember old Chen also had a wife and a daughter. Where are they?" Aoxin thought of this matter. They were neighbors, and he was aware of the Chen family's situation. "Boss, I've already killed them," Meng Kuei answered at this moment. When he learned that Zhang Hong had been attacked, he was startled. He had promised his boss that he wouldn't let his boss's parents get hurt. So, in a fit of rage, he immediately kicked open the door of the Chen family upstairs and killed the two women inside. Meng Kuei's decisiveness and ruthlessness surprised Aoxin. He was different from himself, having not experienced the apocalypse, yet he could kill so decisively. This Meng Kuei was good. Well done. He didn't say thanks but praised him. He understood how a superior should act in the apocalypse. "Boss, I've checked. Besides our home, there are no other survivors in this building. I plan to get some building materials tomorrow to block the stairwell and build some fortifications." Dianqing was just a fifth-tier small city. Due to its sandy soil, it was once informed that high-rise buildings could not be built, so most buildings only had 4 or 5 stories. Although many tall buildings have been constructed now, Aoxin's home is in an old residential complex, only 4 stories high. There are 2 households on each floor, so a single building only has 8 households. Adding to that, old residential complexes like this often have many elderly residents, and they were infected in the first wave of the zombie virus, wiping out their entire families. Of the remaining people, some died directly outside, while others, upon returning home, were killed when they tried to kill zombies for points after the shrine space opened. Finally, only the AO family and the Chen family were left. Now that the Chen family is gone, the entire building is empty. "Alright, be careful." Aoxin agreed with Meng Kuei's idea. It was at this point that he asked about their family situations. Meng Kuei's mother had poor health, and after the zombie virus outbreak, he took her to the hospital while she was in a coma. As a result, she turned into a zombie when the apocalypse began, directly biting and killing her husband, Meng Kuei's father, who was wiping her face. Meng Kuei fled in a panic, intending to escape the city in his car. Therefore, he had no attachments when he pledged allegiance to Aoxin and came to Bianqing. He was now alone. Lu Xiao was different from him. She had a rural household registration and put herself through college on a scholarship. She was very intelligent, knowing how to leverage her advantages to extract money from men, yet always keeping them at arm's length. After finally saving enough money to buy a house, her parents showed up demanding it, saying they needed it to get a wife for her younger brother. She refused and was beaten by her father, who also cursed her for being shameless, saying it was impossible for her to buy a house so young without selling her body. Her property deed was forcibly taken, and her parents told her to transfer it to her brother's name. As a result, when she was being taken to transfer the property, the apocalypse broke out.
She escaped amidst the chaos and had no idea about the current situation of her parents and brother. Of course, she no longer cared about their lives or deaths.
I have severed ties with them.
Whether they live or die is no longer my concern, Lu Xiao said calmly.
From now on, I am only my master's person, ready to do anything for you. Aoxi sighed. The apocalypse was ruthless. Had they not met him, they would most likely have died on the road.
In the apocalypse, staying safely at home had a much higher survival rate than fleeing outside the city. Work diligently, and I won't treat you unfairly.
Next, Aoxin recounted his experiences on the journey to them.
Of course, he only briefly mentioned his final battle with the zombie Taoist priest to avoid worrying them. But he still told them about the evolution of zombies, urging them to be careful, as zombies were not just at their current strength, they would also grow stronger and stronger. Once you encounter zombies whose bodies are not decayed, only showing corpse spots and a foul smell, be careful, those are evolved zombies, flesh zombies, and they are very strong. After ending the call, he chatted with Aochen for a while, checked the Shrine Space communication channel for any new news, and then drifted off to sleep. Outside the Taoist temple, a small figure quietly appeared, coming to the side of the zombie Taoist priest. His small Taoist robe was covered in dust.
Master!
He softly murmured, knelt, and kowtowed 3 times to the zombie elder's corpse. Then, he plunged into the deep mountains and vanished.
The next morning, Aoxin opened his eyes.
After waking the sleeping Aochen, they quickly finished breakfast and got into the car, leaving the dilapidated temple behind. The only change was that the specially made baseball bat by his hand had turned into a thick, long bamboo-jointed steel whip. In the passenger seat, Aochen rubbed her sleepy eyes, nodding off. Although it had been over 6 days since the apocalypse began, accustomed to sleeping in, she hadn't fully adapted to the pace of the new world. At this moment, in the provincial capital of Yuzhou, the military had gathered most of the zombies together. Countless high-powered destructive firearms erupted simultaneously, and the earth-shattering roar was even more intense than before.
Countless zombies were blown to pieces.
However, as long as their heads were intact, they would grab the body parts of other zombies around them, stuff them into their mouths, chew, and devour them.
Set fire!
The military had already discovered that merely killing zombies wasn't enough. Blowing their heads off only served to feed other zombies.
So, after careful consideration, flamethrowers were brought into play. After several rounds of shelling, soldiers in protective suits, wielding flamethrowers, began to advance.
The air temperature climbed higher and higher, and in the microscopic world invisible to the naked eye, the zombie virus underwent drastic changes. They split and combined, becoming even stronger. Finally, a zombie whose flesh no longer rotted, covered in lividity spots, and moving swiftly, burst forth from among the corpses.
Flames scorched its flesh but could not instantly incinerate it.
With a crunch, it bit through the protective suit's defenses.
More and more zombies evolved into flesh zombies. Their defense was stronger, and their strength and speed were greater. Even bullets couldn't immediately bring them down.
Sniper rifles that could instantly blow a person apart only created a large hole in a flesh zombie, having little impact on them. However, the military, relying on powerful thermal weapons, could still barely contend with them.
Until the increasingly high temperature catalyzed the emergence of a zombie, which rampaged through the army as if in an uninhabited land.
The soldiers, in order to kill the zombies as quickly as possible, did not engage in close combat but relied on firearms, so they gained no points, exchanged no haki, nor cultivated any strength. More and more people were infected, and this scene was playing out in major cities and countries. The zombie crisis, which the military failed to suppress, became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The fragile semblance of order that had barely been maintained suddenly collapsed.
This news spread like wildfire throughout the God-given space.
It was only at this moment that everyone truly believed.
Civilization was gone, and the apocalypse was unstoppable.
They drove for another 3 days on the mountain roads. The deep mountains were quiet aside from the zombies encountered at the temple. They only occasionally ran into a few zombified small animals. But none were strong and were easily dealt with by Aochen. Suddenly, Aochen's ears perked up, and she cried out, "Brother!
I feel it! Up ahead!" Aoxin also became spirited, heading towards the destination as instructed by Ao Chen.
However, many places in the mountains were undeveloped, and they soon reached a spot where their car could not pass. Left with no choice, they had to temporarily abandon the car. After locking the car by the roadside, the two proceeded on foot. Halfway up the mountain, a thin young man was smoking here. Suddenly, he looked up and down.
Ha! A car arrived?
Picking up the binoculars hanging around his neck, he looked towards it.
It's an SUV. Must be someone trying to hide in the mountains too. Two people, looks like one man and one woman. This could be interesting.
After confirming, he immediately extinguished his cigarette butt and ran back. Not far from here, there was a tiled house. After the young man ran inside, he said to the three youths playing poker, "Brother Fei, two people came from down the mountain, and they're driving an SUV. They must have a lot of supplies inside.
And there's a woman inside."
When he mentioned supplies, the card players' eyes lit up, but when he mentioned the woman, they immediately stood up excitedly.
"Skinny monkey, are you sure?" "Ha ha. A woman's here." "Excellent."
"Damn, I've been stifled these past few days.
No electricity, no internet, just playing poker over and over again. I'm sick and tired of it. Let's go, brothers. Today we're going to have some fun."
With a whoop, several people slammed their cards onto the table, grabbed sticks, machetes, and other items, and followed Skinny Monkey down the mountain. "Brother Fei, I've been wandering around here these past few days and found a small path down the mountain.
We can definitely cut them off ahead." Skinny Monkey was also excited. The dull apocalypse life could finally have some more fun.
Down the mountain, Aoxan and Aochan circled around the mountains several times before reaching the spot Aoxan had sensed. A large patch of ferns grew here.
Stepping into it, Aochan knelt down and pulled out a fern plant, roots and all. Beneath its roots, an unusual fruit was growing.
Its strange shape and bizarre, convoluted patterns were unmistakable. It was a devil fruit.
"Great! I found another one."
Aochan jumped and danced with excitement, all thanks to her efforts. For young men who had just come down the side of the mountain saw the devil fruit Aochan was holding, and their eyes widened in disbelief.
"Brother Fei, that's a devil fruit, isn't it?" Skinny Monkey's voice trembled with excitement. Brother Fei slapped him on the head. "Nonsense." He was also excited that was a devil fruit. Once he ate a devil fruit, he too could gain superpowers.
Then he could hunt zombies for points, learn hockey, exchange for weapons, and become strong. By then, he would dominate a region, have plenty of subordinates, and any kind of beauty he desired.
Lost in his fantasy, he quickly shouted at Aochan, "Hey! Put that fruit down."
Aochan, caught up in her excitement, was startled by him. Because she was too focused on the devil fruit, she hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Turning around, she saw several young men, armed with machetes and clubs, staring intently at the devil fruit in her hand. As she turned around, their gazes were also fixed on her. What a beautiful girl!
Brother Fei and the others felt that they only ever saw such beautiful girls online.
From her still childish face, it was clear the girl was likely still in middle school.
He unconsciously swallowed hard. "I'm really lucky today.
Not only do I get a devil fruit, but also such a beautiful girl delivered right to my doorstep." Grinning lecherously, he walked forward, completely ignoring Aoxin, and spoke arrogantly to Aochan. "Give me that fruit, and you'll be under my protection from now on, Brother Fei. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." Faced with the young man's arrogant attitude, Aochan furrowed her delicate little brows. "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" Aoxin stood by silently. He possessed observation haki and had sensed these guys the moment they appeared. But this time, he wanted to train Aochan. "These guys are yours. Kill them." Aochan was startled. She was still quite reluctant to kill people. Aoxin said, "If you were still that ordinary girl, what would happen if you fell into their hands? You can't bear it, but do you think they would also be unable to bear it? In peaceful times, they are parasites of society. In the apocalypse, they are the dregs of the world.
Such people deserve to die. What's more, they are insulting you. What are you waiting for? His last sentence was a loud shout, startling even the young men. After they recovered, they grumbled unhappily. What the hell are you? Why are you barking? Damn it, I'll kill you first. Keeping this girl is enough. You can just go to hell. The men swung their crude weapons at Aoxin, and judging by their target, they were clearly aiming to kill him. At this, Ao Chen became enraged. She had a similar personality to Aoxin. If they bullied her, she might be able to tolerate it. But bullying her family was absolutely unacceptable. How dare you insult my brother, you're asking for death. Reaching into her bosom, she slipped the devil fruit into her treasure space while also drawing out her own blade. The long blade flashed with cold light as it left its sheath. After learning the 3 types of haki and with Aoxin's personal guidance, her strength had improved rapidly. Coupled with days of fighting zombies, even without entering her multitudinous rat's beast human form, her strength was not comparable to these hidden thugs. The blade sliced across the scrawny monkey's throat, directly decapitating him. This was a swordsmanship honed from fighting zombies. Because only by chopping off a zombie's head could a zombie be killed, every one of Ao Chen's moves was aimed at decapitation. As the scrawny monkey's head hit the ground, Brother Fei and the others were terrified. They had never imagined that such a delicate-looking girl could kill with such decisiveness and cruelty. A single strike to decapitate, this was legendary to them. But at this point, he was caught between a rock and a hard place, either kill the girl and subdue her, or be killed. Hardening his heart, he cursed, "You bitch, you won't take a toast, so you'll drink a forfeit. Just wait and see what I do to you later." After Ao Chen chopped off the scrawny monkey's head, the tension of killing disappeared. The knife skills honed from fighting zombies, combined with his already enhanced body, made dealing with these ordinary thugs feel like a walk in the park. Aoxin stood by, observing the fight. Although her combat technique was crude, considering her short training period, it was already quite good. Bang! She blocked a young man's machete, whose face was tattooed, with the back of her blade. With a sidestep, she moved to his flank, chopped down, and another head rolled. After another person died, the remaining 2 felt even greater fear. As the saying goes, if one man defies death, 10,000 cannot stop him. If one is timid, even 10 parts of strength will not yield 1 part of effectiveness. The blade flashed repeatedly, and in mere seconds, yet another head rolled. Ah Fei was trembling with fear, threw down his axe, and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, please spare me. Big brother, big sister, I was wrong. Just let me go like a fart." Even though he had seen zombies kill, the impact of zombies killing versus humans killing was still different. The other party throwing down their weapon and begging for mercy left Ao Chen, who had already started killing, at a loss. She looked at Aoxin blankly, unsure of what to do. Aoxin said indifferently, "Kill." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried the deterrent power of a conqueror's haki, and Ao Chen subconsciously wanted to obey Aoxin's words. The long blade slashed down, and the young man named Ah Fei was decapitated. Shao Chun, remember, in the apocalypse, as long as you make enemies, you must exterminate them all. Any hesitation or softness on your part will sow the seeds of your own demise. In my previous life, I died because of a moment of softness. Ao Chen looked at the 4 corpses in front of her. These people were all killed by her. She felt a bit uneasy, but not to the point of wanting to vomit. It was merely discomfort from killing for the first time. She nodded gently and replied obediently, "I remember, brother." The 2 returned the way they came. The car was still there. After getting in, they no longer ventured deeper into the forest but headed out of the mountains. They had acquired 2 devil fruits, but the car's fuel was running low. If they couldn't find a gas station to refuel with diesel, they would have to turn back now. With the further outbreak of the zombie virus, the satellite system had also collapsed, and navigation was no longer usable. They could only proceed based on memory. "I remember there was a gas station on the way we came. Let's go check it out." Driving towards the gas station, there were almost no cars frantically fleeing on the highway at this time. People were either hiding in cities trying to survive, or those who wanted to run had already run. However, most of those who ran away died on the road. With no people on the road, there were very few zombies. Because zombies are attracted by human presence and gather where people congregate. There were no obstacles along the way. After arriving at the gas station, he told Ao-chen to wait in the car while he got out to check the situation. Fortunately, there was still some fuel left here. After filling all the empty fuel cans in the car, this time, they did not continue heading west, but instead drove north. This way, they wouldn't be too far in a straight line from home. They drove north for another 3 days, making several directional changes mid-journey at Ao-chen's behest. Unfortunately, they didn't find any other devil fruits. After refueling with diesel once more on the road, they headed northeast. Without navigation, based on feeling and experience, they should have already left Yuzhou and entered the Bingzhou area. We'll search for 3 more days. Regardless of whether we find anything or not, we have to go back. Aoxin said, satellite navigation is already down. If we keep going, we might get lost and can't find our way home. Ao-chen nodded, okay, 3 more days it is. Having been out for so many days and only finding 2 devil fruits made her somewhat unable to accept it. She thought that with her fruit ability, she should at least find a dozen fruits. After all, according to Aoxin, there were at least 10,000 devil fruits in the world. Finding 2 is already good. 10,000 fruits are scattered all over the world. We're at most within Huagua's borders, and have only searched parts of Yuzhou and Bingzhou. To find 2 is already thanks to your extraordinary ability. After being praised, Ao-chen cheered up a bit, but still said, 2 is too few. At least mom needs 1, brother Meng Kuei needs 1, sister Xiao needs 1, and we're still short 1. In fact, she had 3 fruits in her treasure space, but one of them was the rumble fruit, which she saved for her brother to eat after using the demon transforming potion. She believed her brother would definitely get those 2 unique redemption options in the God-given shop. On the desolate road, a civilian armored vehicle sped along. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand swirled up. Aoxin's brows furrowed slightly, and he stopped the car. Brother, what's wrong? Ao-chen, who had been dozing off, was startled awake by the sudden braking. She looked around blankly. It was still a desolate road, and there were no zombies. We have a guest. Aoxin picked up the bamboo joint steel whip beside him, pushed open the car door, and got out. As he exited the car, the rolling yellow sand in front suddenly subsided and transformed into a person. Inside the car, Ao-chen, who witnessed the scene, widened her eyes. Logia-type sand fruit? All sleepiness vanished immediately, and she also opened the car door and got out. For her, the armored vehicle was not the safest place. Going outside was safer. Standing on the ground, she could escape using her earth tunneling ability at any time, which was far more convenient than being in the car. Aoxin heard the car door open, knowing Ao-chen had gotten out. He didn't stop her. The car was indeed not very safe. The yellow sand condensed, and a slender young man in casual clothes appeared. He had a resolute face, sharp eyebrows, and sparkling eyes. His gaze sized up the Ao siblings. Not many people can still run wild out here at this time. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looking very leisurely. Let me introduce myself. Li Hui, a Logia-type sand fruit user. Do you want to join my faction? Aoxin replied expressionlessly, no need. Li Hui, he knew, in his previous life, this person had risen to fame, not only in China but throughout the entire world. He was an extremely renowned figure. Relying on his Logia-type ability, his strength improved rapidly. He also established his own faction, known as the Desert Emperor. To make this title more fitting, he even led people from Bingzhou on an expedition across the Gobi, all the way to the Middle East, with no opponents. It wasn't until several Western powerhouses, wary of his rapid expansion, jointly suppressed him, that his sphere of influence was pushed back. But his strength was indeed recognized. And he was rated as one of the world's top 10 strongest. Even now, although he hasn't been cultivating for long, he is a mysterious inheritor of ancient martial arts. After the apocalypse descended, his already strong physique,
combined with his ancient martial arts experience, meant his haki cultivation was faster than ordinary people. Even now, he has probably awakened armament haki. Coupled with the Logia-type San fruit, he could even kill flesh zombies.
No? Li Hui wasn't angry about being rejected.
He instinctively felt that this young man was extraordinary. It was the intuition of a martial artist towards a strong individual.
But, no matter how strong, what then? Does he have armament haki? Can he grasp his elementalized body?
Even if he has armament haki, with a newly awakened armament haki, he couldn't possibly be his opponent.
Friend, this is the apocalypse. Rashly rejecting the invitation of a strong individual could cost you your life. Oh. Aoxin rested the steel whip on his shoulder, looking at Li Hui with a half smile. What can you do? Li Hui's expression turned cold.
Before the apocalypse, he was the most dazzling person in the crowd. During the apocalypse, he was still incomparably powerful.
His invitation, made out of curiosity, was actually ignored by someone. A punch shot out like lightning, and Aoxin directly swung the steel whip down.
He wasn't going to engage in a fair fist-to-fist duel. This was the apocalypse. Who the hell talks about martial ethics with you?
Li Hui didn't care.
His arm quickly turned into sand, and the fist in front still slammed towards Aoxin's cheek.
However, a sharp pain suddenly came from his arm. Li Hui was greatly alarmed and quickly elementalized, flying into the sky.
He could feel that when the opponent's steel whip hit his arm, it directly struck his elementalized body. A powerful blow directly fractured his arm.
He has armament haki? Li Hui was horrified.
Not only did the opponent have armament haki, but his haki level was definitely higher than his own.
How was this possible?
He couldn't believe it, but the next scene forced him to.
Think you can escape by flying into the sky? Attacked for no reason, how could Aoxin let him off easily? Putting the steel whip on his back, he directly transformed into an azure dragon, chasing after the swirling yellow sand in the sky and grabbing at it with a dragon claw. Azure dragon?
Li Hui cursed inwardly.
Holy shit! You're the one who ate the azure dragon fruit.
Thanks to the existence of the God-given space, many scenes of ability users fighting have been recorded and uploaded. Among them, the most famous are the azure dragon fruit, the sand fruit, and a former female streamer who possessed the ability to create rafflesia flowers. However, to this day, the female streamer still hasn't revealed the name of her devil fruit ability. Besides them, there were other ability users, but their achievements weren't as good as Qinglong and Shasha's, and they weren't as popular as that female streamer. Li Hui knew he had hit a wall. His opponent was not only domineering and powerful, but also the strongest mythical Zoan user. But this was the very person who, without revealing his abilities, led to a misjudgment and directly lost an arm.
And it was his dominant right arm. How are we supposed to fight now? Yellow sand swirled, attempting to hinder the azure dragon's pursuit.
The azure dragon spewed forth a malevolent wind, countless wind blades shredding the yellow sand.
Damn it!
Li Hui was annoyed. The opponent's control over the fruit's ability was not low, able to directly defeat his interception.
You win! Stop chasing! Left with no choice, he could only relent and apologize to Aoxin. Sorry, it's my fault. But how could a mere apology make Aoxin give up? This guy is a strong competitor in the future. If I could kill him now, it wouldn't be bad.
A blast of hot air surged out, countless grains of yellow sand were baked into glass and fell like rain.
Li Hui, seeing him in hot pursuit, could only accelerate his escape.
The ability to fly as a Logia type is very convenient. Azure Dragon flight relies on grasping flame clouds, which is relatively more cumbersome, to the extent that the speeds of both sides are almost identical. After chasing for several minutes, Li Hui suddenly descended to the ground.
Aoxin, thinking he was exhausted and couldn't use his devil fruit ability, also followed him down. However, after they landed, a zombie suddenly emerged from nearby and charged at them.
Li Hui elementalized, passing directly through the zombie.
Aoxin, her vision obscured by the yellow sand, did not see the zombie appear.
Caught off guard, fortunately, I sensed the danger with observation haki and quickly transformed into my human beast form, taking the bamboo joint steel whip from my back to confront the zombie.
Brother! This zombie is my apology to you. How about we call it even for what happened earlier?
Li Hui stood behind the zombie and didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, he struck up a conversation with Aoxin.
Oh? How do you plan to apologize? Oxin brought his whip down, sending the zombie recoiling, and the sheer power of it made Li Hui's heart pound with shock. Is this the power of the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form? It's truly monstrous. I'll help you kill this zombie, and the points go to you.
Li Hui said, zombies are constantly evolving, first into flesh zombies, now into these undead zombies.
These monsters aren't something we can currently withstand, but with my assistance, it'll be much easier for you to kill it. What do you say? Aoxin pondered while fighting.
He wasn't incapable of killing the zombie himself after all, he already had one experience. But with a Logia user eyeing him from the side, he would inevitably be constrained in battle. However, if he wanted to leave, the zombie couldn't stop him either. Killing a regular zombie is 1 point. Flesh zombies are 10 points. Undead zombies are 100 points. But for cross-tier kills, each tier higher multiplies the points by 10. Just like before, Aoxin, at the Bronze Skin Realm, killed a 2-star zombie, a cross-tier kill, thus earning 1,000 points. 1,000 points is a lot for most people, but for Aoxin, it wasn't difficult. This zombie wasn't worth killing at all. Moreover, it wasn't near his home, posing no threat to him. But I think killing you is more valuable. After repelling the zombie, Aoxin lunged at Li Hui again. Damn it! Are you crazy? Li Hui quickly elementalized and flew towards the zombie. After passing through the zombie, Aoxin had to face the zombie again. After this repeated several times, Aoxin stopped chasing. He taunted, "If you've got guts, don't run." Li Hui retorted, "Not to be outdone, if you've got guts, come and catch me." Aoxin, "If you've got guts, don't run towards the zombie." Li Hui, "If you've got guts, kill the zombie." Damn it! This guy is as sly as a monkey, using the zombie as a human shield. I really can't deal with him quickly. Indeed, those who rise to power in the apocalypse aren't just strong, they also have quick wits and thick skin, enabling them to resolve one crisis after another. Seeing that it was difficult to kill Li Hui, Aoxin directly transformed into an azure dragon and ascended into the sky. I hope the next time I see you, there will still be a zombie guarding you. However, Li Hui actually chased him from behind. The azure dragon turned its head. What? Are you asking for death? Wait. Li Hui's head emerged from the elementalized sand, maintaining his distance from Aoxin. I apologize again, it was my fault for trying to recruit you and attacking you. But I have a deal I want to discuss with you. Aoxin sneered, "Help me kill the zombie? Do you think I'm stupid?" He wasn't familiar with Li Hui and couldn't trust him at all. Who knows if Li Hui will stab him in the back during their so-called cooperation? Or snatch the kill at the end? Li Hui shook his head. "No, I have a devil fruit, and I want to make a trade with you." Huh? Only then did Aoxin become serious. A devil fruit? You're willing to trade it? Li Hui said, "I've already eaten the sand fruit. The demon potion requires a full 100 million points, and I don't know when I'll accumulate enough. Of course, this fruit must be used for trade. Tell me more." Aoxin marveled at how lucky this person was. Without his own prophetic advantage or Ao Chen's abilities, he still managed to get 2 fruits. Come down and talk? Seeing that Aoxin was willing to listen, Li Hui tentatively asked. Alright, let's go back to where we met before. He was worried about Ao Chen's safety and wanted to go back and check on her. Li Hui had no objections. The two returned, leaving only the zombie's unwilling roar at the original spot. At the armored vehicle, Ao Chen was sitting on the hood, basking in the sun. She believed her brother could defeat that person and wasn't worried. Suddenly, the azure dragon descended from the sky, followed closely by a burst of yellow sand. Big brother didn't win? Ao Chen was startled and immediately jumped down from the car hood, ready to burrow into the ground and escape.
But then she thought, if Big Brother couldn't win, he definitely wouldn't lead the enemy back to her. Or rather, was Big Brother going to run away with her? She prepared to jump onto the Azure Dragon's back, only to see the Azure Dragon transform into human form upon landing. Behind it, the yellow sand also landed not far away, coalescing into Li Hui's form. This confused Ao Chen. She quietly tugged on Ao Xian's sleeve. Bro, what's going on? Didn't you win? But looking at Li Hui's still drooping arm and disheveled demeanor, he didn't seem very strong. Ao Xian said, how could that be? He said he wants to talk business with us. Business? Ao Chen didn't know what business was worth discussing in the apocalypse. According to Ao Xian, wasn't it all about fists in the apocalypse? He has a devil fruit and wants to exchange it with us. Ao Xian's words made Ao Chen jump, and her voice even rose significantly. A devil fruit? But why should we trade with him? Wouldn't it be better to just snatch it? The little girl had gradually assimilated into the rhythm of the apocalypse, always thinking of taking things by force. Li Hui. Could you at least discuss it behind my back? He heard it all. What kind of thought process do these siblings have? One chased him, determined to kill him, and the other immediately talked about snatching. Ao Xian said to him, go on, what do you need? Although he could beat Li Hui senseless, killing him wasn't easy. Otherwise, he would have just snatched it directly. Seeing Ao Xian's gaze, Li Hui unconsciously took a step back. These siblings still want to snatch it from me. But since he was already here, he might as well talk. 3 conditions. Li Hui held up 3 fingers. First, I want 10,000 points. Second, I need your assistance to kill that zombie. Third, I want to form an alliance with you. Ao Xian was surprised this request wasn't high. The value of a devil fruit is at least 100,000 points. This is still worth it for a common animal-type devil fruit. If it were a mythical Zoan type, I wouldn't sell it for 1,000,000 points. However, Li Hui currently doesn't know the ability of the fruit he holds. Killing zombies only yields 1,000 points, and Ao Xian is experienced in killing zombies. It would just take some effort to do so. The key is the third point, alliance. You are in Bingzhou, and I am in Yuzhou. Even if we form an alliance, I can't help you much. Ao Xian said. Li Hui said, though we are weak now, what about the future? He flashed a brilliant smile. I can tell you're not someone who can stay beneath others. You will definitely build your own power. And coincidentally, so will I. In due time, I believe your power will spread across Yuzhou, and I will dominate Bingzhou. By then, there won't be just the two of us rising. Since Yuzhou and Bingzhou border each other, what I want is an alliance at that time. Ao Xian was astonished. No wonder this man became the world-renowned desert emperor. His strategic thinking was so profound. The apocalypse had only been going on for about 10 days, yet he had already considered what would happen after dominating a province and was forming an alliance with him now. He calculated that he was destined for great things. What a single devil fruit could achieve now would require 10, even 100, times its value then. You're so confident that we can become the strongest in Yuzhou? What if I don't acknowledge it then? Ao Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, wanting to see how Li Hui would respond. Li Hui, with one hand in his pocket, smiled, being able to make me run around everywhere. I believe you are destined for great things. As for whether you'll acknowledge it, that depends on my strength at that time. As long as I'm strong enough, it's a win-win situation, so why wouldn't you acknowledge it? Conversely, if I'm not strong, I'd be worried about being swallowed by you. Ao Xian laughed. What he said made a lot of sense. Having such an ally in the future would indeed be good. All right. I agree. He planted his bamboo joint steel whip in the ground with one hand and extended his hand to Li Hui. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ao Xian, and this is my younger sister Ao Chen. Li Hui's eyelids twitched. He wasn't sure whether to shake his hand, fearing that the person might turn hostile once he got close, leaving him nowhere to run. However, he had always been bold and confident in his judgment. He slowly walked over, extended his left hand from his pocket, and shook Aoxan's hand. You will be a powerful ally. But the next moment, his expression changed. A sharp pain shot through his palm. Aoxan's strength was astonishing. Just as he thought Aoxan was about to turn hostile, Aoxan released his hand. Pleasure working with you. Li Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Pleasure working with you. The devil fruit isn't on me. Please wait a moment, I'll go back and get it. With that, he transformed into yellow sand and quickly departed. After he left, Aochin curiously asked, Brother, aren't you afraid he'll run away and not come back? Aoxin replied, Let him run then. We can't kill him anyway. We'll wait a day, and if he doesn't come back, we'll leave. Li Hui didn't flee immediately. He quickly returned with a backpack. Brother Ao, you know the value of a devil fruit. Let's do this, I'll trade you the fruit for 10,000 points, then we can go kill zombies, how about it? Aoxin refused, you give me the fruit first. Li Hui. But soon, he laughed, alright. I trust Brother Ao's character. With that, he took out the devil fruit from the backpack he was holding and handed it to Aoxin. Aoxin looked at it, unfamiliar with it. He handed it to Aochin, saying, Keep it safe. Aochin nodded repeatedly and tucked the fruit into her chest. Oh my goodness! What did I just see? Why didn't the fruit create a bulge when she put it in? Was that the legendary 4-dimensional cleavage? Is your sister also a devil fruit user? Aoxin didn't hide it, that's right. Then, he looked at Li Hui with a half smile. Do you think that if I turn hostile, you could hold Xiaochen hostage? Li Hui blinked. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Aochin puffed out her proud little chest. With you? There's no way you could catch me. Li Hui asked, May I ask what fruit your sister has? Aochin proudly tilted her head. Want to know? Call me Jia and I'll tell you. Li Hui indicated that he didn't want to talk to her. If only I could beat your brother. These siblings are truly annoying. After getting the devil fruit, Aoxin and Li Hui added each other as friends, and Aoxin transferred 10,000 points to him. I knew you must have 10,000 points. Although Li Hui had a hunch, he was still surprised to see Aoxin actually transfer 10,000 points. This meant that Aoxin had already killed 10,000 zombies. It was impossible for him not to have exchanged some items, meaning he actually obtained even more points. He had thought himself invincible, but unexpectedly, there was such a prodigy in the world. Let's go, I'll help you kill zombies. Aoxin and Aochin got back into the car, and Li Hui transformed into a gust of yellow sand, directly settling into the back seat. You're really thick-skinned. While driving, Aoxin complained. Is your arm okay? Can you still fight? Li Hui's arm hung limply. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, his spirit was indeed tough. With his bone forcibly broken, he hadn't uttered a single groan yet. My fighting ability is pretty much gone, but I can still use my fruit power. Let me recover for a bit. Fighting with you was really tiring. Aochin scoffed, you were clearly just unilaterally beaten. Li Hui gnashed his teeth in hatred. These siblings were truly awful. Aoxin gave Aochin a thumbs up, nicely retorted. He then asked Li Hui, why did you insist on killing that zombie? With your elementalization ability as a Logia type, it couldn't threaten you. Couldn't you have waited until you were stronger to kill it? Li Hui sighed, after zombies evolve into Jiangshi, they're no longer the same species. Ordinary firearms are ineffective against them, and their strength is astonishing. All kinds of vehicles and houses can't defend against a Jiangshi's attack. I spent a great deal of effort to lure it out of the city. I found you while I was resting, and originally wanted to invite you, but instead, I lost a devil fruit. But we found that zombies automatically move towards human settlements. Even if I lure this Jiangshi out of the city, it will return in less than 2 days, and humans can't resist it now. So, killing it is the best option. Therefore, after realizing that Aoxin was the legendary Azure Dragon boss from the Shrine Space, he had the idea of leading him to the Jiangshi, hoping to kill the zombie with the dragon's power. We're here, it's nearby. The three got out of the car and soon saw the jiangshi aimlessly hopping, but its hops were consistently directed towards the city. Be careful yourself. If there's danger, run. The jiangshi is not something you can deal with at your current strength. After giving Ao Chen a warning, Aoxin and Li Hui moved to encircle the jiangshi. A dragon's roar echoed. Aoxin transformed into his human beast form, wielding a bamboo joint steel whip, and smashed it towards the jiangshi's head.
Behind the jiangshi, Li Hui summoned a wave of yellow sand to entwine its ankles, hindering its movement. With its ankles buried in sand, the jiangshi lost its footing and fell straight forward.
Aoxin naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Strong electric currents wrapped around the steel whip as he slammed it fiercely onto the jiangshi's head. Bang! With a loud crash, the jiangshi's fontanelle cracked and green brain matter oozed out. But this wasn't enough. Another breath of hot air sprayed out, burning the jiangshi's fur and clothes to ashes. However, the jiangshi also forcibly broke free from the sand's restraint at this moment, leaping up and pouncing on Aoxin. The jiangshi's sharp nails scraped against the steel whip, making a sound like metal striking metal. Aoxin swept the steel whip horizontally, intending to break the jiangshi's arm bones. At the same time, his dragon tail struck the jiangshi's lower leg and knee from the other side. The jiangshi tried to block, but behind it, yellow sand swept again, transforming into a sharp blade and slashing towards the jiangshi's head. Aoxin alone could barely suppress the jiangshi, allowing Li Hui behind him to attack without worry. Can't the sand fruit absorb water? If you absorb the water from its body, turning it into a mummy, maybe it could weaken its combat power. Aoxin thoughtfully offered a suggestion to Li Hui. But Li Hui completely refused to accept, feeling that there were always scoundrels trying to harm him. What if I absorb the zombie virus into my body? TSK. This guy is quite cautious. Since he couldn't be tricked, so be it. Aoxin focused on dealing with the jiangshi. The steel whip struck, and with the high voltage current it carried, the jiangshi's body emitted a burnt, foul smell. Taking advantage of the yellow sand once again binding the jiangshi's limbs, Aoxin quickly slammed the steel whip onto one of its arms. This arm had been repeatedly struck by the steel whip, covered in cracks, and with this final blow, it snapped directly. The arm dangled limply, and the dragon's tail struck the zombie's abdomen, sending it sprawling. Then, the steel whip fell like a sudden downpour, smashing both of its thigh bones. The zombie roared, but with its leg bones shattered, it couldn't stand. Stepping on the zombie's last intact hand claw, the immense force pinned the zombie, preventing it from pulling its hand free. The steel whip violently crashed down, severing this final arm as well. Its limbs are broken, you cut off its arms. Pulling back, he said to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded, his left arm transforming into a sand blade, and he swung it towards the zombie's neck. Bang! The sand blade was sharp, and even though the zombie's skin and flesh were tough, its throat was the most vulnerable spot. Moreover, Aoxin's repeated fire-breathing and lightning strikes had already made its skin much more fragile. Despite this, Li Hui still had to slash with the sand blade more than 10 times before the zombie's head finally rolled off, unable to struggle any further. Your steel whip, it's really vicious. After decapitating the zombie, Li Hui was pleasantly surprised to find that he had gained 10,000 points. Because he was not yet at the copper skin realm, killing this zombie was considered a 2-rank higher kill, directly earning him 100 times the points. He had experienced the zombie's defense himself, he couldn't break its defense at all. But now, Aoxin had directly smashed its hardest limbs with a steel whip. If it weren't for the lightning and fire weakening the zombie's defense, he wouldn't even have been able to decapitate it. Thinking back to the blow that directly snapped his arm bone, he secretly cursed, calling it a pervert. He muttered to himself, are all mythical Zoans this strong? Instantly, he felt his sand fruit wasn't as good. Aoxin shrugged. He still wanted to leave the zombie for Li Hui, otherwise, he would have smashed the zombie's skull long ago. Walking towards the car, Ao Chen was looking over at the battle. Seeing them return, she asked curiously. Brother, why didn't you just kill this zombie? Why dismember it? Aoxin explained, to allow Li Hui to kill it. But, Ao-chan frowned, as if something didn't make sense. Killing zombies is just for points. Couldn't you just kill it and give Li Hui the points? Aoxin and Li Hui exchanged glances. Oh, right, why did I go through all that trouble? On second thought, no. Li Hui's level was lower than his, so the points he earned from killing a zombie were 10 times his own. This also seemed like a path to riches? If he crippled zombies and then let Ao-chan kill them, wouldn't the rewarded points directly multiply by 10? After parting ways with Li Hui, Aoxin and Ao-chan continued driving east. Forming an alliance with Li Hui indeed brought many benefits. In the future, his influence would be significant, and by then, he could use the privileges of a God-given member to trade with Li Hui's faction to earn points. After driving east for 3 days without finding any other devil fruits, Aoxin decided to return. It has been 17 days since I left home, and the world has completely fallen into the apocalypse. Water and power are out everywhere, transportation is paralyzed, and everything human civilization relied on has been destroyed. The suppression by national militaries only accelerated zombie evolution. The white eagles across the ocean and the northern hairy bears even used nuclear weapons in an attempt to eliminate a wave of zombies. As a result, they directly catalyzed the emergence of 3-star zombies, stronger than regular zombies, the hairy corpses. Today, those areas have become ghost towns, devoid of any living creatures, a paradise for zombies. The collapse of the satellite system also rendered navigation useless, but Aoxin, relying on his experience from his previous life, controlled direction and distance as he headed back home. On the way, Ao-chan suddenly exclaimed, "Brother! Treasure! Treasure! I sense treasure again." Aoxin immediately followed her guidance, driving towards where the treasure appeared. This was a suburban area where zombies were relatively few. On the way, he tested his idea, but the results were not good. Ao-chan's level was too low. Although she was a mythical beast, she had no power bonus. Even if he dismembered a zombie, it would still take Ao-chan a long time to decapitate a flesh zombie. However, the speed of acquiring points still increased significantly. He knew that soon, the point rules of the God-given space would change. At that time, obtaining points would no longer require killing zombies, but rather be distributed based on the damage inflicted on them. Opportunities like this, to milk the sheep, were rare. In his previous life, he had struggled at the very bottom of the apocalypse and had never enjoyed such an opportunity. In this life, although Ao-chan could milk the sheep, it had both pros and cons. The drawback was that Ao-chan would have fewer opportunities to fight, and her strength development would slow down. One must know that the cultivation of haki depends entirely on body tempering and combat. In the apocalypse, one step slow means every step slow. All those strong individuals were constantly fighting, which allowed them to maintain a leading position in strength. The car arrived near a rural farmhouse, where there was an orchard. Presumably, before the apocalypse, business here was quite good. But now, many fruit trees had been trampled by zombies. The two got out of the car, just about to walk into the orchard, when they saw a man emerge from it, holding a machete tied to a wooden stick. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s. His face showed signs of weariness from years of tree planting and cooking at the farmhouse. However, when Aoxin saw him, his expression changed. It was him. "Who are you?" The man shouted in a rough voice, raising his makeshift weapon and pointing it at Aoxin and Ao-chan. "We." Just as Ao-chan was about to explain, Aoxin swung the steel whip in his hand and smashed the man's skull. "Brother?" Ao-chan was a little bewildered. Although her brother had become cold-blooded and cruel, he had never killed someone without asking for a reason like this. "He's one of my enemies from my previous life." Aoxin explained blandly, then heard a sharp cry from behind him, "Daeong! Ah! I'll kill you!" Turning around, he saw a middle-aged woman rushing over, brandishing a cleaver like a madwoman. Hearing the woman scream, 2 elderly people emerged from the house. Their bodies still seemed robust. One held a hoe, the other a shovel. Upon seeing the dead man's body on the ground, they were thunderstruck. "Xiao Yong!" The old man trembled. Seeing the bloodstains on Aoxian's steel whip, how could he not know what had happened? Brother? Ao Chen felt guilty, unsure what to do. But Aoxian had already sprung into action. 10 seconds later, 3 more bodies lay on the ground. He didn't stop. Kicking open the door, he entered the house. Inside, a 3 or 4-year-old boy was staring at him with a horrified expression. Ao Chen chased him from behind. He had only heard his brother mention an enemy from his past life, and then he saw him kill everyone. But no matter what kind of enemy, a 3 or 4-year-old child couldn't possibly threaten him, right? Glancing back at Ao Chen, Aoxian lowered the steel whip in his hand. Give me your knife. As Ao Chen took out the knife, he asked nervously, do we have to kill this child too? Aoxian smiled, let's give him a chance. Saying that, he exchanged for another piece of water meat, placing both the meat and the knife in front of the boy. Choose one. If you choose correctly, I won't kill you. The boy's trembling eyes scanned the knife and the meat, eventually refocusing on Aoxian's face, as if trying to memorize the face of the man before him. Thud. The steel whip struck the ground heavily, and Aoxian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The boy was scared stiff and immediately wet himself. He quickly grabbed the piece of meat, looking at Aoxian with pleading eyes. Ao Chen said, brother, he chose the meat. Are you still going to kill him? Aoxian said coldly, I killed his whole family, yet he chose meat instead of a knife. Such a deep scheming mind, this child must not be allowed to live. With that, under the boy's terrified gaze, he raised his steel whip and smashed the boy's head. Ao Chen. She was a little confused. What if he chose the knife? Aoxian said, choosing the knife means he holds a grudge and wants to kill me. Of course, anyone who wants to kill me must die. Ao Chen? What if he chose both? Aoxian, greedy and insatiable. When he grows up, killing just me might not be enough, he might want to kill our whole family. All the more reason to eliminate him then. Ao Chen gasped, what if he chose neither? Aoxian walked towards other rooms, replying, he dares to disrespect me now, later, he'll surely try to kill me, won't he? Then he definitely can't be allowed to live. Ao Chen. He clapped a hand to his forehead, so you absolutely have to kill them, right? Then why go through all these theatrics? By the way, what kind of grudge do you have with this family that you absolutely have to kill them? Aoxian meticulously searched every room, including all corners, all cabinets, under beds, etc. What are you looking for? The devil fruit isn't here. Aoxian continued rummaging through things. His voice emerged from the sounds of items falling. See if there are any fish that slipped through the net. Ao Chen asked in confusion, there can't be a person hiding in a vanity box, can there? You're even checking plastic bags? Aoxian retorted confidently, who knows if someone ate some strange devil fruit that makes them shrink, or turn into a plastic bag or something. After a thorough search, confirming there was nothing left, he let Ao Chen away. Before leaving, he poured all the oil and other flammable materials in the house onto the ground, breathed out a blast of hot air, and set the house ablaze. Watching the large fire with satisfaction, he said to Ao Chen, go find the devil fruit. The fire will reach the orchard soon. In the orchard, among a patch of kiwi trees, numerous fruits hung densely. Among these fruits, one stood out as particularly special. Its color was a deep emerald green, with black fuzz and swirling patterns on its surface. It was a devil fruit. This fruit was well hidden among many others. If Ao Chen hadn't been able to pinpoint its exact location, even knowing there was a devil fruit in the orchard, it would have been hard to find. This fruit might be the one eaten by that person in his previous life. That fruit was truly powerful. He handed the fruit to Ao Chen, who put it into her treasure space. The two then returned to the car and headed towards Bian City. On the way, Aoxian finally recounted the past life's karma between himself and that family. That man was once a member of my squad. I even helped his family. Later, he betrayed me and joined a stronger person. There's nothing wrong with that, though. Changing allegiances in troubled times is commonplace. You follow whoever is strongest, that's the most basic principle.
Of course, when I knew him, he no longer lived here.
He had taken his wife and children into the city.
I never heard him mention his parents, perhaps they died on the way. Later, he actually led people to attack my base, causing us heavy losses. We couldn't hold on anymore, so I took my people to join another strong individual. One day, our two sides clashed.
That organization was wiped out. I killed him and his wife.
Someone who had always followed me persuaded me to spare his children, and I eventually agreed. But I never imagined that precisely because I spared that little brat, he would seek revenge on me later, putting my life in danger multiple times. Ultimately, under the scheme of a pair of scumbags, I was killed by that little beast.
When will the cycle of revenge end?
When one side is completely dead, this grudge, naturally, will be settled.
Aoxan slammed the accelerator. Damn, there's still that pair of scumbags. Don't let me find them. Otherwise, I'll wipe out their whole family too.
Only then did Ao-chen understand what had happened to her brother in his previous life, and why he had searched so thoroughly and set the house on fire.
Brother, in this life, we have so many devil fruits. No one will bully us again. Ao-chen gently comforted her brother.
She couldn't imagine how difficult her brother's previous life in the apocalypse must have been without foresight or devil fruit abilities. 5 days later, they returned to Biancheng. At this time, high-level zombies had appeared in major provincial capitals due to military suppression, but Biancheng, the small wireless city, was blessed in disguise. The highest-level zombies were only one-star flesh-eaters.
When they got home, the car still had half a tank of gas left. Going out again would be inconvenient. Meng Kuei did a good job.
At the entrance of their building, many fences and barbed wire had been installed, encircling the main entrance. Ordinary zombies couldn't get in, and even flesh-eaters would struggle to enter. Of course, if there were advanced zombies, they could easily destroy these obstacles.
Fortunately, Biancheng didn't have those high-level zombies.
In the middle of the obstacles were several layers of thick iron gates. He wondered where Meng Kuei got these things. But when he saw a large truck nearby, he knew Meng Kuei must have found that too.
He didn't have the key, and the obstacles in front of his door couldn't be easily destroyed. He said to Ao-chen, "Come, I'll carry you."
He transformed into a blue dragon, carrying Ao-chen directly to his bedroom window.
He opened the window and slipped in.
As soon as he entered the room, he heard voices in the living room.
It was his father and Meng Kuei. The two opened the door and walked out. "Dad. Mom. We're back." Their sudden appearance startled everyone in the room.
They finally sighed in relief when they realized it was them.
"How did you come out of the bedroom?" Aoxin laughed. "I saw that our hallway entrance was blocked by obstacles.
It would be a shame to destroy them, so I just turned into a blue dragon and flew up." After not seeing his family for several days, meeting them now filled him with warmth and a sense of relief. His family was still safe and sound.
His father was currently bandaging Meng Kuei's wounds. Aoxin was startled. An injury in the apocalypse most likely meant being bitten by a zombie, which could lead to zombification. What happened to Meng Kuei?
He was ready to kill Meng Kuei. If he turned into a zombie, it would be no laughing matter. His father, Ao Kong, immediately understood his concern and waved his hand at him, saying, "Meng Kuei was bitten on the shoulder while protecting your mother from a zombie, but I've already used the power of the surgery fruit to remove that piece of flesh, so it won't get infected."
Ao Kong stood between Aoxin and Meng Kuei.
Meng Kuei's selfless act of protecting Zhang Hong from zombies deeply moved him. He even considered him like a foster son.
Aoxin was still somewhat uneasy. The zombie virus was extremely virulent, and once infected, zombification happened quickly. Would simply removing a piece of flesh truly be enough?
However, Meng Kuei had indeed helped his family a lot, so he couldn't be too heartless. He decided to observe for a while first.
Meng Kuei said, "Boss, don't worry.
I live downstairs.
Even if I get infected, I won't implicate you." Downstairs? Aoxin didn't know about this yet.
Zhang Hong explained. After the Chun family died, Meng Kuei went and got some building materials to block off our building. Then he voluntarily moved to the first floor, saying he could help us detect and fend off zombies early. So he's been living in old Zhao's old house on the first floor these past few days. Ao Kong said, I've studied the zombie virus. It makes blood turn black. When Meng Kong was first bitten, I used the power of the Opopnomi to cut off the bitten part. It had just started to turn black, but the rest of his body was fine. It probably hadn't had time to spread yet. Aoxin kept a close eye on Meng Kuei's body, preventing him from turning into a zombie and harming others. Seeing Aoxin's concern, Meng Kuei voluntarily went downstairs, and Aoxin followed him. Your arm is injured now, and your combat effectiveness is reduced. If zombies come, you'll have a hard time defending yourself. With me here, you'll be safe. Of course, if you turn into a zombie, I will kill you without hesitation. Aoxin spoke plainly. It was not a time for euphemisms. Meng Kuei gave a wry smile, indicating understanding. I understand, boss. The two arrived in a room on the first floor. Meng Kuei sat on the sofa to rest, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Aoxin entered the God-given space and exchanged for a large chunk of meat, just like Luffy's favorite. This item not only has an excellent effect on restoring physical strength but can also heal external injuries. One piece costs a full 100 points. It was a luxury that people of this era couldn't afford. Eat this, it can help you heal the wound on your arm quickly. He handed the large piece of meat to Meng Kuei. Although this item couldn't resist the zombie virus, its healing effect was good. Aoxin stayed in Meng Kuei's room for half a day, confirming that his body wouldn't turn into a zombie, before taking him back upstairs. Boss, I won't go up, I can rest downstairs. Aoxin said, you've done well, you have accomplishments, so naturally, you should be rewarded. Hearing the word reward, Meng Kuei's eyes blazed. What had the boss been doing for so long? Wasn't he looking for devil fruits? Could it be that he could also get a devil fruit? It seemed that his efforts these past few days hadn't been in vain. Following Aoxin upstairs, Ao-chen had already changed clothes and briefly washed her body with clean water. Xiao Chen, bring out the devil fruits. Let's appraise them to see which one is most suitable. With Aoxin's permission, Ao-chen excitedly took out the devil fruits. Aside from the Garo Garo no Mi, there were 4 in total. One from the provincial city factory, one from the wild mountains, one given by Li Hui, and the last one from the orchard. Xiaoxian, the appraisal fee is 1,000, so 4 fruits are 4,000. That's too expensive. Zhang Hong felt that spending money to appraise the fruits was unnecessary. Who wouldn't just eat them as soon as they got them? These past few days, the elderly couple had gradually become accustomed to life in the apocalypse, and they had gained a deep understanding of the devil fruits, haki, and the entire system. With the points Aoxin had given them in advance, their physical condition was excellent now. Although they hadn't reached the level of awakening haki, their mental outlook had become somewhat younger. Aoxin didn't think it was expensive. We have Xiao Chun, and there are definitely more devil fruits than this. Of course, we must eat the best. Appraisal is still very necessary. He appraised the 4 devil fruits one by one, and to his surprise, he found that these fruits were all quite good. Quite good meant that there wasn't a single animal type common zoan. One of them was a paramecia type, and 3 were zoan types. They were paramecia type, stitch fruit. Zoan type, ox fruit, mythical beast form, Aohun. Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Mori G. Zoan type, ox fruit, ancient species form, Elasmatherium. There were actually 2 mythical zoan types. Ooxin strongly suspected that the Debao mouse had a hidden lucky attribute. The other zoan type was also an ancient species, the Elasmatherium, an ancient giant rhinoceros with extremely thick fur and a huge sharp horn. It's conceivable that the Elasmatherium form would provide the user with immense strength and defense. The Aohun, on the other hand, is a mythical beast from legend, shaped like an ox with 4 horns and long hair. It is said to be born in the underworld, delighting in eating humans, and is extremely ferocious.
As for the Moriji, it's simply a divine being. The star official Mori from the 28 mansions is also absolutely extraordinary.
The family was also pleasantly surprised upon learning this result. They had originally thought that just having devil fruits would be good enough. Who knew they would get such excellent ones?
Mom, you pick first.
Except for that ancient species Zoan, the other three are all pretty good.
The paramecia type stitch fruit can sew anything together. Although its offensive power isn't strong, its ability to trap enemies is practically invincible.
If developed well, it shouldn't be weaker than the string fruit.
Of course, I prefer you choose these two mythical Zoan types.
After all, in the apocalypse, the body is fundamental, and the fruits are just icing on the cake.
Zhang Hong didn't refuse this time.
She now understood that in the apocalypse, only by becoming stronger herself could she provide the greatest help to her son. Being frugal or saving was useless.
I'll choose the stitch fruit.
Zhang Hong picked up the stitch fruit. I've read a lot of introductions to devil fruits these past few days, and this fruit's ability isn't bad.
It's perfect because your mom works in clothing and also likes this ability.
Your dad also wants to catch a zombie to study, and with this fruit, he can completely trap the zombies, which would be a great help.
Let's leave the mythical Zoans for you young people.
Saying that, she ate the paramecia type stitch fruit.
Having seen Ao Chen and Ao Kong eat the fruits, she knew they were difficult to eat, but she still hadn't expected it to be this unpalatable.
But thinking that her son and daughter had gone through so much trouble to bring it back, she gritted her teeth and swallowed it. Once the fruit was ingested, she quickly felt its effects. She took a steel needle from a drawer, and a thin thread immediately appeared in the needle's eye. The thread looked very short, but she knew its length depended on her stamina.
As long as her stamina wasn't depleted, the thread would be infinitely long.
She pricked the tabletop with the needle. There was absolutely no resistance, and it pierced through very easily. Then, the needle passed through the tabletop. She squatted down and pricked the ground with the needle, again piercing it effortlessly. She sewed the table and the ground together.
No matter how Aoxin tried to move the table, he couldn't separate it from the ground.
The toughness of this thread was beyond imagination. However, when Aoxin transformed into her human beast form, she could still forcefully snap the line. It was just that the table was pulled apart before the line broke.
Not bad.
As long as Mom practices her speed, she can completely sew zombies to the ground and then slowly hack them. Or, as she herself said, use them for Dad's research. As a result, both parents became ability users, and their combat power greatly increased. Only then did he look at Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei. You two choose one of these two fruits. You've done very well these past few days. This is the reward you deserve. Lu Xiao had been caring for his mother closely, protecting her during battles, and thoughtfully massaging her shoulders and legs afterward. When father and son Shen suddenly attacked that day, it was she who remained vigilant and killed the two of them. Although she spoke casually about it in the Divine Space Communication Group, Aoxin later learned that she was also injured while killing those two.
For a woman, this is not easy. As for Meng Kuei, there's even less to say.
To protect his mother, he was even bitten by a zombie. If his father didn't have the power of the Opop no Mi, he would have been infected by now. Although he knew that their actions definitely had a purpose and expected a reward.
But that's normal, isn't it?
He wasn't blessed with the charisma to subjugate all directions with his kingly aura and make people bow down to him.
Rewarding good deeds and punishing bad ones is the way to last.
His bottom line was that there could be no betrayal. The two were pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a great reward so quickly. It seemed their choice was not wrong. First, they were safely let out of the zombie horde and moved into a home with plenty of food and fresh water. Then, they were granted many points to purchase a series of supplies such as hockey cultivation methods, tools, and food. This allowed their strength to advance by leaps and bounds in the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would likely be dead on the highway by now. Even if they weren't dead, they would just be struggling to survive somewhere, far from the good life they have now. The two exchanged glances. Two mythical Zoan fruits were a reward tens of millions of times greater than their efforts. Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei both unconsciously swallowed.
Mythical Zoan fruits. Wasn't Aoxin so powerful precisely because of a mythical zoan? After obtaining this fruit, they could also become strong individuals in the apocalypse. Their eyes burned with passion. Finally, Lu Xiao spoke first. Brother Meng is a power type. That Ao Hong sounds like a fierce beast of strength, more suitable for Brother Meng. She smiled brightly. The charm of a mature woman was completely incomparable to a naive little girl like Ao Chen. The Tori no Mi should allow one to fly, right? My physique isn't as good as Brother Meng's. If I can fly, it would help me much more. What does Master think? Aoxin said, you choose yourselves. This is your reward. Meng Kuei also favored the Ao Hong fruit. What he pursued was extreme violence, and Ao Hang clearly suited him very well. I agree with Sister Lu. If boss has no objections, I'll eat this ushi no Mi. Ooxin had no objections. Whatever he took out was meant to be shared with them. He wasn't afraid of these two becoming ambitious after eating the fruits. His advantages weren't just the azure dragon fruit, he also possessed the talent of a hockey genius and the title of a god-bestowed member. One step ahead meant being ahead every step of the way. Not to mention, even after eating the fruits, their strength wouldn't surpass his own. Even if they secretly betrayed him, he had plenty of ways to punish them. Moreover, he knew very well that while power was important in the apocalypse, the foundation of power ultimately rested with the leader. He was that cornerstone. Eat them. I respect your choices. Appropriate respect could better win the loyalty of his subordinates. As expected, after hearing his words, their gazes towards him grew even more fervent. Master, rest assured. Xiao will always be yours. Lu Xiao was the first to express her loyalty, even kneeling down to show her submission. She wouldn't betray him for obtaining a devil fruit. She understood Aoxin's unparalleled power. Meng Kuei also quickly pledged his loyalty, kneeling on one knee, mimicking a scene from a movie, placing one hand over his chest, and performing a Western knight's salute. Boss, I, Meng Kuei, will also follow you to my death. He believed that no one else in this world besides Aoxin would be willing to bestow a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Eat them. Aoxin nodded indifferently. He had heard too many pledges of loyalty. As for whether they were truly loyal, that remained to be seen. He wouldn't completely trust others just for a flattering remark. The two each picked up a devil fruit and put it into their mouths. They were still disgusted by the terrible taste, then forced themselves to swallow it. Lu Xiao even steeled herself and ate the entire fruit. Not good. Oxin suddenly realized something and quickly said to the two, many animal-type bodies grow very large. Go outside, don't collapse the house. The others also realized this at the same time, and everyone quickly headed downstairs. As soon as they reached the ground floor, Meng Kuei's body uncontrollably began to change. Moo! With a bull's roar, his body muscles swelled violently. On his forehead, two sharp bull horns extended forward, and on top of his head, two black curved horns appeared. His face rapidly transformed into a bull's head, and long, thick black hair, like a core rain cape, appeared on his body. The Aao hen, also known as Owing, should have been a white bull spirit, but for some reason, this fruit was black. Moreover, a gloomy black light enveloped his body. This layer of black light was cold and dead silent. Ioxin instinctively felt that the black light was dangerous and likely some eerie element. Moo! Meng Kuei fully beastified, his four hooves like iron hammers, smashing into a zombie, directly breaking its bones. With another stomp, the zombie was actually directly crushed into a deep hoof print. The Aao hen roared, and the black light on its body began to spread to the zombie. Soon, the zombie's body began to decay and wither. Zombies were originally living dead, needing to evolve from death to life, but now, this black light directly made their decayed flesh even more withered. That black light was the ethereal energy of death. It is said that Ao Hong was born in the netherworld and carries its aura, so it was only natural. Just as everyone was shocked by this, Lu Xiao, who was standing nearby, also underwent a massive transformation. Her mouth became a beak, a flame-like cone grew on top of her head, and feathers sprouted all over her body, burning with golden flames. She turned into a chicken. A rooster burning with fierce flames. But shouldn't she be a hen? Aoxin grumbled in her heart. Of course, mythical beasts and legends often don't differentiate between male and female, appearing all the same. The amugi, spreading its wings, was even more beautiful than a pheasant, faintly possessing the majesty of a phoenix. Its body burned with golden flames, the true fire of the sun, hotter than the heat breath Aoxin could control. As expected, not even dogs would eat the flame fruit. Ao Chen also grumbled beside her. This bird is so beautiful. Though named a chicken, it could rival a phoenix in elegance. The golden flames receded into her body, and Lu Xiao descended from the air, transforming into a hybrid human-beast form. Feathers composed of golden flames burned on her body, a pair of broad wings sprouted from her back, and both her feet and hands transformed into sharp chicken talons. Speaking of which, Marco's phoenix must be truly miserable. His human-beast form requires his arms to transform into wings. You know, even Bell, who has the bird fruit, falcon form, doesn't have his arms and wings overlap in his human beast form, and he can still use swordsmanship in that state. Lu Xiao drew her military knife, covered the blade with golden flames, and slashed at a zombie, effortlessly cleaving its head off. Moreover, the true solar fire continued to scorch the zombie's corpse. Meng Kuei, beside her, also awakened from his beastly wildness and transformed into his human beast form. His human beast form was towering, reaching 3 meters. A thick, long black fur, like a core raincoat, covered his body, with 4 ox horns on his head, enveloped in the ethereal energy of death. He also severed a zombie's neck with a single strike. Zoan types provided them with powerful physical enhancements. Even without awakening haki, they were more than capable of holding their own against the flesh zombies without defeat. This is a mythical Zoan. Watching the sudden surge of power from the two, Ao Chen envied them. Why, they're so strong. Why can my many treasures mouse only run away? The ethereal energy of death and the golden flames made the two appear exceptionally heroic, and the fierce sounds of battle here also attracted the attention of nearby neighbors. Holy crap! In a tall building across the road, a young man watched the majestic Aohong and Emugi below, quickly recorded the scene, and uploaded it to the Divine Shrine space. Shocking! Another mythical Zoan appears in Biancheng. Topics related to devil fruits always quickly trend. Especially eyewitness footage of ability users, which garners extremely high interest. Soon, this video had 100,000 views. 2 mythical Zoans appearing in one place at the same time? That probability is too low. Ah! I'm so envious. I'm in Biancheng too. I want to join a big boss. With the power boost from the mythical Zoans, they quickly eliminated the zombies wandering near their homes. However, since neither of them had awakened haki yet and their stamina was insufficient, Lu Xiao was the first to be unable to maintain her human beast form. Panting, she released her devil fruit ability and knelt on one knee before Aoxin. Master! Thank you so much. Xiao will pledge her loyalty to you until death. Soon, Meng Kuei also released his human beast form and once again pledged allegiance to Aoxin. Boss, I will definitely conquer a great empire for you. They knew that everything they had came from Aoxin. From initial points, weapons, and food, to the devil fruits they now possessed, there was no one in this world more worthy of loyalty than Aoxin. Although their confidence had greatly increased with their improved strength, they did not harbor any disloyal intentions. Aoxin, who could easily create warriors of their caliber, could naturally create others. Such a person was bound to become the overlord of the apocalypse. Alright, get up. Aoxin motioned for them to stand. Although you now possess devil fruit abilities, the foundation of your strength is still yourselves. During the period of the first divine blessing, the realm of body tempering, the physical body realm, is your fundamental foothold. The stronger your physical body, the more powerful the devil fruit ability you can unleash. In fact, as long as your physical body is strong enough, even without devil fruit abilities, you can still stand at the pinnacle. The method for cultivating the physical body is haki. You must accelerate your haki training. Don't neglect any of the 3 types of haki. In the future, the role of conqueror's haki will become increasingly significant.
Both Haki and Devil Fruit abilities consume stamina, so the physical body is the foundation. Moreover, as zombies evolve, the concentration of the zombie virus in the air will become higher and higher. If one's physique is insufficient, they will also be infected by the zombie virus. You both now have Devil Fruit abilities, so self-preservation is no longer a major issue. Go ahead and spread out to kill zombies. They naturally obeyed Aoxian's words. Combat was not just for points, but also for cultivation. His parents also had superhuman abilities and seemed to be working together quite well. His father even took a few zombie corpses, saying he wanted to research them. But there was no research equipment at home, so his father planned a trip to the central hospital, where some equipment might still be usable. Aoxian, meanwhile, began hunting fleshy zombies, breaking their limbs before handing them over to Ao-chen to finish off. Unfortunately, Ao-chen's attack power was quite low, and it took her a long time to chop off the neck of each fleshy zombie. No, this is too time-consuming. Aoxian frowned. Although this simple beheading action could also serve as training, its efficiency was too low, and Ao-chen's stamina was limited. At this rate, even if she gained more points, her strength would improve very slowly. In the apocalypse, strength is more important than points. With strength, there's no shortage of points. With points but no strength, even if no one attacks you, you'll still succumb to the zombie virus and turn into a zombie. This was also why, in his previous life, even major factions rarely used this method to accumulate points. On the streets, survivors were using various methods to fight zombies. Even though more than 20 days had passed since the apocalypse began, many people still hadn't acquired the domineering cultivation method. In contrast, the slaughter of zombies by Aoxian and his group was exceptionally conspicuous. They hoped that a strong leader would emerge to guide them away from this precarious existence. Many people began to inquire about Aoxian and others in the God-given space, wanting to get in touch with the big shots. I know. They live right across the street from me. The young man who saw Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's transformation spoke in a Bianqing survivor exchange group and told everyone his location. It's not just those two newly appeared mythical beasts, Aoxian, the Azure Dragon Big Shot, is with them too. Another person living near Aoxian and the others said so. He had once witnessed Aoxian transform into an Azure Dragon, and later found out that Meng Kuei was the strongest survivor in the vicinity. He had the ability to kill zombies alone. Later, combining that young man's video, he concluded that the few of them were a team. My heavens, 3 mythical beasts? Their luck is too good. One mythical beast can sweep an entire city with 3 mythical beasts. They are invincible in Bianqing. Not really, sweeping a small, wireless city is fine, but our Bianqing currently has no zombies at all. I heard that there are already 4-star zombies appearing in the capital. I watched the video. That thing punches like a nuclear bomb. No one is its match right now. I also heard that there are several ability users in the capital, and even legendary ancient martial artists. They teamed up, but couldn't even scratch that 4-star zombie, and several ability users died. Not everyone dares to fight zombies in the apocalypse. Many hide at home, trembling, their only pastime being watching videos uploaded by others in the God-given space and chatting with strangers. Aoxian, as a strong individual constantly in combat, had no time to pay attention to these messages. I want to go seek refuge with these big shots, but I don't know if they'll take me in. Finally, someone returned to the main topic, and someone sighed. I don't even dare to leave my room now. Even if I knew where the big shots live, I couldn't get there. The young man living near Aoxian's house said. Don't be so discouraged. These big shots have almost killed all the zombies near my house, and now they're moving on to other places. Maybe they can clear out the zombies in Bianqing, you never know. Let's hope so. Aoxian led Ao-chen, fighting their way forward on foot. He didn't activate his dragon transformation, only using Haki against enemies, and a steel whip remained unstoppable. Brother! Slow down, I can't keep up. Ao-chen's small chest heaved up and down constantly. Even though Aoxian had killed all the fleshy corpses and 99% of the zombies they encountered, she still struggled so much with the remaining 1%.
Woo woo, why isn't my fruit a combat type like Sister Xiao's? Aoxin used his faster speed to get behind a zombie, slashing at its neck with a knife, but could only cut halfway in, unable to sever its head directly. Thinking about how Meng Kuei and the other two were able to instantly kill ordinary zombies after gaining their fruit abilities. Bang! Aoxin smashed a zombie's skull with a whip, the fierce battle making his blood boil. A powerful force coursed through his body, adhering to his bones. He could distinctly feel his skeletal structure rapidly strengthening with the help of this force. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was hockey integrating into his muscles and bones. Once fully integrated, his bones would become as hard as steel. Even if the flesh and skin shattered and decayed, the bones would remain eternal. This realm is called Iron Bone. In a high-end residential complex in the western part of Biancheng, over 100 people had gathered. Standing before them was a man covered in scales. Mythical Zoan? Humph! He forcefully plunged a pirate sword, which he had exchanged from the divine gift space, into the ground. Biancheng is mine. Xian Yi, did you find out the details? The scales on the man's body receded, revealing a stern face. His physique was extremely robust, and his skin was dark, as if he had endured countless days of wind and sun. Looking up, the small complex consisted of individual villas. Outside the complex were 2.5-meter-high iron fences. Now, these iron fences were reinforced with a layer of concrete walls to fend off zombie attacks. This place truly seemed like a paradise isolated from the world. In the villas behind, disheveled women with vacant eyes were visible. The older ones were in their 30s or 40s, while the younger ones were only teenagers. Yet, they all had fair skin and had lived pampered lives. They formed a stark contrast to the rough-faced, rugged men outside. Boss, I found out. They're in Little Sun Community, which is a relatively old neighborhood. And according to group members living nearby in the chat group, the zombies there have already been cleared out. A disheveled middle-aged man expressed some concern. Brother Cohen, that's a mythical Zoan. Can we even be a match? As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, one-armed man immediately said, What about a mythical Zoan? Our brother Cohen is an ancient Zoan. Marco's Phoenix isn't necessarily stronger than King's Pteranodon. What's more, our brother Cohen is an ancient Zoan even stronger than a Pteranodon. They seem to have great confidence in the man leading them. We also outnumber them. It's the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone's stamina is limited. We can wear them down to death. Exactly. Biancheng should belong to our brother Kun. All the women in Biancheng will be ours from now on. The theories and praises from the crowd were very pleasing to Feng Kun. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary middle-aged laborer. By chance, he acquired a strange fruit. He wasn't a Straw Hat fan and didn't recognize the item, but out of curiosity, he took a bite and accidentally swallowed it. Who knew that when the apocalypse descended, he directly gained the power of a formidable ancient creature? Not only could he easily kill zombies, but he also gathered all the surrounding laborers under his command. He also occupied the high-end residential complex they had been constructing, killed the wealthy residents, and took their wives and daughters. Anyway, these rich people were never good people. Killing them in the apocalypse didn't bring any sense of guilt. And then, limestone and other materials were transported from the construction site, and a high wall was built outside the community, vaguely forming the rudimentary shape of a safe base. As for his wife and children at home? In the apocalypse, as long as you have strength, would you ever lack women? Of course, some workers were concerned about their families and insisted on going home. Most of them died on the way. Feng Kun sneered. He had long wanted to get rid of that ugly and obese middle-aged woman at home. Now he was supposed to bring her back? What a joke! He had even doubted for many years that the teenage kid at home was his own. Relying on the powerful strength of an ancient Zoan type, and with the help of his fellow workers, he had killed a considerable number of zombies. He had also used points to exchange for a pirate sword from the divine gift space. Everyone here obeyed his every command. All the women in the house were also at his disposal. Mythical Zoan? Even a mythical Zoan will kneel before me. Feng Kuan knew there were other ability users in Bianqing, but his strength before was too weak. Now, he had a weapon, and with daily hockey training, he felt much stronger than before. Therefore, he conceived the idea of sweeping away the other ability users in the city. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Grab your weapons, and follow me. Feng Kuan rested the long sword on his shoulder, and with a wave of his large hand, over 100 of his subordinates moved out in unison. Opening the thickened and heavy gate, they walked out of the community. The women inside the house watched this scene indifferently. Even though these workers didn't leave anyone to guard them, they had no intention of escaping. Staying here meant enduring humiliation, but it also meant survival. If they went out, there was only a dead end. In the streets of Bianqing, Aoxian was smashing zombie heads while simultaneously instructing Ao-chan on combat techniques. You're doing it wrong. Since you lack strength, make full use of your speed advantage. The sword should be used this way. Pay attention to your force application technique. Although Aoxian didn't use a sword now, it was the weapon he used most in his previous life. While he wouldn't consider himself a master, guiding Ao-chen, this little rookie, was no problem. Ao-chen listened attentively, firmly imprinting every combat point Aoxian explained into her mind. Her comprehension was high, and her progress in combat techniques was astonishing. With a sudden acceleration, she rushed behind a zombie, raised her sword, and struck. The blade bit into bone, the zombie roared, but by the time it turned around, the girl had already moved behind it again. Aoxian casually smashed another zombie's head. Seeing a zombie nearby pounce towards Ao-chen, he didn't stop it, wanting to test his sister's reaction speed. The blade severed the neck bone, and the zombie behind her was already closing in. Without looking back, the girl deftly sidestepped, swung her sword upwards, scraping away the flesh and blood from its arm. Oh! Not bad. Aoxian was surprised. This reaction speed was not just ordinary reaction, it was a sign of awakening observation haki. He hadn't expected Ao-chen to awaken observation haki even before armament haki. With the help of observation haki, Ao-chen fought with even greater ease. You need to learn to discard useless movements and complete the most effective attacks with the least amount of physical exertion. Aoxian continued to impart his experience to her, believing that with his sister's clever mind, she too could grow into a strong individual in the apocalypse. I remember a faction in the west of Bianqing City, entrenched in a high-end residential complex. These people have decent strength, and most importantly, before the apocalypse, this group was made up of migrant workers who were much more skilled in infrastructure construction than others. Aoxian quickly integrated the information he remembered from his previous life. Zombies evolve quickly. Buildings, iron gates, and other obstacles will no longer be able to stop them. If he wanted to establish a safe base, these construction-experienced migrant workers would be very useful. Additionally, water sources were also a big problem. With water and electricity cut off, his stored water was also running out. To continue surviving, it would be best to build the base along the Yellow River. Not only would there be abundant water, but more crucially, in the riverbed of this section of the Yellow River in Bianqiu, there were large quantities of sea stone. Sea stone is not only the nemesis of ability users, but its extremely hard properties also make it the best building material in the apocalypse. The leader of this migrant worker faction was named Feng Kuan, an ancient Zoan ability user. If he remembered correctly, his fruit was Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient species Tyrannosaurus rex form. Xiao Chun, let's head west. Aoxian led Ao-chen towards the west of the city. He remembered that Meng Kuei had gone west to hunt zombies earlier, and he wondered if they would encounter Feng Kuan's faction. In the early days of Bianqing, besides Feng Kuan's faction in the west of the city, there were also Zhang Heng's faction entrenched in the chemical plant in the south of the city, Yang Xiaofei's faction defending the city center relying on Gulo City, and Su Wenhao's faction based in the Iron Tower in the north of the city. These four individuals were known as the four emperors of Bianqing in his previous life. Among them, Feng Kuan and Su Wenhao were devil fruit ability users. The other two, despite being ordinary people, managed to cultivate haki and contend with Feng Kuan's two for a long time. Of course, in the end, no one emerged as the final winner. They were all annexed by a major figure from Shindu. Furthermore, this major figure unified all forces in Yuzhou and allied with strong individuals from Jizhou to prevent Desert Emperor Li Hui from expanding southeast. This was why Li Hui later expanded north and west all the way to Central Asia. In the west of the city, after Meng Kuei knocked down a flesh zombie, he continuously struck its neck more than a dozen times with his long saber before finally severing its head. This wasn't because the flesh zombie was too strong, but because Meng Kuei was exhausted and could no longer maintain his human beast form. At the same time, the blade of his saber had become dulled and chipped from prolonged combat. Looking at the chips and curls on the blade, Meng Kuei sighed. No wonder the boss preferred blunt weapons. Swords and knives simply weren't durable enough. From now on, I'm going to use heavy weapons like the boss. Meng Kuei panted, thinking to himself, Kaido's mace is in the God-given space. I wonder if the boss will exchange it. But that's not the only option. Even if the boss exchanges it, I should still be able to. If not, I'll just exchange for Yamato's club. He was originally a rough man, and his Alhan form was even more power-oriented, so he had little regard for weapons like swords. How much damage can a flimsy sword really do? Right, he suddenly remembered, there was also Alvida's mace in the God-given space. Kaido's and Yamato's clubs were both supreme-grade great swords, worth 1,000,000 points, but Alvida's was different. It was only of good grade, worth 10,000 points. 10,000 points, he could probably earn enough for that if he tried hard. Looking around, all the zombies closest to him had been killed, and the others were further away. He decided to exchange for some water meat and rest. On both sides of the street were deserted convenience stores and shops. He planned to go into a convenience store, barricade the door with tables and chairs, and rest for a while. His body suddenly froze. A large group of people was marching towards them. There were over 100 of them. Although they were all ordinary people, they seemed to have been manual laborers before, and they all had excellent physical strength. They used various weapons, alternately attacking the surrounding zombies, and had even subtly formed a kind of military formation. Even when encountering a flesh zombie, they had the ability to contend with it. And the man leading them was very strong with his subordinates holding off the zombies. He easily chopped off the zombies' heads. It had to be said, their leader was quite a talent. These people have some tricks up their sleeves, Meng Kuei muttered. Meng Kuei stroked his chin and thought. These people were getting closer to him. Without thinking much, he took a few steps back, intending to let the group pass through. However, they stopped in front of him. Is something wrong? Meng Kuei was astonished. He was no longer the ordinary person he once was, nor was he afraid of trouble. He tore at the water meat in his hand, asking indifferently. Are you that mythical Zoan ability user? A man with a resolute face came up to him. Join me. I have endless food and countless women. Follow me, and I'll make you second only to me. The man was arrogant, carrying a blade on his shoulder. He was Feng Kuan. If this mythical Zoan man became his subordinate, he would be even more confident in becoming the ruler of Bian City. In the future, he might even be able to expand his influence to the entire Yu province. You? Meng Kuei scoffed, what are you? Feng Kuan was enraged. Not only did this man refuse to submit, but he dared to insult him. Since the apocalypse, and acquiring his powerful abilities, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to defy him like this. Looks like you want to die. Feng Kuan grinned, revealing his pale teeth. He drew the long blade from his shoulder, tossing the sheath to his subordinates behind him. Do you think having a mythical Zoan makes you invincible? He slashed down with his blade. Meng Kuei met it with his own long blade, and both were pushed back a step. What strength! Meng Kuei was surprised, and Feng Kuan was also surprised. Meng Kuei thought that in this world, besides the boss, there couldn't possibly be anyone stronger than himself. As for Feng Kuan, he prided himself on having strength not inferior to the meat corpses, and humans were even less likely to be his opponents, yet the other party actually fought him to a standstill? It seems you are also a strength-type devil fruit user. Fong Koan rotated his neck, and his body rapidly enlarged.
Gray-green scales covered his body, and his muscles became even more robust and powerful.
A roar echoed far and wide. Fong Koan laughed maniacally. I am the dragon fruit, ancient Zoan, Tyrannosaurus rex form. How many rounds can your mythical Zoan last against a Tyrannosaurus rex? As he revealed his hybrid form, Meng Kuei was startled. He was already exhausted.
Although he had recovered some stamina after eating the water meat, it wouldn't last long.
Come on.
Let me see how strong the legendary mythical Zoan really is.
Fong Koan's long saber slashed down again.
This time, with the strength bonus of the Tyrannosaurus rex, the power of this strike was even fiercer.
The enemy was aggressive, so how could Meng Kuei tolerate it?
With a roar, he transformed into the hybrid form of an AO, and his already blunted saber met Fong Koan's attack.
Ox? Fong Koan taunted, a mere herbivore dares to contend with me, the magnificent Tyrannosaurus rex? I'm not a vegetarian.
Meng Kuei sneered, the nether chi twine around the blade. If you pledge allegiance to my boss, I might spare your life.
Your boss?
Ha 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 ha.
So you're just someone else's lackey. Fong Koan slashed his saber while exchanging verbal blows with Meng Kuei. It's your honor to be my boss's lackey, you fool, you don't appreciate kindness.
Both sides were evenly matched in strength, but Meng Kuei's nether chi gave Fong Koan a feeling of dread.
Although Meng Kuei's saber was already blunted, he still didn't dare to let it cut him.
Furthermore, Meng Kuei was originally a combat instructor.
Although he hadn't practiced swordsmanship before, his control over combat was not something Fong Koan could compare to.
Soon, he saw a flaw in Fong Koan.
Nether slash.
With a loud shout, nether power extended from the blade, forming a huge black blade light.
This was Meng Kuei's initial development and application of nether power.
Nether slash was not sword aura, it lacked sharpness.
However, under the nether, all things decay. Even the defense of a Tyrannosaurus rex would be cut in half by this move.
Fong Koan was greatly alarmed, knowing full well that he couldn't be touched by the nether power.
Unless he had armament hockey to defend, otherwise, the Tyrannosaurus rex's defense would be like paper in front of the nether.
He quickly dodged, but his subordinates behind him were not so lucky. At least a dozen people were struck by the nether power, their bodies instantly decaying into dust and dissipating. After unleashing this move, Meng Kuei could no longer maintain his hybrid form, his body trembling violently. This was due to excessive consumption of stamina. Although he had developed a move, its speed was somewhat lacking, and his inability to precisely control the angle of the slash also led to accuracy issues. This allowed Fong Koan to escape. Fong Koan, seeing more than a dozen people instantly killed by a single blow, felt lingering fear, but also relief that he had waited until Meng Kuei was exhausted from fighting zombies before appearing. He pointed his long blade at Meng Kuei's throat, submit, or die. Meng Kuei faced the blade head-on, undaunted. You want me, Meng Kuei, to submit? Only my boss in this world can command that.
You're not worthy. Fong Koan was furious. Aren't you afraid to die? Meng Kuei laughed. Die? In the apocalypse, who dares to say they won't die? But, my boss has been so kind to me, and even if I, Meng Kuei, cling to life and fear death, I would never be a treacherous villain. Good, good, good. Fong Koan repeated good 3 times. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Roar. He actually threw down his long blade, transformed into his Tyrannosaurus rex beast form, and opened his mouth, intending to rip and devour Meng Kuei alive. Even if he died, he wanted his enemy to die in agony. A huge, bloody maw reeked, and Meng Kuei closed his eyes. Am I going to die? I couldn't protect my parents, and after finally finding a reliable boss who gave me so many good things and even the most precious devil fruit, I'm going to die before I even get a chance to repay him. Amidst his lament, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. You dare to kill my man? A steel whip, whistling through the air, was hurled by Aoxin. The force of this throw was so immense, and the speed so incredibly fast. Fong Koan didn't even see what was coming, only instinctively sensed the danger and sidestepped, barely avoiding a fatal blow to the heart. Still, it pierced his shoulder blade. His heart was filled with horror. Tyrannosaurus Rex is known for its strength and defense. This person didn't even use their devil fruit ability or hockey, just threw an object from a distance and it penetrated his body? His body could now withstand ordinary bullets, meaning the force of this person's throw was stronger than a bullet. How could such a powerful individual exist in this world? Fongkoan was terrified. Turning back now, he finally saw a bamboo-jointed steel whip embedded in the wall not far away. That thing, could it be some kind of divine weapon? As he pondered this, the person who attacked him was already right in front of him. It was a young man in casual clothes, with a tall, straight posture and handsome features. Behind the young man followed a petite and adorable girl. Fongkoan? Aoxin slowly approached Fongkoan. He had seen this large dinosaur from a distance before. However, back then, he was just a nobody without a devil fruit, while Fongkoan was a strong individual actively recruited by powerful figures. But in this life, Fongkoan was nothing but a nobody in front of him. You dare to touch my people? Don't you want to live? His voice wasn't loud, but it instilled an involuntary fear in Fongkoan's heart. Aoxin, compared to his Tyrannosaurus Rex form, was as tiny as an ant, yet in Fongkoan's eyes, Aoxin was as mighty as a mountain. Boss! Mengkue was overjoyed to see Aoxin appear. It seemed he wouldn't die after all. But Aoxin didn't give him a kind look. You can't even beat a tiny little bug. Giving you a mythical Zoan type was truly a waste. Mengkue lowered his head in shame, not daring to argue. Though a burly man of 30, he followed Aoxin with his head down, like a child who had made a mistake. In the apocalypse, dare to exhaust your stamina carelessly? Do you think with a mythical Zoan type, zombies are no longer a threat? Aoxin ignored the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex before him, lecturing Mengkue with his back turned. Humans are the most terrifying things in the apocalypse. No matter what, you must always reserve some strength to guard against human malice. He was not only admonishing Mengkue but also imparting experience to Ao Chen. Many people believe that they've read many apocalyptic novels and know to kill Mother Teresa's first in the apocalypse, but when it actually comes, it's still difficult to completely abandon the kindness in their hearts, and they will always overestimate humanity's moral baseline. This isn't something that can be solved with a simple declaration of "I can be decisive." Yes, boss. Mengkue carefully pondered Aoxin's words. He knew Aoxin was imparting experience to him. Seeing Aoxin's arrogant demeanor, Fongkoan immediately switched from terror to anger. What are you? How dare you be so rampant in front of me? A gaping maw tore down, intending to vent all the humiliation he had previously suffered. Behind him, over 100 of his subordinates also recovered from the fear of their comrade's instant death, spreading out in a flurry to surround Aoxin's trio. A rabble! Aoxin ignored their encirclement, emitting a faint aura that struck deep into their souls, instantly amplifying their fear. Over 100 people collapsed to the ground, some even wetting themselves out of fear. The yellowish liquid soaked their pants and flowed out, the pungent smell making Ao Chen frown. He punched the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cheek, his fist, clad in armament hockey, striking Fongkoan's face faster than the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. Bang! There was a crisp sound, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's facial bones fracturing. The massive body toppled backward. Intense pain struck, and the terror already intensified by Conqueror's hockey deepened further. Relying on his animal-type superhuman endurance, Fongkoan reverted to his human beast form and struggled to his feet. Armament hockey, Conqueror's hockey, how can you be so strong? His face was bleeding, and several teeth had been knocked out. He had completely lost the courage to fight Aoxin. The two were not on the same level at all. Moreover, this person didn't even use his devil fruit ability. Just with physical combat, he rendered him utterly defenseless. Mengkue, you lost to him. How to deal with this person, I'll leave it to you. Stepping over the bodies of the paralyzed subordinates on the ground, he retrieved the steel whip deeply embedded in the wall and left with Ao Chen. Left behind were Mengkue, Fongkoan, and the others. Who is he? Only after Aoxin left did Fongkoan dare to ask Mengkue. My boss. Meng Kuei proudly declared, the legendary Azure Dragon boss. He's the Azure Dragon boss? Feng Kuan slumped to the ground. He didn't even use his devil fruit ability, easily defeating me with just physical combat. He thought he could subdue this mythical beast faction, but as it turned out, one Meng Kuei almost killed him. If he hadn't attacked when Meng Kuei was exhausted, he wouldn't even have seen Aoxian's face. Pledge allegiance to my boss, or die. Meng Kuei stood proudly. Although his physical strength had not yet recovered, Feng Kuan was disabled by Aoxian, and everyone else was intimidated by the conqueror's haki and dared not move. Even without his devil fruit ability, he could kill all these people now. Since Aoxian didn't kill these people directly but left them for him to handle, it meant Aoxian intended to recruit them. Meng Kuei speculated on Aoxian's intentions. Feng Kuan was resentful, but the huge disparity in strength between the two sides made him feel desperate. His arrogance had been shattered by Aoxian. I am willing to recognize Big Boss Azure Dragon as my leader. Feng Kuan looked back at his stunned subordinates. What about you? Are you willing to join Big Boss Azure Dragon with me? How could these subordinates have any unwillingness? They were all overjoyed. As for a dozen companions being killed? What did that have to do with them? These people could even abandon their own families. They were just a group of co-workers. Were they really going to seek revenge for them? Moreover, Aoxian was clearly a stronger powerhouse than Feng Kuan. Following Aoxian would certainly have a brighter future than following Feng Kuan. Earlier, when they learned that Big Boss Azure Dragon was also from Diansheng, they had the idea of betraying Feng Kuan to join Aoxian. It was just that, on the one hand, they didn't know his exact address, making it difficult to cross the zombie-infested city. On the other hand, they were afraid of being discovered and killed by Feng Kuan. Finally, even if they found Aoxian, it was hard to say whether they would be taken in. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to recruit them, it was exactly what they wanted. We are willing. We are willing. From now on, we are Big Boss Azure Dragon's people. Big brother, what's your name? So we can address you properly. Some of these subordinates immediately came forward to curry favor with Meng Kuei, which made Feng Kuan's heart sink. He cursed this group of people for being opportunistic and having no loyalty, but circumstances were against him, and he could do nothing. My name is Meng Kuei, and the boss's name is Aoxian. Meng Kuei looked with satisfaction at these workers bowing down, but you must not casually call the boss by his name, you must address him respectfully. Understand? The workers repeatedly said they understood. While they were talking, the wandering zombies in the distance were attracted by the crowd gathered here and rushed towards them. Meng Kuei glanced at them, picked up his chipped and dull blade, and looked into the distance. The zombies are coming, continue to fight. Later, take me to your living quarters to have a look. Meng Kuei asked Feng Kuan, can you still fight? Feng Kuan's face was bleeding, and his shoulder was also bleeding. His facial bones were fractured, and his scapula was pierced by a steel whip. His injuries were indeed not light. If it weren't for the superhuman endurance provided by his animal-type ability, he would probably be unconscious by now. Yes. Feng Kuan gritted his teeth, feeling he couldn't be underestimated. Even if he had to pledge allegiance to Aoxian, his future would certainly depend on his abilities. With one arm hanging down, he held a knife with a single arm, standing at the forefront of this group of workers, acting as the spearhead. Meng Kuei, on the other hand, stood at the end of the line, clearing out the zombies chasing from behind. Although these people lacked high education, they were resourceful. With the advantage of numbers, they found a simple way to combat zombies. This method was very effective in the early stages. In fact, the military was best suited for this kind of combat method. They possessed stronger physiques and stamina, better coordination, combat experience, and courage, among other things. However, at that time, the military wanted to eradicate the zombie crisis as quickly as possible and opted for large-scale destruction with hot weapons. As a result, it prompted the zombies to evolve, and brave soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Ah! Suddenly, someone let out a scream. He was bitten on the arm by a zombie, and the intense pain made him break into a cold sweat. However, his co-worker next to him decisively killed him. This was a rule they had established when they first teamed up: no matter who was bitten by a zombie, those nearby had to kill them immediately. This was also why this small faction was able to grow and become one of the 4 major powers in Biancheng. Meng Kuei, at the end of the line, witnessed this scene and was quite astonished. To be honest, the organization of this migrant worker team was quite impressive. He believed that if the coaches and students from his fighting club were to organize, they absolutely wouldn't have this level of initiative. No wonder the boss wanted to keep them. These people were indeed far from simple. This was already the west of the city, very close to the villa area they occupied. Half an hour later, they had already arrived at the villa. During this process, another person was bitten by a zombie and, of course, was killed on the spot. "Brother Meng, this is the safe base we've built." A tall young man eagerly came to introduce everything about them to Meng Kuei. Upon seeing this, Feng Kuan was very displeased, but he dared not say anything, not even a grunt, only silently following behind Meng Kuei. Seeing the young man step forward first, the others were also unwilling to be left behind and rushed up one after another. "Brother Meng, let me tell you." "Brother Meng." The chaotic shouting from the group made Meng Kuei feel noisy. He snorted coldly, "All of you, shut up." Everyone looked sheepish, quietly bowing their heads and stepping back 2 paces. Meng Kuei pointed at the young man who had spoken to him first. "You continue." The young man was overjoyed and quickly added an introduction. "Brother Meng, my name is Zhou Xiang, you can just call me Xiao Zhou. Here in our place." Zhou Xiang meticulously detailed their background, from everyone's jobs, how they gathered, how they took over this residential area, and everything else was explained very thoroughly. "You are migrant workers?" Upon learning of their experiences, Meng Kuei seemed to vaguely understand Aoxian's intention in keeping them. However, did the boss know beforehand that this was a team of migrant workers? He couldn't figure it out. But looking at the tall concrete walls surrounding the villa and the various building materials piled up in the community, he couldn't help but marvel that these people were truly talented. "Brother Meng, why don't we invite our boss over? This is a high-end villa community, and it's only right that our most esteemed boss lives here." And Zhou Xiang's small eyes darted around as he stealthily leaned closer to Meng Kuei. "Brother Meng, we've got a lot of good stuff here." "Good stuff?" Meng Kuei was a bit skeptical. Although he admired the organizational and construction abilities of these migrant workers, what kind of good stuff could they possibly have? No matter how good it was, could it be better than a devil fruit? Zhou Xiang saw his disbelief and said with a fawning smile, "Brother Meng, come and see our room, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Seeing the young man's confident expression, Meng Kuei grew curious and followed him into the villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw many women in disheveled clothes and instantly understood what good stuff Zhou Xiang was referring to. Although these women looked a bit haggard, their skin was fair and their figures were exquisite. While they might not be stunning beauties capable of toppling kingdoms, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were certainly attractive. "Brother Meng, these women are all very moist, and now they're all yours." The women showed no reaction when a strange man entered. It was just one more person to use their bodies. They had grown accustomed to this kind of life these past few days. Besides, although Meng Kuei wasn't exactly handsome, his features were rugged, his physique was good, and he was much cleaner than these migrant workers. Sleeping with him was far better than serving those migrant workers. "Brother Meng, if you're not satisfied, there are more in other villas. In this community, every villa has a few women like these. They are all yours. And the women in the villa behind are the prettiest ones, you should go take a look." Zhou Xiang rubbed his hands as he introduced them to Meng Kuei. In the past, these women would first be enjoyed by Feng Kuan, and Feng Kuan had even locked the prettiest ones in his own house, forbidding anyone else from touching them. Now, Feng Kuan could only sulk behind, not daring to show even a hint of displeasure. "No need." Meng Kuei stopped Zhou Xiang's continued introduction. He was no longer interested in these women. Brother Meng, what kind of women does our boss like? Should we send a few over to him?" Zhou Xiang was still thinking of using these people to curry favor with Aoxian, but Meng Kuei frowned. put those thoughts away. The boss won't be interested in these women.
These women were like candlelight compared to the bright moon when standing next to Lu Xiao. Furthermore, they had been played with for a long time, while Lu Xiao was still untouched.
If Aoxin hadn't even touched Lu Xiao, how could he be interested in these worn-out women? Zhou Xiang was glared at and dared not speak, looking sheepish. All right, I've got a general idea. You all carry on as usual. I'll come back to you after reporting to the boss.
He also added Feng Kuan and Zhou Xiang as friends on the God-given space to facilitate communication with them at any time.
He rested for a while in the villa. Once his strength recovered, he left again.
His boss had said that in the apocalypse, one's own strength was paramount. In the northern part of the city, Aoxin was leading Ao Chen to hunt zombies in the northern direction. These monsters, terrifying to others, were nothing more than mere points to them.
Put! Ao Chen's long blade decapitated a zombie.
She was becoming increasingly skilled at this task. After Aoxin killed a large group of zombies, he left one flesh zombie for Ao Chen to practice on. A flesh zombie was equivalent to a human expert in the copperskin realm, but Ao Chen, with the speed bonus from her multi-treasure mouse, could barely hold her own against it.
Aoxin occasionally offered guidance from the side.
This kind of extreme combat was the most effective way to unleash human potential and the quickest method to improve one's strength.
Half an hour later, Ao Chen finally decapitated the flesh zombie.
Although her body was utterly exhausted, her heart swelled with joy. This was her first time fighting above her rank and winning. After clearing the zombies from a street, the two sat down in a coffee shop to rest. Inside the divine gift space, Aoxin checked his points, which had now reached 12,000. He wanted to exchange for some combat techniques. The most suitable option currently was the Marine 6 powers, and each only cost 1,000 points, so all 6 would only be 6,000 points. However, instead of directly choosing the 6 powers, he chose Life Return. This ability was not exclusive to the Marines, many pirates also possessed it. It allowed one to directly extract nutrients from consumed food to restore stamina, and even heal injuries. Brooke, for example, could even use it to restore bone trauma by absorbing calcium from milk. Although it wasn't explicitly stated in the anime, Aoxin knew that this was a form of life return in use. With life return, his endurance would significantly increase. However, life return required more points, a full 10,000. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged for the cultivation method of life return. Just like the 3 colors of hockey, even though he had learned life return in his previous life, he still needed to exchange for it again. This was essentially a cultivation license. The cultivation method for life return instantly entered his mind. He didn't need to read it carefully. With his experience from his previous life, as long as he received permission to cultivate, he would quickly master it. With 2,000 points remaining, he chose Sorrow and Jeppo from the 6 powers. Sorrow is a high-speed movement technique, while Jeppo allows for walking in the air. Although his Azure Dragon could fly, it required him to transform into beast form or hybrid form and use flame clouds to support his body. It was somewhat inconvenient. Not as simple and effective as Jeppo. After he finished spending his points, he noticed a message from Meng Kuei in his communication channel. Clicking into it, he saw that Meng Kuei had already subjugated Feng Kuan's faction and briefly reported on Feng Kuan's faction's intelligence, asking him what to do next. He didn't actually know much about Feng Kuan's detailed intelligence in his previous life, he only had a rough idea. But from Meng Kuei's report, these people's professional abilities were quite good. He remembered that in his previous life, after Feng Kuan surrendered to the big shot in Chengdu, he was specifically responsible for building safe bases. He told Meng Kuei, "These people are yours, you will lead them." Feng Kuan and the others were not worthy of entering his core circle, so giving them to Meng Kuei was just right. Additionally, he remembered the women Meng Kuei mentioned who were imprisoned by Feng Kuan and his subordinates. These women could not remain imprisoned indefinitely, otherwise their bodies would deteriorate, making it difficult for them to withstand the increasingly concentrated zombie virus in the air in the future. When they turned into zombies, it would cause a lot of trouble. However, even though they were imprisoned by Feng Kuan and others, they could still become a force for him.
After some thought, he messaged Meng Kuei again. I will assign these women to Lu Xiao to lead. She will come find you shortly. He then sent a message to Lu Xiao, asking her to take over and integrate the imprisoned women. At the same time, he transferred all his remaining 358 points to Lu Xiao after exchanging for combat skills, as startup capital for her to gather those women. Lu Xiao didn't reply immediately. She was probably in combat. After Ao Chen caught his breath, he continued heading north towards the city with Ao Chen. Their target was Su Wenhao's faction in the north of the city. He was also a devil fruit user. However, Ao Xian's target was not Su Wenhao, but one of Su Wenhao's subordinates. That was a quiet young man, probably only 14 when the apocalypse began. This person seemed utterly unremarkable, yet who knew he would become the second in command of that major figure's faction in Chengdu in the future? He was brave and daring, his ferocity in battle terrifying. Everyone who knew him called him by a nickname from the water margin. Desperate San Lang. Without devil fruit abilities, relying solely on martial arts, he became a top-tier powerhouse in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, those who dare to fight are never weak. Even Yang Xiaofei and Zhang Hong, who had also become leaders of minor factions in Bianqing at this moment, seemed eclipsed in front of this young man. Besides this, there was the most important point: this young man had briefly helped him in the past. The two men slowly walked towards the Iron Pagoda, the iconic landmark of Bianqing. This pagoda was incredibly sturdy. It not only withstood the artillery fire of the Japanese invaders in the past but also resisted zombie attacks in the early days of the apocalypse. Once the main gate was shut and barricaded from the inside, no zombies could breach the pagoda in the early stages. Its only drawback was its relatively confined space, which limited the number of people it could accommodate. This also meant that Su Wenhao's faction did not have many members. Even after he grew stronger and could fight most zombies, his forces remained limited, and only his core members were allowed to reside within the Iron Pagoda. At this moment, 13 people were huddled inside the Iron Pagoda. They ranged from a large 40-something to a small 14-year-old, male and female, resting inside the tower. Brother Su, I heard there are 3 mythical beast-type ability users in our Bianqing. If we could recruit them, our team would be invincible. We can't just recruit anyone. The most important thing is their character, not their ability. They might not even be willing to join our small team. Didn't someone in the city-wide communication group, calling himself Brother Cohen, claim to have an ancient Zoan ability of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? He was even clamoring about ruling Bianqing. Ruling Bianqing? Let him kill all the zombies first. The group chatted noisily. Thanks to Su Wenhao's devil fruit ability, they had acquired plenty of supplies from nearby shopping malls, so their living situation was temporarily stable. What do you think, Xiaofei? Suddenly, a 30-year-old woman looked up at a boy squatting in the corner on the floor above. The boy still had a youthful look on his face. Ever since Su Wenhao brought him in, he had barely spoken a word. Some thought he was naturally quiet and reserved. Others believed that the tragic deaths of his parents had dealt a severe psychological blow to the boy. However, what Su Wenhao valued in him back then was his fearless, desperate fighting spirit, combined with intelligence in combat. A 14-year-old boy, despite being physically inferior to zombies, could still find a way to kill them. This level of calm and composure was something most adults couldn't achieve. Su Wenhao thought this kid was definitely a talent, so he helped him out and invited him to join his newly formed small team. But we can try to communicate with those few people. To survive in the apocalypse, we need to help each other. Someone made this suggestion. But do you know how to contact them? Those 3 exposed mythical beasts have never spoken in our city-wide communication group. They definitely look down on us. Our brother Su is also an ability user. Why should they look down on us? Isn't that right, Brother Su? Su Haowen, who had been sitting on the stairs, remained silent. His ambitions were not grand. He simply wanted to survive the apocalypse. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he gestured for everyone to be quiet. Careful, someone's coming. Everyone immediately fell silent, all staring intently at the door. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the Iron Tower's gate was smashed to pieces. From within the dust, a figure emerged. Su Wenhao, care to chat? Aoxin stood in front of the iron tower gate with Ao Chen.
The gate was too low, he had no intention of going inside.
Su Wenhao's heart sank, they were here for him.
The fact that the opponent could traverse countless zombies to get here and forcefully smash the gate meant their strength was no less than his own. Everyone inside the tower exchanged glances, and Su Wenhao stood up.
Brother Su, the visitor bodes ill. It's probably one of those mythical beast fruit users. Brother Su, don't go out yet.
Since they know you, they must also know you're an ability user, which means they're confident they can deal with you. However, the current situation was beyond their control. Su Wenhao sighed, the gate's already smashed. If I don't go out, he can still come in and kill us all.
Then, all of you will be in danger. Stay in the tower, I'll go out and meet him.
The others also said, Brother Su, I'll go with you.
Right.
Let's go together.
Brother Su, you saved me from the zombies. I owe you my life.
Today, let's face that person together. Su Wenhao was somewhat moved, as the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. It seemed there were no ungrateful people in his team.
He nodded. Even if these people hid in the iron tower, they wouldn't be safe.
A group of people walked out together, and they were all surprised when they saw only two people opposite them.
Only two? And they don't seem to have fruit abilities? Oxin didn't need his Azure Dragon ability to kill these zombies and flesh zombies.
After clearing the nearby zombies, Ao Chen also deactivated her fruit ability to recover stamina.
A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, are they a couple? Handsome people always elicit goodwill.
The tension they felt earlier also eased somewhat, making them think it might not be as bad as they imagined.
May I ask who you are, sir? Brother Kuan? Or one of those mythical beast types?
Su Wenhao stood at the very front.
He scrutinized the two for a few moments.
Although they seemed harmless, the young man gave him a faint sense of pressure. As he got closer, his heart involuntarily trembled. This person was a master. His gaze focused on the steel whip Aoxan carried on his shoulder, which still had mucus left from smashing zombie heads.
This weapon looked heavy.
Anyone who could wield such a weapon must possess immense strength, and it was highly probable that he was one of those mythical beast types.
Aoxin. Aoxin was also observing Su Wenhao's group.
Truth be told, even in his memories from his previous life, Su Wenhao's faction was quite unique. They supported each other and retained the warmth of pre-apocalyptic times. Their unity also far surpassed that of other factions. However, Su Wenhao's eventual death was also due to this very mode of operation. He believed he could discern everyone's character, but how could one measure the human heart? When his faction was small, it wasn't an issue, but as it grew powerful, the people who joined became increasingly mixed. And this ultimately led to his death due to betrayal by a companion. It could also be considered a type of bleeding heart. There are two kinds of bleeding hearts in the apocalypse. One kind stands on the moral high ground, criticizes others, and brings disaster upon them.
Commonly known as a bleeding heart bitch.
Then there's another type of person, kind-hearted, who simply tries their best to help others but doesn't stand on the moral high ground to dictate how others should act. Such people often bring misfortune upon themselves. But for Su Wenhao, as the leader of a faction, such behavior would bring disaster upon the entire faction. I'm here to see you for only one purpose. Aoxan's gaze swept over the group of people behind Su Wenhao, finally settling on a small, thin boy.
I want one person.
He pointed at the boy. This child has a connection with me.
Xiao Fei? Su Wenhao was surprised this person actually came to claim this boy. Does he have a grudge against the boy? Or does he see something special in him?
Su Wenhao was puzzled.
The boy, seeing Aoxan pointing at him, was also astonished. Me? He was certain he didn't know this young man and had no entanglements with him whatsoever. But why was he specifically asking for him? Aoxan nodded. That's right, if I'm not mistaken, your name is Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei asked in surprise. That's right, how do you know me? Su Wenhao also asked, what do you want Xiao Fei for? Aoxin stated frankly, following you is a waste for him.
I can maximize his potential. Su Wenhao chuckled twice, although I, Su Wenhao, am not some master, your words, sir, are too insulting.
Aoxin didn't bother to argue with him, unleashing a punch covered in Busashoku haki.
The powerful whoosh of wind made Su Wenhao's face change dramatically. His fist instantly turned to steel and collided with Aoxin's punch. However, that steel fist was actually dented directly by Aoxin, and even Su Wenhao's body flew a long distance.
Brother Su, are you alright?
The others were all shocked. They had never seen Su Wenhao suffer such a huge loss. This young man merely threw a punch, yet even Su Wenhao, who had used his fruit ability, couldn't resist it. Although Su Wenhao was sent flying, his body, having turned into steel, rubbed against the ground for a while but didn't suffer too much damage. But when he looked down at his fist, he was horrified to find that his bones had been cracked by Aoxin's punch.